Chapter 679. However, it would be a little dangerous during the operation. If the DNA was extracted in advance, the child might be in danger. If Whirlwind was drugged, the child might be in danger too. Therefore, Qin Hao was worried that if the child was in danger, Gu Jingze would be cursed. Lin Che looked at the wedding locations in the room. France, the Great Barrier Reef, Swan Lake, Manhattan. Every place looked good. Seeing Gu Jingze, Lin Che said, "Well, we're going to hold a wedding abroad. Are we going to let everyone attend?" "No. There aren't many people who can attend our wedding. Although everyone is going abroad, it might not be a lot of people." Hearing that, Lin Che nodded in understanding. He thought that it was true. Not everyone could attend Gu Jingze's wedding. How about 20 or 30 of them? About 100 or so people. Okay, she was wrong. She thought that was what he meant when he said there weren't many people going. 100 people. How are we going to get there? Go by ourselves? Even if we ask them to go by themselves, they will be willing. But since we're holding a wedding, it's not good to let them go by themselves. When the time comes, we'll send all the planes from the Gu family, so that all the guests can attend in time. It still sounds troublesome. Then should I choose a place that's closer? Lin Che looked at the choices on the screen and asked, "Manhattan looks easy to get to. How much do you think it will cost?" "Well, probably less than 300 million. No, 300 million. Lin Che felt that he couldn't tell how he felt about $300, but it was already in the hundreds of millions. Then, what about the Great Barrier Reef? That should be much cheaper, because the hotel can be directly chosen from the Gu family's resort. It should be about 200 million. Then France. It must be expensive. The hotel and the local church must match the gowns. So, it should be about 500 million. Lin Che's heart skipped a beat when he heard that. He suddenly hugged Gu Jingze's arm and said sincerely, "Why don't you give me the money? I'll find a wedding for you. Let's go to a village and have a special wedding. What do you think?" Gu Jingze looked at Lin Che and said, "Can you be more ambitious? Gu Jingze, only have one wife in my life. If I waste it, I'll just waste it this time. If you don't cherish it this time, you won't have a second chance in your life." Lin Che chuckled. He was still smiling obsequiously when he suddenly remembered what he meant by only once in a lifetime. She looked at him and blushed. She looked at Gu Jingze's misty and mysterious eyes. At this moment, there was a hint of arrogance and gentleness in them, making her feel so sweet. Gu Jingze was indeed Gu Jingze. Even his words of love were so charming. Perhaps for others, it was quite ordinary, but with his face, it was very easy to make people feel very touched. It was too sweet. Gu Jingze was too good at sweet talking, and he was getting better at it. The more he said it, the more natural it became. Lin Che argued for a long time, but Gu Jingze went back to work, making it difficult for Lin Che to choose. Lin Che looked at it again and again, marveling at the price. She thought of it and quickly sent Xin Yuran a WeChat message, saying, "I've finally managed to get a wedding that costs more than 100 million yuan. Do you know how much Gu Jingze's weddings cost? The cheapest one costs 200 million. Xin Yuran was also very surprised. She immediately replied, "No way. It's so expensive. Has the great CEO, Gu, decided to use gold to pave the red carpet?" Lin Che said, "It's a wedding. It can be as expensive as you want. Mine isn't that special. Didn't I hear that some celebrity's wedding also cost more than 100 million yuan? Xin Yuran immediately said, "That was the result of a lot of sponsors. Yours didn't have any sponsors. Gu Jingze paid for it himself." Okay, that was true. Lin Che looked at the wedding list and felt like she was dreaming. It was such a good wedding. Wouldn't it be like a princess getting married? Lin Che remembered that when she married Gu Jingze, she didn't even look forward to the wedding. But now, the next day, Whirlwind watched as she tarnished Gu Jingze's reputation. She saw that everyone was discussing how Lin Che was Gu Jingze's femme fatale. She felt that Gu Jingze would definitely lose a lot of things because of Lin Che. She harumphed and thought that it was natural. Lin Che had nothing. She was just a poor woman. She wouldn't bring any benefits to Gu Jingze if she followed him. Even so, she still had the cheek to stay by Gu Jingze's side. Wasn't that very shameless? In the afternoon, the doctor arranged for Whirlwind to attend a prenatal checkup. Mo Huiling was still staying in the hospital, so the doctor directly pushed her out of the ward in the afternoon. At this moment, Papa Mo came over. He looked at Mo Huiling and said directly, "Huiling, I don't think there's anything you can do now. Look, even if you stay in the hospital and people are scolding Gu Jingza for days, it won't affect Gu Jingza and Lin Che at all. Everyone is afraid of Gu Jingza. Even if they talk about him behind his back, it's just a discussion. They definitely won't dare to challenge Gu Jingza." And Mo Huiling said, "How can there be no effect? The Gu family will see so many people scolding Lin Che. They will definitely know that Lin Che isn't good, so they won't let Gu Jingza marry Lin Che so easily." Papa Mo said directly, "Look at this. Everyone is saying that Gu Jingza has already started planning for the wedding. He's bidding. He's going to invest an estimated 300 million yuan for the wedding. Those who want to get in are fighting tooth and nail." "What?" Mo Huiling took the phone and looked at it. It was the details of the wedding. She looked at the wedding and was furious. Gu Jingza had actually arranged such an expensive wedding for Lin Che. Was he crazy? Looking at the extravagant wedding gift, any woman who could have such an extravagant wedding would feel that she had no regrets in her life. But why was it Lin Che? She harumphed in jealousy. She threw the phone to Papa Mo and said, "If it has to be done first, I won't let the wedding be a success." The doctor pushed her into the ward. The ultrasound showed the size of the child. The doctor smiled and said, "The child is still healthy, Mississippi." Mo Huiling raised her head and asked expectantly, "Doctor, is the child a boy?" He's still too young. I can't tell." Mo Huiling immediately said angrily, "What do you mean I can't tell? You just want money. Let me tell you, as long as the child is a boy, he will be the heir of the Gu family. No amount of money will be a problem." The doctor said helplessly, "Miss, you've misunderstood. What I said is true. Don't be agitated. You can't tell now, but when he's a little older, I'll show you. You should drink something first and rest here. Don't be too agitated. It's not good for the child." Chapter 680. After a while, Mo Huiling slowly fell asleep as she lay there. The people in the back slowly walked out. "It's done, right?" "Yes, you can draw it now." "All right, go ahead and do it. I'm sure you'll be satisfied with the remuneration that Sir will give you." Yes. How could I not know?" An hour later, a document was sent out of the hospital. Mo Huiling gradually woke up. She lay there and looked at it. Suddenly, she felt that something was wrong. Lowering her head to look at her stomach, she let out a cry of pain. Then she screamed, Doctor, what's wrong? What's wrong with my stomach?" The doctor quickly came in and looked at Mo Huiling. "Miss Mo, don't be agitated. It's not good for the child to be agitated now. You'd better be careful." Mo Huiling looked at the doctor and recalled everything that had happened. She immediately felt that something was wrong. She grabbed the doctor's collar, shook the doctor's clothes, and asked, "What happened? Hurry up and tell me, or I'll go to another hospital for a checkup. If there's any other problem, you're dead meat." This Miss Mo, actually it's nothing." Seeing the doctor like this, Mo Huiling's uneasiness exploded in an instant. She lowered her head and thought for a moment. Then, she had a bad feeling. "You?" She suddenly realized something and screamed, "Did you take something out of my body?" "Ah yes, don't think that I don't know. I know what it is. You're taking out my DNA. Which of you wants to do a paternity test?" She looked up and said in surprise, "Oh, it's Gu Jingza, isn't it? It must be him, isn't it?" Because the doctor had already said that it would definitely be discovered. However, Gu Jingza had also said that even if it was discovered, it didn't matter. Because once they got the DNA sample, it wouldn't matter what Mo Huiling did. The doctor pushed Mo Huiling away and said, "Since Miss Mo already knows, then don't make things difficult for me. Even if he didn't give me anything and asked me to do it, I wouldn't dare to refuse, right? Let go of me. If you continue to be agitated, the child will be gone. That would be worse. Miss Mo, please calm down. You need to rest now." You. Mo Huiling was very angry, but she couldn't do anything to the doctor. Not only the doctor, but she also couldn't do anything to Gu Jingza. But there was one thing. She clenched her fists and thought that Gu Jingza did this because he still suspected that there was something wrong with her child. If he tested it and found out that the child was his, would there be a chance to turn things around? However, she was still angry. Gu Jingza knew that it was bad for her health and the child's health, but he still did it. Wasn't he afraid that the child would be aborted? He still felt that it was better to abort the child. Mo Huiling thought angrily, fine, since Gu Jingza gave me such a big gift, I should also give Lin Che a similar big gift. She couldn't bear to touch Gu Jingza. To be more accurate, she didn't dare to touch him. She didn't have the ability to either. However, there were still many places where she could touch Lin Che. Although Mo Huiling didn't want to admit it, Lin Che seemed to be Gu Jingza's weakness. If she wasn't well, Gu Jingza wouldn't be well. Mo Huiling snorted. Didn't you want to get married? Let's see how you get married. Mo Huiling picked up the phone and quickly called Li Mingyu. Gu Jingza is too much. How dare he draw the umbilical cord blood of my fetus to do a test? Isn't he worried that my fetus will have any problems? I want revenge. What? He took your umbilical cord blood? Li Mingyu was obviously angry. He thought that it was his child. If Gu Jingza killed his child, Li Mingyu wouldn't let him off. How dare he treat his child like this? He really deserved to be taught a lesson. Li Mingyu, who had long been unhappy with Gu Jingza, naturally wanted to cause trouble for him. Li Mingyu, I remember you told me some things about Lin Che's family last time. It's about her father being the mayor of City B. When Lin Che was still a little selective at home, she didn't expect Lin Yukai to suddenly call Lin Che. Lin Che, who hadn't had any contact with her family for a long time, felt a little strange when she saw her father's phone call. Every time Lin Yukai came to look for her, it was never a good thing. She didn't know what had happened this time. Lin Che thought for a moment. She was curious about what happened this time. Besides, if something really happened since he had called her, even if she didn't pick up, he would definitely have other ways to let her know. Why did he have to go through so much trouble? Lin Che picked up the phone. Lin Yukai immediately shouted anxiously, Lin Che, Xiaoche, my daughter, you have to save me this time. Save your father. Lin Che knew it as she sat there and sighed. What's wrong? What happened? The higher-ups suddenly checked my assets. My assets in the Swiss bank were exposed. If they really investigate, I might lose my job. I know you're successful now. You have Gu Jingza behind you and the whole Gu family to support you. These things can be solved with just a word from you. You have to help me. Lin Che wanted to laugh when she heard Lin Yotsai's anxious voice. This time, he was really anxious. That was why he was so submissive. He sounded like he was about to cry. Dad, do you think that I've forgotten what you did to me and my mother? Lin Yukai hurriedly said, Daughter, I was wrong to do those things, but I was really forced by your auntie. No, it's Auntie Han now. I've already chased her out of the house and divorced her. I'll soon place your mother's memorial tablet in our ancestral hall to clear your mother's name. You? Don't, Dad. Don't do that. You're tarnishing my mother. With that, Lin Che hung up the phone. She looked up and saw that Gu Jingza had just showered and was walking out of the bathroom. What's going on? Lin Che looked at the phone and said, No, it's just my dad. He said that he might have been investigated. He deserves it. Corruption is wrong. He has so many savings and properties. Who knows where he got his ill-gotten wealth from? Otherwise, a mayor's salary wouldn't be so high. He's being investigated? Gu Jingza narrowed his eyes. What's wrong? Is there something wrong with him being investigated? Lin Che felt that Gu Jingza's expression was a little strange. Gu Jingza nodded. It's not good for your reputation. Chapter 681. Lin Che said, My reputation. Gu Jingza walked over and said, If your father hadn't offended anyone recently, he wouldn't have been exposed so suddenly. So I suspect that this matter might be directed at someone else. Someone else? You mean me? Lin Che pointed at herself and asked. Gu Jingza nodded. That's right. At this time, you should be more eye-catching than him and more likely to be framed than your father. Lin Che looked at Gu Jingza and sighed in her heart. As expected of a profiteer. She hadn't thought about it yet, but Gu Jingza had already thought about it so much because of her words. Lin Che said, But I don't want to help him at all. Whether it's in the past or now, He hasn't fulfilled his duties as a father to me. All he has brought to me and my mother is only hurt. I don't want to care about him at all. Gu Jingzi said, don't worry about him. I'll ask someone to find out what's going on first. Okay. Gu Jingzi said, I'll be busy today. Can you go and choose your wedding dress yourself? Of course. You go and do your thing. I can go with Abai. Anyway, I'm just going to take a look first. Lin Che said. Gu Jingzi hugged her forehead and kissed it. Lin Che and Bai were in the custom-made wedding dress shop together, watching the shop assistant bring the designs of several sets of wedding dresses to them. Lin Che looked at every wedding dress and felt that it was very beautiful. The shop assistant enthusiastically introduced, your wedding dress. Mr. Gu has already ordered someone to choose only Italian designers. Mr. Gu has a good eye. The works of Italian designers have won international awards, and there are many outstanding ones. You can take a look at these few sets first. These designers are all well-known designers, and their designs are also very suitable for your figure, madam. The shop assistant directly selected some designers for her. She only needed to introduce the designer and the design products. There was no need to mention the price and so on. Since it was Gu Jingzi's wedding, she could choose whatever she wanted. Lin Che looked at a few sets. Although Abai was still young and didn't understand the beauty of wedding dresses, she was full of praise when she looked at these designs. The two of them looked for a while and selected a few first. They were going to stay and look at them slowly, so they left the shop first. However, Lin Che heard Lin Yotsai's voice again just as he reached the entrance and before he even got into the car. Lin Che, don't go. Lin Yukai came up from behind. When he saw Lin Che, he ran over excitedly. Lin Che frowned. Her relaxed mood was instantly disrupted. She said to Lin Yukai directly, Dad, I've said it before. I won't help you with this matter. It's useless even if you chase me here. Hey, Lin Che, listen to me first. Don't be in such a hurry to leave. Lin Yukai immediately knelt down, causing Lin Che to involuntarily take a step back. He looked at the kneeling Lin Yukai in astonishment. You? Lin Yukai knelt there and looked at Lin Che. Little Che, Dad is begging you. Help me. With your current status, isn't this a small matter? Just do it. Just take it that you pity me. You're so powerful now, but I'm being investigated. This makes you lose face, doesn't it? Lin Che looked at Lin Yukai with a sneer. You guys find trouble with me in all sorts of ways, and now you're asking me to help you. I don't have the magnanimity to completely forget the past. When I was young, I lived in a nanny's room. When I grew up, you wanted me to marry a fool. I got together with Gu Jingzi, and you wanted me to share Gu Jingzi with your daughter. If all these can be forgiven, I really don't know. What is unforgivable? I really regret it, Lin Che. He raised his head and looked at Lin Che with tears and snot flowing down his face. I was blind. I was wrong. I was blinded by lard. I was blinded by greed. Later on, I saw that you were powerful, and I was afraid that you would take revenge on me. That's why I wanted you to help your sister. Now that I've learned my lesson, I shouldn't have treated you like that. For the sake of your father, for the sake of watching you grow up, can you give me a chance to enjoy my old age? I can't spend the rest of my life in prison. He looked at Lin Che and said, Only you can save me. Little Che, I can't count on anyone else. In our family, there's no one more promising than you. You really need to be famous and have benefits. Also, Gu Jingzi dotes on you so much. Others can't even be envious of you. Please be magnanimous and help me. Lin Che was unmoved as he walked towards the car. Abai followed him and looked at him. She said to the person beside her, Hurry up and get him out of here. He's too ugly. Abai got into the car and saw that Lin Che was sitting there in silence. She said, So every father is so bad. Lin Che said, How could that be? Your father is very good to you. I really don't like my father because other than giving me a place to stay, he has never been my father. A father wouldn't want to sell his daughter for benefits, nor would he want to push his daughter into a pit of fire. So, no matter what he does, I won't help him. It's just that when I see him, I'm in a bad mood. I always think of a lot of things in the past. Thinking about how I don't have a father, it's a pity that I don't even know what a father's love is. All right, then your father is indeed worse than my father. Before Lin Che reached home, he saw a photo suddenly posted on the major websites. In the photo, Lin Che and Lin Yukai were on the road. It could be seen that it was taken from afar, but it was still quite clear. Lin Yukai was kneeling on the ground. Lin Che's face was cold, and the sneer was still clearly hanging on his face. There was an explanation below the news. It said, after the popular star became famous, he became cold-blooded and heartless to his father. He knelt on the ground and begged for mercy with a sneer on his face. It said that Lin Yukai was Lin Che's father. Originally, Lin Yukai, who was the mayor, had a good family. However, now that Lin Yukai had just been investigated, he might be prosecuted for corruption. In the recent photos, it seemed that Lin Yukai was begging for something, and Lin Che obviously didn't treat her biological father with any courtesy as a daughter. Instead, her own father was kneeling on the ground and begging for mercy. Mo Huiling looked at the photo and smiled sinisterly. Yes, I want to see if the Gu family dares to marry a ruthless actor like Lin Che, who is hated by everyone. Li Mingyu looked at the sinister Mo Huiling from behind. Huiling, don't go too far. This kind of thing can't be hidden from Gu Jingze. Mo Huiling said regardless, it doesn't matter. What can Gu Jingze do to me? Li Mingyu wanted to say something else, but Mo Huiling couldn't be bothered with him anymore. Li Mingyu felt that she had really gone too far. However, it was obvious that Mo Huiling still didn't know that a disaster was about to befall her. She was really overconfident. Chapter 682. Lin Che hadn't expected that such a scene would be recorded by someone. On the internet, the netizens were scolding him with some disapproval. Some people were saying, did Lin Che abandon his family after becoming famous? He made his own father kneel before him. He's too heartless. He's worse than a beast. Many celebrities had family conflicts after becoming famous. They couldn't do without money. There were some examples in the past where the dreams of celebrities became very realistic after being coated with money. This caused a lot of fans to be unhappy. Lin Che looked at these comments and wanted to laugh. Many netizens might not have seen the specific report. Even if they had seen it, they wouldn't know the truth. However, they started scolding him. In short, he couldn't treat his father like that. Yes, in many people's eyes, maternal and paternal love were great. However, some fathers really didn't have love and only cared about benefits. If she insisted on loving such a father, wouldn't she be too saintly? Yu Minmin saw the news and immediately called Lin Che. Lin Che, are you okay? This wasn't a small matter. Yu Minmin was worried that Lin Che would be sad. Lin Che said to Yu Minmin, I'm fine. Don't worry. I've already seen through my father. If he didn't know that there was a photo, he wouldn't have knelt before me. If he didn't know that it was a scheme, he wouldn't have begged me. It was all his scheme. I was just schemed against by my father. Why would I feel sad for a father like that? Yu Minmin comforted him. All right then, I'll go back immediately. We'll deal with it together. Don't worry. Mr. President's matter isn't a small matter. Just take care of yourself. Okay, I know. Gu Jingze will help you deal with it. Nothing will happen, Gu Jingze said. Gu Jingze immediately blocked the source of the news. This news would not be reported anymore. The media that reported this news shut down in the morning and stopped doing business. However, the spread of information on the internet was still very fast. It was naturally impossible to completely block off this information. As it didn't spread that much, the impact was also smaller. However, some people on the internet were still saying that they were waiting for the follow-up for Lin Che's response. They were also questioning why that media outlet had deleted the news and stopped pursuing the matter. What kind of background did Lin Che have to be so powerful that he could make a media outlet disappear without a trace in an instant? During lunchtime, Lin Che had a hard time eating. Seeing that she was uncomfortable, Gu Jingze held her hand from the table. Let's go to Qin Yuqing later. Ah, what, me? No, I'm fine. You don't have to see him. Let's go take a look. Really? I'm fine. I'm just thinking about how to deal with it. Lin Che smiled and touched the back of his hand, saying, I'm just thinking about it. You were right after all. Someone is using my father to deal with me. Yes, I basically found out who it is. Ah, really? That's right. I'll deal with it in the afternoon. If you have nothing to do, you can rest at home. You found out who did it so quickly? Yes, although we don't have any evidence, we basically know who it is. At this time, Gu Jingze received a call from home. Mu Wanqing said quietly on the phone that Gu Xinda was asking Gu Jingze to go back. Gu Jingze looked at Lin Che and agreed with Mu Wanqing. He let Lin Che eat first, wiped his mouth, went to change his clothes, and prepared to go back home. Not long after Gu Jingze left, Lin Che saw that Lin Yukai actually had the cheek to call her. Lin Che picked up her phone amused. After thinking for a while, she pressed the record button and said to Lin Yukai, "Dad, you framed me. Why are you calling me now? Do you want to see your daughter being cursed?" Lin Yukai hurriedly laughed and said, "Lin Che, don't say that. Someone is threatening me on purpose. If I don't do it, my evidence will be submitted. Now, you're just sacrificing your reputation to save your father's life. Don't you think that's good?" Lin Yukai hurriedly tried to calm her down. On one hand, he was threatened, and on the other hand, he was comforted. The other party was very good at doing things. On the one hand, he said that if he didn't do it, he would completely step down. On the other hand, he said that as long as he did it, he would be given a large sum of money. He looked at the money and thought to himself, even a fool would choose that money. He really didn't expect that the other party was so generous. They were willing to spend so much just to deal with Lin Che. Now Lin Che was so valuable. Lin Che sneered, "You really love your daughter. Lil Che, you're so powerful now. You can get whatever you want. Even if you don't become a celebrity, you can go back and be a mistress. You'll be a superior person for the rest of your life. Now that you've been scolded, you can just go back and not be a celebrity. Isn't that enough?" "That's enough. Did you call just to say this?" "Of course not. Dad is still on your side. I just wanted to tell you to let this matter go. Don't pursue it and don't retaliate. It won't be good for us if it gets bigger and bigger. Why not? Let Dad be an honest mayor until he retires. If you continue to pursue it, it will only snowball and make the matter bigger and bigger. Don't you think so?" You're really selfish. However, this conversation has already been recorded. I want to know if the netizens will still think that I shouldn't have made you kneel after hearing what you said," Lin Che said as he saved the recording. You recorded it?" Lin Yukai was shocked at first. Then he softened his voice and said to her, "Even if you release it, it will only cause more people to talk about it. Listen to me. Really don't make a fuss anymore. If it gets bigger, people will still have a bad impression of you, right? You don't have to worry about that." Lin Che harumphed and hung up. Lin Che immediately sent the recording to Yu Minmin and asked him if it could be used. Yu Minmin said, "We can make use of this, but it's not good to use it directly. If we really post it, your father is right about one thing. You will still be doubted. If there's too much controversy, it won't be good for your image. Let me think of something." Meanwhile, Gu Jingze was quickly called to the study room by Gu Xinda. Gu Xinda looked at Gu Jingze and slammed the news on the table. "Look at it now. Not only did the matter not get worse, it even got worse. You said you could handle it, but now it's obvious that you've become hesitant and weak because of Lin Che. You, Jingze, you really disappoint me." Chapter 683. Gu Jingze looked at Gu Xinda. He knew that he was hesitating and weak. He looked at Gu Xinda and said, "Grandfather, isn't this good? I'm hesitating and weak because normal people are like this. I'm just becoming normal. Isn't that good? Normal? You're the one who's going to inherit the Gu family. You'll never be normal. Your life will never be normal because you're going to be the head of the family. Yes, I'll be the head of the family. But I also want to be a good husband. A good husband should do what is right for my wife. When she needs me to support her, I'll support her. When she needs help, I'll think about her. Jingze, you're wrong. My wife is just someone you're using. It's right for her to help you indefinitely, not for you to help her all the time." "But grandfather," Gu Jingze looked at Gu Xinda and said, "In the past, I never thought that I'd become a good man for a woman. But now I think about it. When I was with Lin Che, I never thought that I'd become a normal person for her. But now I think about it. Grandfather, you're the one who made me marry her. You made me have her. Because of this, I've experienced what a normal person does. I've come into contact with a world that I've never come into contact with before. Enough. If I'd known that you'd spoil her so much, I wouldn't have let you marry her. Gu Xinda snorted and said bluntly, "You're not allowed to hold your wedding." Gu Jingza clenched his fists and said, "What if I say I have to? Then you'll give up the position of the head of the family." Gu Xinda said, "Even if Jingming gives up his current position and comes back to be the head of the family, I won't hand the family over to you." Gu Xinda flicked his sleeves and left. Gu Jingza stood there for a long time without moving. It was Qin Hao who called him at that moment, interrupting his long contemplation. "Sir, the DNA test results are out." "Good. Send it to my office now." The results of the DNA test were as he had expected. It was still not his. It was 100% not his. Holding the results, he said to Qin Hao, "Make 2 copies. Send one to the Mo family and the other to the Gu family." "Yes, sir." Qin Hao was looking forward to seeing the Mo family's expression when they saw the results of the test. Previously, they had been dreaming of giving birth to the heir of the Gu family, but now, the Mo family soon received a parcel. The moment Papa Mo received the package, he felt that his hands were a little light. His heart grew heavy. He took it out and looked at it. A DNA paternity test report. Father Mo trembled as he opened the book. At that moment, his expression was radiant. He had originally supported Mo Huiling endlessly, thinking that if he coaxed her to give birth to the Gu family's flesh and blood, then the Mo family would be connected to the powerful Gu family, which would be glorious. This would be the Gu family's first child, and it was absolutely normal for the Gu family to spend a lot of money for their own flesh and blood. In this way, wouldn't the Mo family rise rapidly? But now all of a sudden, Father Mo called Mo Huiling angrily. When Mo Huiling picked up the phone, she was still sleeping. She said in a daze, "Dad, I'm sleeping. You're disturbing my rest." "Why are you still sleeping? I saw the DNA test." "You idiot. The child in your belly is not Gu Jing's." Mo Huiling suddenly shouted, "No? That's impossible. Where did you see the test report?" "Someone sent it. Didn't you say that Gu Jing's took your DNA? It must be him." Father Mo said angrily, "It's actually not Gu Jing's child. You've made things difficult for me. Is the Mo family going to die in your hands? I told you long ago to give up and not provoke Gu Jing's. Now, all right, I don't believe it. I won't believe it no matter what. The child is Gu Jing's." "Great. Gu Jing's forged a DNA paternity test for Lin Che. It must be you. It's all because of Lin Che. I won't let Lin Che off." Sigh, Huiling. Mo Huiling hung up the phone. Father Mo didn't know what this brat was going to do, but he didn't dare to provoke the Gu family again. If she wanted to court her own death, she'd better do it herself. Sitting on the bed, Mo Huiling had an evil thought. Gu Jingza must be lying to her. However, if he really faked the DNA and insisted that the child wasn't his, no one would believe him with the Gu family's influence. Lin Che. Yes, Lin Che. She must kill Lin Che now. Now that Lin Che was dead, Gu Jingza wouldn't fake it anymore. As long as Lin Che was dead, everything would be over. Although Gu Jingza wanted Lin Che to rest at home, Lin Che wasn't someone who could stay idle. She had told Bai that she was going to the company to have a video call with Yu Minmin to discuss a solution. If Lin Che stayed at home, she would only be more irritated and let her imagination run wild. It would be better to go out for a walk. Lin Che heard her phone ring. She picked it up and saw that it was Bai. She picked up the phone and said, "Bai, I'll be there soon. I'm almost in the elevator." Lin Che. However, at this moment, a cold voice that seemed to be filled with great resentment came from behind. Lin Che turned around and saw that it wasn't Mo Huiling's face, but a black pistol. Lin Che subconsciously took a step back and his body shrank. Mo Huiling. Lin Che, go to hell. If you die, Gu Jingza won't do anything for you anymore. He can only accept my child and won't find any excuses. You. Mo Huiling, think carefully. You're holding a gun in your hand. Where did you get a gun? If you kill people like this, you'll become a murderer. When that time comes, what will happen to you and your child? A murderer? At that time, Gu Jingza won't let his child be motherless. He'll definitely save me, but you are also a murderer. and your child will become a murderer's child. How can you bear to? Lin Che looked at the gun and retreated step by step. The feeling of death was getting closer and closer. Lin Che could feel the strong pressure of the weapon. But was she going to die just like that? Because of the crazy Mo Huiling? How could she accept it? She gritted her teeth and looked at Mo Huiling. She turned around and saw that the elevator was still flashing. She seemed to have thought of something. She stepped back and said to Mo Huiling, "Actually, Gu Jingza still has feelings for you." Mo Huiling's eyes moved. "Really? You? How do you know?" Chapter 684. He is... Lin Che took a step back and jumped into the elevator. Mo Huiling was stunned for a moment. Then she came to her senses. Anger flashed across her face, and she rushed towards Lin Che. She seemed to have forgotten that she still had a gun. When she saw Lin Che pressing the button to close the elevator door, she reached out to hit the button and the elevator door. The elevator opened again after being hit, and Mo Huiling jumped into the elevator. Seeing this, Lin Che was quick to react and snatched her handgun. Mo Huiling shouted, "Bitch, you lying bitch. I told you that you're good at lying. You lied to Gu Jingza, and now you're trying to lie to me. Let me tell you, there's no way." She and Lin Che fought over the gun. The gun brushed past each other a few times, and Lin Che thought that a gunshot would be heard. Her back was drenched in cold sweat, and Lin Che finally grabbed the handle of the gun. Mo Huiling screamed, and Lin Che bit Mo Huiling's hand. Mo Huiling screamed in pain, and the gun fell out of her hand. Lin Che grabbed the gun, and when she saw that the elevator was about to close, she threw the gun out without thinking that the elevator door closed with a whoosh. Time seemed to stop at that moment. Without the gun, Lin Che's heart relaxed a lot. However, the elevator didn't move at all. "Lin Che, I will kill you. You. At this moment, the lights in the elevator went out, and the emergency lights turned on. The green light made people feel depressed. Was the elevator broken? Mo Huiling was stunned. Then, she became happy. She looked at Lin Che with narrowed eyes and approached him dangerously. "Lin Che, see? Even God is not helping you." Lin Che said, "You're a pregnant woman. Do you think I'm afraid of you without a gun? You should be thinking about your own life and death, not how to kill me." Only then did Mo Huiling look down at her hands. She suddenly remembered that Lin Che had already snatched the gun and thrown it outside. Mo Huiling gritted her teeth and looked at Lin Che's beautiful face. Strangely, he seemed to be getting prettier. He looked even prettier than the first time she saw him. The more she looked, the angrier she became. She suddenly rushed towards Lin Che. Lin Che shouted, let go of me. Mo Huiling, if you continue to be like this, I won't be polite anymore. You don't want anything to happen to your child, right?" What she thought was that the innocent one was still the child. She couldn't use too much force on Mo Huiling. Otherwise, she was worried that something would really happen if she touched the child. Seeing that Mo Huiling was still pushing against him, Lin Che had no choice but to hit her head hard. Mo Huiling was knocked back a few steps. Although Lin Che also felt pain, he could still endure it. At this moment, the elevator suddenly moved. Mo Huiling was so shocked that she immediately stuck to the elevator wall, looking around and listening to the movements outside. It turned out that there were rescuers outside. Someone was knocking on the door and saying, "Is there someone inside? Am I right?" Lin Che hurriedly said, "Yes, someone is locked inside." "Who are you? What's your name? How many people are inside?" "I am Lin Che." Lin Che? Is Lin Che locked inside? Oh my God, what's going on? Quick, call someone to help. Just say that the person locked inside is Lin Che. If we don't get it done quickly, it will cause a big problem. Upon hearing that it was Lin Che, the people outside hurriedly called for help. It seemed that they were very nervous. They knew that Lin Che's company was in this office building, and they usually saw Lin Che coming and going, so they weren't surprised that she fell inside. However, when they saw the gun on the ground, they asked curiously, "Why is there a gun outside? Is it fake?" At this moment, Mo Huiling, who was at the back, couldn't hold it in anymore, especially when she heard the worried and scared voice of the people outside when they heard that it was Lin Che. Mo Huiling hurried over and said to the people outside, "Don't touch my things. That's mine." "Who? Who are you?" the people outside asked curiously. Mo Huiling shouted, "I am Mo Huiling." Mo what? Who? Is she from this building too? The confused voices of the people outside made Mo Huiling even more embarrassed. She said directly, all right, you know Gu Jingza, right? Let me tell you, the child in my stomach is Gu Jingza's flesh and blood. If you don't believe me, you can go and ask. If there's anything wrong with the child in my stomach, can you bear the responsibility? Gu Jingza? Although the people outside were doubtful, they quickly asked someone to find out if there was such a person. They quickly asked her, "Are you pregnant?" "That's right. I'm carrying the heir of the Gu family in my stomach. He's worth so much more than any celebrity or artist. You bunch of idiots are so blind. Why are you so worried about Lin Che? What you should be worried about is the one in my stomach. Now, if you don't take care of this for me, you'll be punished." The people outside hurriedly said, all right, don't worry. We'll get someone to repair it immediately." "Miss Lin Che, are you feeling suffocated inside?" The people outside felt that it was more reliable to ask Lin Che. Although the other person sounded like he was telling the truth, he still sounded a little unreliable. "It's not suffocating, but it's definitely hotter than outside." "Miss Lin Che, please wait a moment. We've already informed your company." Hearing this, Mo Huiling became even more anxious. "You've only informed Lin Che's people and not Gu Jingza? A bunch of snobs. If anything happens to me, don't even think about living anymore. Why are you still trying to suck up to Lin Che? You don't even know who you should be sucking up to." "Miss, please don't be angry. We didn't say that. We've already asked someone to inform your relatives." The people outside came after a while and told the rescuers that what Mo Huiling said was right. They asked the relevant people, and they all said that Mo Huiling did have such a person. The rescuers became even more anxious. They went to find someone to save Gu Jingza and tried to think of a way to stay with him. "Miss Mo, can you tell me Mr. Gu's phone number? Mr. Gu is such a powerful person. We definitely can't get close to him." The rescuers thought that if what she said was true, she must have Gu Jingza's phone number. Asking for his phone number would be a way to verify it. Mo Huiling immediately took out her phone. The signal in this shabby place in the elevator was really bad. The screen didn't show any data. Luckily, she could see the number. She directly sent the number. When the people outside saw that it was a special number, they knew that it wasn't an ordinary person's number. Perhaps what she said was really the truth and not a lie. Chapter 685. The people outside hurried to call Gu Jingza. The others stayed behind to continue the rescue. Mo Huiling turned around and looked at Lin Che. "It's all your fault. You're to blame." Lin Che looked at Mo Huiling. "I can understand that you don't want to lose Gu Jingza, but don't lie to yourself. Gu Jingza is no longer the Gu Jingza of the past. He doesn't love you anymore." "Huh? You mean that he doesn't love me anymore? Does he love you?" Mo Huiling looked at him like she was going crazy. "Well, I didn't say that, but he wants to live with me now. He loves me very much. Even if he doesn't love me that deeply, I know he likes me. But he won't like you. He can only touch you. That's why he has feelings for you." "No, I trust him. I can feel his feelings for me. Even if he doesn't say it out loud, I can feel it." Mo Huiling, a person's heart isn't meant to be, it's meant to be felt. Maybe at the start, we were just getting married, but now we really want to be together. So, I hope you can stop pestering me. How old are you? Even if you give birth to a child, you're still the daughter of the Mo family. You can find any man you want." "No!" Mo Huiling shouted. "You want to find Gu Jingza?" "No, there's no Gu Jingza. You already have him, so of course you're saying that. But there's only one Gu Jingza. Do you think you'll fall in love with someone else if you leave him? No, you won't. You'll only be crazier and angrier than me." Lin Che was shocked. He thought to himself that she had indeed thought about whether she would fall in love with someone else if Gu Jingza was gone. Yes, she wouldn't. Lin Che looked at Mo Huiling. "Maybe I won't fall in love, but at least I can love myself a little more and treat myself a little better. Even if I never fall in love with someone else, I won't humiliate myself and let myself be trapped in the past. Even if I'm alone, I'll look forward and not stay where I am. Mo Huiling sneered. Because you've never lost someone, so you don't understand how I feel. I'm being driven crazy by you guys. I'm being driven crazy by Gu Jingze. Just then, there was a commotion outside. Someone had started to pry open the door. The elevator was shaking from time to time. Mo Huiling was so scared that she leaned against the wall and cursed at the people outside. Do you know how to do things? Can you afford to scare my child? The people outside already knew that Gu Jingze had answered the phone just now. When he heard that Lin Che and Mo Huiling were locked in the elevator together, he simply said, "I'll be right there." However, they also felt that their big boss was nervous. It could be seen that what Mo Huiling said was true. They could only deal with Mo Huiling patiently, not wanting her to be the least bit unhappy. "Miss Mo, don't worry. This one won't fall. Our elevator has double protection. It's just a normal vibration now. Don't worry. We're doing this to save Miss Mo as soon as possible, right?" Mo Huiling's mood improved as she felt the change in their attitudes. "I'm reminding you. You should know the weight of the child in my stomach. If anything goes wrong, you're finished." Yes, we wouldn't dare to do that. Don't worry. We'll get the two of you out immediately. We've also informed Mr. Gu, and he said he'll be here soon. Mo Huiling pounded on the elevator door. "I don't want to stay with this bitch for another minute." "Same to you, Mo Huiling. I don't want to stay with you at all." Mo Huiling sneered at her. "I should have shot you just now." Unfortunately, there's no ifs." Lin Che leaned against the wall and listened to the commotion outside quietly. After a while, he heard the door move again. Not long after, the door was opened a little. Miss Lin, Miss Mo, come out quickly." Lin Che was delighted and walked over immediately. However, Mo Huiling pushed Lin Che away first. She looked at the people outside and said, "Don't you know who should be rescued first? You're so clumsy. It took you so long to open the door. Move away." Knowing her identity, the people outside didn't dare to do anything to her. Seeing that Mo Huiling had left first, they hurriedly said to Lin Che, "Miss Lin, I'm so sorry. I actually let you lock me in the elevator. Please come out quickly. Are you hurt? If your fans know about this, they definitely won't let me off." Lin Che gave a simple thank you and hurriedly left this narrow space. At this moment, the people outside suddenly exclaimed. A crisp voice came from afar. Gu Jingze walked in quickly with his men. The time they were locked up was very short. The two of them were rescued very quickly, so Gu Jingze had just arrived. When Mo Huiling saw Gu Jingze, she immediately rushed forward. However, Gu Jingze directly stepped over Mo Huiling and came to Lin Che's side in an instant. Everyone was still lamenting the fact that they had seen Gu Jingze with their own eyes. It was amazing that the world was fickle and they could still see such a big scene. Then, they were stunned by what happened next. Gu Jingze, who had been carefully serving Mo Huiling, realized that he didn't care about Mo Huiling at all. Instead, he went straight to Lin Che's side. He lowered his head and pulled Lin Che up. He looked at her body seriously and only let out a sigh of relief after confirming that she was fine. "It's okay now, right?" "No, but she..." Lin Che looked at Mo Huiling, who was beside him. The surrounding people were a little surprised. Why did Mo Huiling keep saying that she was pregnant with Gu Jingze's child? Now, the person Gu Jingze was concerned about was actually Lin Che. However, before they could be surprised, Gu Jingze raised his eyebrows, and his men had already started cleaning up the scene. Seeing that everyone had been cleared out, Mo Huiling went up to Gu Jingze and said, "Jingze, I..." Gu Jingze felt Mo Huiling's hand wrap around his, so he waved his hand and pushed her away. Mo Huiling was instantly frightened by the expression on Gu Jingze's face. She stared at his face with a little hope in her eyes. He was just angry. He would look like this when he was angry, no, but she had never seen such a scary expression on his face. It was as if the man in front of her was not Gu Jingze, but an evil Azura. Gu Jingze looked at Mo Huiling in disgust. "You should have seen the paternity test. Your child has nothing to do with me. Please don't use this as an excuse to pester me, and don't get close to Lin Che again." "No, I don't believe you. You're lying to me. You're faking it." Chapter 686. Gu Jingze looked at Mo Huiling and said, "Are you going to lie to yourself until the end? You don't even believe the results of the DNA test? From the beginning, I knew for sure that your child wasn't mine. My sperm was stored in a safe place, and there was no danger. I was sure that your child wasn't mine, but you didn't believe me. I just want to ask you, where did you get the confidence to think that the child was mine? Now that the DNA test is out, you still don't believe me. What do you believe?" Mo Huiling felt pressured by Gu Jingze's intense gaze, and her thoughts became even more chaotic. She looked at Lin Che beside her and was confused for a while. Then she said more fiercely, "It's her. It's because of her that you didn't want your child at all costs. Jingze, don't you love me anymore? Are you really going to give up on me just like that? If the child isn't yours, then whose could it be? When I was in the test tube, no one touched me. The child must be yours." Hui Ling, at this moment, she heard a weak sigh coming from behind her. Li Mingyu, who was stopped by the bodyguards at the door, was looking at Mo Huiling. When Mo Huiling saw him, the tears in her eyes stopped flowing. Li Mingyu said, "Gu Jingze, let me in. I have something to say." Gu Jingze gestured to the bodyguards, and Li Mingyu walked in. He went to Mo Huiling's side and supported her. He looked at Mo Huiling and moved his lips with a complicated expression. "Stop fooling around. Come back with me." "No, I'm not going back." "Who do you think you are? How dare you ask me to go back? I want to stay here with the father of my child." Mo Huiling looked at Li Mingyu disdainfully. In front of Gu Jingze, Li Mingyu was nothing. He couldn't compare to Gu Jingze in anything. Even if he treated her well, so what? Even if he was rich, so what? He couldn't compare to Gu Jingze. "All right, you want to be with the father of your child, don't you? Then let me tell you." He lifted Mo Huiling's collar. "I'm the father of your child." "What?" 3 pairs of eyes looked at Li Mingyu. Mo Huiling looked at him in a daze. "What nonsense are you talking about? I've never slept with you. Are you dreaming? How can you be the father of my child?" "Huiling, don't you remember? Back then, you asked me to help you find where Gu Jingze stored his sperm, but I couldn't find it no matter how hard I tried. Gu Jingze hid it too well, and there was nothing I could do. I've already told you that I don't want you to be disappointed. Plus, during that time, I always thought that you were a good person and we were compatible. I really liked you and wanted you to marry me. So, I used my own sperm to make a test tube for you and lied to you that it was Gu Jingze's." "You," Mo Huiling. She grabbed Li Mingyu with trembling fingers. "You lied to me. You lied to me. That's impossible. Even if you don't want to admit it, it's the truth. Huiling, I thought that you would marry me because you're pregnant with my child. Even if I'm not as good as Gu Jingze in your heart, I'm still a tycoon in Country A. I've done so much for you. I can give you a happy life. I thought you would agree to it. But I didn't expect you to look for Lin Che and tell him everything. I had no choice but to leave you alone for now. I wanted to find another opportunity to get you away from Gu Jingze. I also wanted you to give up on Gu Jingze. I wanted you to know that he wouldn't want your child. Then you would come back to me. That's why I delayed it until today. I'm sorry, Huiling. No, get lost. I don't believe it. How can I be pregnant with your child? How is that possible?" Mo Huiling screamed in shock. "That's enough, Huiling. I can give you more than Gu Jingze can. How am I not as good as Gu Jingze?" Li Mingyu grabbed Mo Huiling's hand angrily. Mo Huiling looked at Li Mingyu in a frenzy. "How can you be compared to him? You can't be compared to him in anything. He's the one and only God's favored one. No one can compare to him. Who do you think you are to compare yourself to him?" That was what Mo Huiling thought in her heart. She didn't care about anything else and said it out loud. Just as she finished speaking, a slap landed on her face. Li Mingyu looked at Mo Huiling with a dark expression. His forehead was twitching because of what she said. You hit me. You're still hitting me?" Mo Huiling laughed out loud. The malevolence on her face was even more terrifying. She looked at Li Mingyu and suddenly pushed him away. She let out a maniacal laugh and stumbled out of the room. "How could this be?" Lin Che murmured. He hadn't expected things to turn out this way, but his arm was held down by Gu Jingze. He looked at Lin Che and said, "All right, Don't bother about other people's business. I'll take you to the hospital first. There's no need. I'm fine. I've only been in there for a few minutes. Lin Che looked outside. I really didn't expect the child to be Li Mingyu's. Li Mingyu and I don't get along well. It's understandable that he would go against me and laugh at me. The truth of this matter had finally come to light. He brought Lin Che with him and walked out. Seeing that someone was taking photos, he immediately asked someone to delete the photos. At first, the people outside were very curious about what was going on inside. They didn't know what kind of role Lin Che was playing. Such a story between a celebrity and a rich man always made people curious. However, after taking a few photos, they finally managed to capture Gu Jing's breathtaking appearance. Then, the bodyguards took away their phones, and they were forced to delete the photos. After deleting the photos, they saw Gu Jingze and Lin Che quickly leaving the place. That day, Lin Che took the recording and went to look for Lin Yukai. Lin Yukai was called to Gu Jing's office. Gu Jingze didn't show up and left the place to Lin Che and Lin Yukai. He only sent someone to wait outside. Lin Che knew that the security here was the best, and the soundproofing was also the best. Naturally, no one would disturb her conversation with Lin Yukai. It wasn't like her company, after all, where there were too many people. She threw the recording on the table and said, "Dad, you can take it and listen to it. If this gets out, you'll probably be scolded badly. But I'm not like you, Dad, who doesn't use his brain. I could have sent the recording out and let people know how you treated your own daughter, but I didn't do that because we shouldn't wash our dirty linen in public. I think it's better for us to solve it ourselves." Lin Yukai looked at the flash drive on the table. He knew that Lin Che didn't want this matter to continue to blow up and leave a stain on her reputation. That was why she wanted to make it a small matter. After all, a stain on a celebrity's reputation would always be brought up and criticized after many years. Lin Che said, "Dad, don't think about finding someone to back you up. I believe that you already know about Mo Huiling and Li Mingyu, right? They're busy dealing with their own family matters and can't deal with it yet. Why would they care about you?" Lin Yukai said, then it's true. Mo Huiling really has schizophrenia? What? Lin Che asked curiously. Chapter 687. Lin Yukai said, "I just heard that Mo Huiling was taken away for treatment. She's not in a good state of mind. So many doctors were invited." Lin Yukai observed Lin Che's expression. He had gone to look for Mo Huiling, hoping that she would fulfill her promise and give him the money. He wanted to make sure that they wouldn't interfere with his Swiss bank matters. But he found out that Mo Huiling had gone crazy. It was said that she had schizophrenia and was taken away by Li Mingyu for treatment. Lin Yukai knew that no one would help him this time. Looking at the office, he knew that this was Gu Jing's company, the Gu Corporation building. It was on the street and looked very big. Lin Yukai sighed and said, "Little Che, in any case, just tell me what you want me to do. I'll do it. We're father and daughter, so there's no need to be so polite, right?" Lin Yukai didn't want to offend Lin Che. After all, she was so powerful now. It was just that he had been threatened and wanted money, so there was nothing he could do if he offended her. Now that Mo Huiling couldn't even protect herself, she couldn't help him. He would definitely come to beg for mercy. Otherwise, if Lin Che really came to deal with him, with Gu Jingze around, he wouldn't be able to survive. He quickly said to Lin Che, "It's my fault this time. If I wasn't threatened, I wouldn't have harmed you. I'll definitely follow your lead from now on. I'll do whatever you say. Xiao Che, you're the most promising person in our family now. I'm very proud of you. Moreover, you're Mrs. Gu now and a superstar. You won't bother to deal with a nobody like me, right? It's so tiring to deal with me. If you have the time, you can do some beauty treatments or go on a vacation. It's better than wasting time with me." This time, he was sincerely begging for mercy. He was extremely humble. Lin Che couldn't be bothered to speak to a despicable person like him. It was hard for him to believe that his mother would fall for a man like this. Perhaps her feelings were too hurt in the past, so she hastily found another man to mend the wounds. Otherwise, with a father like this, even if he was her biological father, it would be hard for her to have any feelings for him. No matter how she looked at it, she couldn't believe that his mother, who had once loved Uncle Lu, would fall for someone like her father after leaving Uncle Lu. Lin Che said, "Yes, I don't have time to waste with you. It's best that you cooperate." That day, Lin Yukai held a press conference and expressed his condemnation of the person who had secretly taken pictures of him and Lin Che. He would pursue the person's legal responsibility. He said at the press conference, "Lin Che and I are father and daughter after all. The matters between us are our family matters. Back then, I let Lin Che's mother down. I didn't take good care of Lin Che's mother that day, causing her to lose her mother at the age of 10, causing Lin Che's mother to pass away at such a young age. All these years, I have always felt very sorry for her, and that's why I knelt down like that. I hope that the spirit in heaven can forgive me." Therefore, Lin Che wasn't cold-blooded that day. Lin Che has always been working hard, and I've seen it with my own eyes. I also know that she has been framed on purpose. They even secretly took pictures of her and posted them online with a premeditated plan to ruin her reputation. To her, this is very scary. My heart aches for my daughter, so I'm prepared to stand up and speak up for her. Furthermore, my daughter was my father's lover in his previous life. When I was young, I would kneel on the ground and let my daughter sit on me. I've never despised it. Now that I'm kneeling in front of my daughter, there's no such serious moral problem as the outside world has made it out to be. I hope that everyone won't distort my original intentions and don't listen to the framing of those people. When they saw Lin Yotsai's direct statement online, they immediately understood what was going on. Many netizens said that Lin Che had lost his mother at the age of 10 and he was really pitiful. Some said that it seemed like someone had really framed him. The person involved had already spoken up, and there was no quarrel at all. There were also people who suspected that the two of them had already discussed this in private before they spoke up. There were also people who thought that it was another publicity stunt. It just so happened that the witchcraft notes were going to be broadcasted soon. However, it didn't seem like a publicity stunt. Even if it was a publicity stunt, it wouldn't be so serious. The internet started to make wild guesses. However, this incident finally came to an end. Most people still felt that what Lin Che's father said was right. Someone must have purposely framed Lin Che. The entertainment industry was a messy place to begin with. Stealing roles, framing each other, appearing nice on the surface, but being defamed behind the scenes was a common occurrence. Actually, the netizens were very interested in many conspiracy theories. Slowly, they began to guess who was purposely framing Lin Che. This incident probably wouldn't be mentioned again after a while. At the airport, Li Mingyu instructed the doctor, "Follow Hui Ling closely in a while. You don't have to worry about anything else." "Yes, Mr. Li." Li Mingyu looked at Mo Hui Ling, who was crazily making clothes for the baby. He frowned and sighed. He walked over and held Mo Hui Ling's hand. "Hui Ling, we're going home soon. When you get home, I'll find the best doctor to treat you. You'll definitely get better. Jingza, come here. Do you think the clothes I made for our baby look good? When the baby is born, he can wear them. My mom said that I have to be a good wife and take care of the child. I'm very obedient, and I'm very good at being Mrs. Gu. I'm better than anyone else." When Li Mingyu heard Gu Jing's name, he felt his scalp go numb. His expression darkened as he looked at her. However, he looked at her stomach and endured it. No matter what, it was his child inside. He had to ensure that the child was born safely. Li Mingyu pulled Mo Huiling up. "Let's go. Get on the plane." "No, I don't want to get on the plane." Li Mingyu's patience was exhausted. He glared at her fiercely. "Get on the plane." Mo Huiling was frightened by his glare. She quickly covered her head and screamed as she ran out. Li Mingyu then ordered someone to bring her onto the plane. Faced with such a lunatic, he really didn't know when he would be driven crazy by her. Yu Minmin stayed in City S for a few days. Finally, she started to rush to City B with Gu Jingming. The infection on Gu Jingming's body had completely disappeared. He'll be fine after some rest. After the president's private plane landed, they rushed to Glass Palace. The doctor was already prepared in Glass Palace. They could recuperate in Glass Palace. Lin Che was waiting in Glass Palace. Gu Jingming couldn't meet anyone when he came back. Lin Che was no exception. So, when Yu Minmin came back, he went to the living room first. When Lin Che saw Yu Minmin, he instantly felt much better. "You're finally back. How are you?" You really didn't get hurt when you ran to the island from the military ship, right? Chapter 688. She pulled Yu Minmin along and was relieved to see that Yu Minmin didn't lose an arm or a leg after turning around. Yu Minmin said, "Don't worry, I'm fine. As for you, Mo Huiling almost shot you. You were lucky to be able to dodge it." Lin Che said, "Luckily, I'm fine now. You don't know, I've been annoyed to death by the company these days when you weren't here. All right, I know I'm not good at management. I heard that you still ask Gu Jingza for a lot of things. Yeah, it's a good thing I can ask him at any time. Otherwise, I wouldn't know anything." Yu Minmin smiled. "All right, I'm back now. You don't have to trouble President Gu. Our small company can't afford to hire such a big Buddha like President Gu." Lin Che said, "You don't have to rush back to the company. Mr. President's matter is the most important thing, right? You can go back after you're done." Yu Minmin looked inside. "It's okay. It's fine now. He just needs to recover. There's so many people around him. He still needs me." Lin Che said with a smile, "With you around, isn't it twice the result with half the effort? Isn't it better for Mr. President to see you?" Yu Minmin looked at her teasing and gave her a shove. "All right, you're back. Let me introduce you to Abai." "Oh, Abigail, right? I really want to see this girl. She's really amazing. She actually came to Country C with you. Yes, she's quite fun. You'll know when you see her." Lin Che was just here to take a look. He didn't want to disturb Yu Minmin's rest and left. When Yu Minmin returned to the room, Gu Jingming was still resting on the bed. He had just been checked by the doctor and everything was fine, so he left and waited outside. Yu Minmin said, "The wound didn't tear open, did it?" She walked over and opened his clothes to take a look. On his chest, on the honey-colored muscles, the scars were thick, adding many scars to his perfect body. Although he looked wild and masculine, Yu Minmin still felt a little sorry for him. How long would it take for him to recover from such a serious injury? Feeling Yu Minmin's hand wandering around his chest, Gu Jingming's breathing stopped. He pressed down on Yu Minmin's hand and looked down at her. "All right, it's fine now?" Yu Minmin was still looking at him. "You say it's fine every time. You still have to listen to the doctor." "It's my own body. Of course I know. What do you know? You're used to being a president. You're so domineering and just listen to yourself," she muttered, thinking that Gu Jingming didn't hear her. However, the next moment, Gu Jingming's hand was already holding her arm again. "What's wrong? Does it hurt?" Yu Minmin thought that something was wrong, so she raised her head and asked. Gu Jingming narrowed his eyes and smiled. "Of course I know whether I'm healthy or not, but I'm afraid you won't understand even if I tell you." "How about?" All of a sudden, he pulled her onto the bed, turned over, and pressed her down under him. "Why don't I let you experience it for yourself? Then you'll understand." "Hey, Gu Jingming, no, what are you doing? Get out of here!" Yu Minmin screamed. It was already like this, yet he still dared to make such a big move. Was he crazy? These days, the doctors were all frightened by him, yet he still dared to mess around. He was going to scare a few people to death. He wasn't an ordinary person. He was the dignified president. If there was a problem, something big would happen, okay? She felt that she couldn't bear the responsibility. If something went wrong, she wouldn't be able to explain it. "Get out of here, Gu Jingming. If you cooperate, I'll be able to get out of here faster." Gu Jingming kissed her lips. Even though he hadn't fully recovered, he was still a patient who had been lying in bed for a few days. However, at this moment, he was extremely brave. He started to tear off her clothes as fast as lightning. He left a mark on her chest, which also left a scorching heat. After that, he hugged her, kissed her shoulders, and then kissed her lips. From a light kiss to a deep kiss, suddenly, a doctor pushed the door open and came in. He thought that the president was sleeping, so he wanted to quietly check on the president's body temperature. But unexpectedly, when the two doctors walked in together, they were scared half to death, shocked by the scene in front of them. The two of them hurriedly left. However, Yu Minmin had already seen it. She quickly pushed Gu Jingming away. Someone came in." Gu Jingming frowned and glanced at the quickly closing door. What a hindrance. The doctors were still shocked after they went out. The people outside were still waiting. When they saw the two doctors coming out in a panic, they quickly asked, "What's wrong? What happened?" The doctor said in shock, Nothing. The other one sighed. He, the president, and Mrs. President are. When everyone saw this, they immediately understood. Wow, it's so exciting. It's broad daylight. Of course. You didn't see it. They were so intimate. The kiss was really, really intense. Then, the door opened and everyone quickly shut their mouths. When they saw Yu Minmin coming out, her face was full of shyness. Her cheeks were flushed, revealing her tenderness. Everyone looked at her even more ambiguously. Yu Minmin really wanted to kill Gu Jingming. How could he torment people like this? Yu Minmin quickly said, "You guys go in. Mr. President is calling for you." The few of them quickly smiled and nodded. They entered through the door and turned to look at Yu Minmin. Everyone thought enviously that it was too blissful to be together with the handsome Mr. President every day, that who said that the two of them weren't happy at all? Was it complete nonsense? Yu Minmin quickly went to find Lin Che. She didn't dare to come back to Glass Palace for the time being. She was too shy. When Yu Minmin returned to the company, everyone had a good attitude towards her. They kept greeting her and welcomed the return of Mrs. President. Because they were all too familiar with each other, Yu Minmin also knew that these people loved to joke around. After all, some of them had followed her since she wasn't even Mrs. President yet. Yu Minmin immediately went to find Lin Che. Lin Che was with Abai. Seeing Yu Minmin come in, Lin Che immediately introduced them. "This is Yu Minmin. This is Abai. Come, you guys should get to know each other." Abai sized her up and said, "Oh, Lin Che mentions you every day." "Hello, Mrs. President. I know. I've seen that wedding before. It was on TV, but I didn't watch it carefully at that time." Yu Minmin also smiled as she looked at this little girl. It had to be said that her genes were good. She was really pretty, even though her dressing was strange. "Hello, Lin Che always mentions you. We've known each other for a while, but because I've always been in S country, we haven't met." "Yeah," Abai said. Yu Minmin said, "Oh right, this is the first time we've met. Let's go out for a gathering tonight. I just came back, and I've made you guys busy recently. Treat it as me treating you guys to a meal as a proper apology." Chapter 689. When Lin Che heard this, he smiled and said, "There's no need to apologize. Isn't it because of something else? But treating is a must. Although you're busy these days, you're by Mr. President's side, and you're with him every day. Your days are much better than ours." Yes, I'll treat," Yu Minmin said helplessly. "Let's meet at Golden Sand tonight." "That's great." When Lin Che went back, he told Gu Jingza first. When Gu Jingza heard it, he immediately agreed to let her play. He had been very busy recently, so it was good to have a chance to relax. At night, at Golden Sand, she called Xin Yuran along. With Yu Minmin and Abai, it could be considered a girls' night. Yu Minmin and Lin Che arrived first, followed by Xin Yuran. When Xin Yuran came in, he asked Lin Che directly, "That Mo Huiling, is she really crazy?" Lin Che said, "I don't know. I haven't asked, but from what they said, it should be." Xin Yuran said, "Serves her right. She's been trying to scheme against others, but in the end, she schemed against herself." Lin Che said, "Yes, so people, it's better to be kind. At least, they won't be killed by themselves." Yu Minmin also nodded. "This matter isn't your fault, nor is it Gu Jing's fault. It's normal for a boyfriend and girlfriend to break up. Besides, she's been lying to Gu Jingza. She pretends to be a good person in front of Gu Jingza, but in fact, she's secretly scheming. It's not right to fall in love like this." "That's right," Xin Yuran also said. "She didn't treat him sincerely and schemed against him. She wanted to give birth to a child and tie him up, but in the end, she harmed herself. Of course, she asked for it." At this moment, someone knocked on the door of the private room. Thinking that it was Abai, Lin Che said to come in. It was indeed Abai, but there was someone else behind Abai. It was Shui Yang. Lin Che was a little surprised. Shui Yang came in and looked at them. He bowed to everyone embarrassedly and said respectfully to Lin Che, "Sister Che, Sister Yu." Lin Che looked at Abai and realized that it was the person she brought. Abai said, "What's wrong? It's more lively with more people. Don't you all know each other?" Lin Che said, "I just don't know when the two of you met." Abai said, "You've all been busy recently. I have nothing to do in the company, so I've been watching Shui Yang act." Lin Che looked at Abai with some guilt. He had been too busy recently and couldn't take care of her. Abai said, come in, Shui Yang. Today is a gathering of friends. You don't have to be so nervous. Of course, Shui Yang was nervous. The entertainment industry was a place where seniority was respected. Since he was with Yu Minmin and Lin Che, he was considered the younger generation. Plus, he knew Lin Che and Yu Minmin's secret identities. So, in this room, he was probably the only one who wasn't important. He looked at Xin Yuran. Although he didn't know her, since she was able to gather with them, she definitely wasn't an ordinary person. So, Shui Yang was still a little nervous. Lin Che looked at Yu Minmin, then at Shui Yang. This handsome guy really attracted these girls easily. Yun Shi was immediately attracted to him, and so was Bai. Yu Minmin, on the other hand, felt quite happy. To be able to attract young girls meant that they didn't sign the wrong person. It would be good to attract more young girls like this in the future. Nowadays, male idols were much more popular than female idols. After all, there were more fangirls. Opposites attract, and they would definitely prefer beautiful boys. Come in then. What are you shy about? Are you scared because we're all old women? Lin Che said. How could Shui Yang dare to say that? However, although they weren't old and were only in their 20s, to an 18-year-old boy like Shui Yang, they really felt a lot older. Shui Yang said, Sister Che, you're trying to kill me. Bai said, if that's not it, then sit down. Hurry up and sit. I'm starving to death. Jin Sha was more in line with the preferences of young people. The place where they sat wasn't that kind of round table, but a long table. The seat next to it was a sofa, which made people feel very close, as if they were at home. The few of them ordered a table full of dishes. Because Shui Yang was the only boy at the table, and he was still so young, he suddenly became the target of everyone's teasing. He was still young, so he was always shy and didn't dare to speak. Lin Che said, Shui Yang, if any women look for you on set, remember to tell us. You're the only male that our company can push out right now. We'll protect you. Shui Yang's face turned even redder. Bai almost spat out. No way. There's actually someone who would be so straightforward when you're filming? But that's right. We're like that too. People nowadays are becoming more and more open about these things. It seems like the East is also trending this way. Yu Minmin said speechlessly, don't listen to her nonsense. She's just teasing us. Yu Minmin looked at Lin Che. Look at you. You didn't learn to be more serious when you're with Gu Jingze. You're still so dirty. How can the great CEO, Gu, stand you? Lin Che tilted his head and curled his lips. I'm happy to, Yu Minmin said. Or could it be that Gu Jingze actually likes you being so dirty even though he looks so serious on the surface? Hee. So what if I'm dirty? I'm too honest, okay? If that's the case, I wish Mr. President a lifetime of integrity. Don't regret it when the time comes. Screw you. Yu Minmin's face turned red. She couldn't compare to Lin Che in terms of being dirty. Although the topic had finally changed from Shui Yang to something else, Shui Yang still felt uncomfortable and kept burying his head in food. After all, those people that ordinary people couldn't touch were so straightforward from their mouths. It was really mysterious. However, what made him feel even worse was what happened next. The door rang again. Lin Che thought it was a waiter, so he called him in. The person who came in wasn't a waiter, but Gu Jingze. He pushed the door open and walked in first. Behind him was Chun Yuqing. Lin Che said in surprise, Hey, why are you here? Gu Jingze turned around and looked at Chun Yuqing. He was also brought here by him. Chun Yuqing shrugged and said, I was afraid that you would say bad things about us, so I came to take a look. Xin Yuran immediately stood up. What? It must be you. No wonder you kept asking which restaurant it was. Gu Jingze and the others were here so they could sit down. Luckily, they had ordered a large private room, or else they would be finished. Gu Jingze and Chun Yuqing sat down as if it was their own home. It was so normal. Yu Minmin was depressed. She complained, no way, it's supposed to be a girls' gathering. Both of you brought people here. I'm not going to treat. Whoever earns more money will treat. You're showing off your love, and you want me to treat you? I'm not that nice. Chapter 690. Lin Che looked at Yu Minmin speechlessly. Why don't you ask Mr. President to come along? Yu Minmin glared at her. Did she want to die? Gu Jingming was still injured. She would never dare to bring Gu Jingming out on normal days. She wouldn't be able to bear the consequences if anything happened to him. After experiencing this incident, she realized how meticulous it was to be a president. Anything would be a big deal. She didn't want to court death by looking for trouble. Shui Yang moved to the side. He looked at Gu Jingza and the young man who came with him. Although he didn't know his name, he had a good demeanor. He must not be a simple person. He suddenly felt a little nervous, worried that he wouldn't fit in. Lin Che didn't want to make things difficult for Yu Minmin. He introduced everyone to each other. This is Abigail. Her name is Lin by in Country C. Oh, I know. You must be the daughter of the Wesley family, who came to Country C. Chen Yuqing had heard of her before. He smiled and stretched out his hand. Hello. Abigail said, hello. And you are? My name is Chen Yuqing. I'm a part-time worker. Abigail thought it was strange. She suddenly thought of something and said to him, Hey, are you a doctor? You know? Chen Yuqing tilted his head. Abigail said, Yeah, I heard from my dad that they always suspected that I had a psychological problem and felt that I needed to find the best psychiatrist for me, so they wanted you to help me. However, my dad didn't manage to get you. I heard that you moved out of America and only your family is there. He found your father, but your father said that you were doing research and wouldn't care about me. I don't think I have a psychological problem, so I didn't ask my dad to find another psychiatrist. Chen Yuqing said, Is that so? You've seen me today. I really don't have much time to help you, because I'm working for him now. He pointed to Gu Jingza. Abigail shrugged and said, I'm just curious. You're such an amazing doctor and a world-renowned doctor. You're said to be the best psychiatrist in the world. Why would you work for him? Because he's rich. Chen Yuqing laughed. I don't believe it. Your home isn't the best mountain in America. You can't be short of money, right? Then, maybe it's because of his charisma. Of course, Chen Yuqing wouldn't say that Gu Jing's illness was too rare, so it caught his attention. Abai said, okay. Knowing that he wouldn't say it, she didn't pursue the matter. Lin Che continued, This is Xin Yuran, a good friend of mine. He's also Chen Yuqing's. Xin Yuran poked her, and she hurriedly coughed and said, Disciple, disciple. Lin Che smirked and continued, This is Shui Yang, our company's best newcomer. He's going to be the second male lead now. Rich people, please support us in the future. Invest more. Those who have the money will contribute, and those who have the ability will contribute. Shui Yang's face turned red. As I said earlier, these people are not ordinary. It turns out that Chen Yuqing is also a world-renowned doctor. Even Abai knows him. Shui Yang could only sigh in his heart. He didn't expect to accidentally follow Abai here. If he had known that there would be so many people at Abai's party, he wouldn't have come to join in the fun. Gu Jingza sat with Lin Che, and from time to time, he would put food on the table for Lin Che. Lin Che ate freely, enjoying the special care of a rich man. He didn't feel special at all, but other people felt sick of it first. After seeing it a few times, he got used to it. Although it was still surprising to see Gu Jingza treat Lin Che as if he was taking care of a child, it wasn't as surprising as the first time he saw it. Chen Yuqing looked at Lin Che. Did this Mo Huiling raise a gun at you before? Yeah, I snatched the gun and threw it away. I didn't expect her child to be Li Mingyu's. Yeah, this time Li Mingyu took her back to Country A for treatment. I didn't know that he was a lover. Chen Yuqing clicked his tongue as he ate. It's just that Mo Huiling's illness won't last for a day or two. A pregnant woman carrying a gun to kill people is already irrational behavior. Although Li Mingyu can endure anything for the time being for love, this illness is not easy to treat. It may not be cured for the rest of his life. For the time being, the two of them will relapse at any time. I'm afraid, he will suffer in the future. In my case, there are very few people in the family who can endure it for 3 years. Besides, she's just a woman. Xin Yuran said, It's all her own fault. Thinking about how Lin Che was almost shot to death by her. I can't wait for her to die. While Xin Yuran and Chen Yuqing were arguing, Lin Che looked at Gu Jingza and teased him in a low voice that only the two of them could hear. See? You used to store sperm for women when you had nothing to do. You're really careful. Duh. Gu Jingza looked at her weird expression and knew that she only started teasing him after the matter was resolved. He smiled and said, "It wasn't for any woman back then. I just thought that I might not be able to touch any woman in this life. So I had to plan for the future." Lin Che stirred the rice in his bowl. "Anyway, if you didn't store it for no reason, you wouldn't have almost become a father. It's scary to think about it. If you keep it there, someone might want to give birth to a child and steal your sperm. In the future, you will have illegitimate children all over the world." Gu Jingza felt that her way of thinking was really strange. He tapped her nose. "It's safe to store it. Don't worry if you cry. But it's okay to store it. In the future, I won't store it anymore. You're right. After all, it's a disaster." Of course, it was rare for him to say that she was right, so Lin Che's face was full of pride. Gu Jingza smiled and moved closer. He whispered into her ear, "In the future, I'll store it with you." "What the hell?" Lin Che hurriedly hit him. Gu Jingza smiled and leaned back to avoid it. The people beside them finally couldn't stand it anymore. "Hey, can you be more gentle with your dog food?" Yu Minmin said. Shen Yuran also got goosebumps. "I thought I had gotten used to it, but every time I see it I still feel scared." Chen Yuqing shrugged. "It seems that your immunity is still too low. Look at me, it's nothing." This kind of face-to-face chatting, acting coquettishly, and flirting are all child's play. You haven't seen anything worse. Oh really? Hurry up and tell me. You're so close to Gu Jingza, and you're even his personal doctor. Did you happen to see something exciting? Shen Yuran immediately asked with interest. Chapter 691. When Gu Jingza heard this, he looked at Chen Yuqing coldly. Chen Yuqing turned his head to look and immediately received his warning. So he smiled meaningfully and kept his mouth shut. However, that smile had already caused everyone's imagination to run wild. Shen Yuran almost jumped up. It seems like something really happened. TSK, TSK. Your life is too sweet. It makes me want to get married." Yu Minmin took it and said, "Don't. There's only one Mr. Gu in the world. Don't think that marriage is so good just because you think that one is good. The two of them really don't look like people who have been married for a long time." Of course, Shen Yuran was only envious for a moment. However, Chen Yuqing, who was at the side, looked at her thoughtfully. It was Abai's first time attending such a gathering. For a moment, she felt that their relationship was really good when they were together. She was also very happy that she was able to participate. On the other hand, Shui Yang, who had been watching from the side, couldn't get a word in and didn't want to. It was just that for the first time, he felt that these people who usually sounded cold could actually live so casually. He was also surprised that Gu Jingza actually doted on Lin Che so much in private. A man who would dote on his own woman probably wouldn't be too bad. His impression of Gu Jingza also became much better. The meal ended with Gu Jingza asking Lin Che to leave. He saw that it was about time, so he asked Lin Che to leave together, and everyone dispersed. In the end, no one knew who paid the bill. But in any case, everyone was very happy and didn't care much about who was treating. The group of people left together. Abai brought Shui Yang out because she hadn't gone to get a driver's license in Country C yet. It was only because she didn't want to take the test to get a driver's license that she couldn't drive yet. At this moment, she let Shui Yang, who had just gotten his driver's license, drive her car back. In the car, Abai looked at Shui Yang and said, "I didn't expect many people to go to today's gathering. Do you feel uncomfortable?" Shui Yang looked at her. "No." He turned his head and said with a smile, "Although I didn't expect to eat at the same table with Gu Jingza, it's not a big deal now that I've figured it out. I think a person will only feel tired when he or she desperately wants others to approve of him or her. When you really don't care whether the other party likes you or hates you, you might not care so much anymore. I was just thinking that although Gu Jingza is very powerful, I don't want to rely on him to do anything. So, basically, who he is has nothing to do with me. In this way, I don't feel uncomfortable." When Abai heard this, she felt that it made sense. She raised her head and looked at Shui Yang. "Not bad. I didn't expect you to be so thoughtful." "Of course." He smiled brightly. Gu Jingza and Lin Che didn't take a car on their way back. He took her hand and walked slowly back with her. There were not many people on either side of the tree-lined path. The streetlights at night shone on the branches of the trees and fell heavily on the ground. It was a beautiful scene. "Is that young man with Abigail?" Lin Che said. "I didn't ask about that, but even if they are in a relationship, it doesn't matter." Gu Jingzi said, "Maybe. It's just that they are too far apart. Even if Abigail is in country scene now, she might not stay here in the future. But they're still so young. They should be enjoying their relationship now and shouldn't care so much about reality." Gu Jingzi looked at Lin Che helplessly, but he actually felt that what she said made sense. Gu Jingzi held her hand and looked at her with a quiet smile. Lin Che couldn't help but raise her head and think strangely. She didn't know what he was smiling about, but since his smile was so beautiful, she didn't care what he was smiling about. However, he held her chin with one hand and gently planted a kiss on her lips. She closed her eyes, and her rosy cheeks were a little shy. He smiled and said, "Have you chosen where you want to hold the wedding?" "I think it's good to be closer. It's better not to go so far. It's tiring to run so far." Lin Che really didn't want to hold a grand wedding and spend so much money. She would feel embarrassed just because of a wedding. Gu Jingzi stared into her eyes, as if he had seen through her thoughts. He slowly raised his eyebrows and said, "Lin Che, this is my Gu Jingzi's wedding. I've said it before. At least I won't regret it in the future. But spending so much money, I don't think it's worth it. Why don't we do something else?" Gu Jingzi held her hand tightly. "It's not worth it. You only have this one wedding, and there won't be a second one. I hope you won't have any regrets when you think back on it." Gu Jingzi just felt happy to spend money on her and wanted to give her the best. It was a very simple feeling. He didn't want to show off or make it grand. He just wanted to give her the best. Seeing the determination on Gu Jingzi's face, Lin Che could only say, Then the Great Barrier Reef." "Okay, I'll go prepare," he said. The next day, Yu Minmin returned to the company and started work. The premiere of the Witchcraft Notes was held in the auditorium in City B. Lin Che was going to attend the premiere. At the premiere, she naturally became the most loved celebrity by the reporters because of the recent topics. When the reporters heard that Lin Che had arrived, they quickly crowded around him, hoping to capture a picture of the topic that had been trending on the internet for a long time. Hence, when everyone saw Lin Che, they rushed over. Lin Che had a calm expression on his face. He did not look like he had been affected by the rumors. "Hello, everyone," she greeted the reporters. The reporters quickly asked, "Lin Che, are you resting these few days? When are you going to Hollywood?" Lin Che smiled and said, "Soon. I'll go after the promotional event. I only disappeared for a few days. Besides filming, I've only rested for a few days. You guys are already missing me?" Everyone looked at her with a smile. Someone asked, "Do you have any response to the recent rumors?" Lin Che said, "There are a lot of rumors on the internet. Whether they are good or bad, I read them all. When I see bad ones, I get angry. But I don't know how to deal with them, so I'll leave it to the company to deal with them. If they can respond, the company will. We have a clear division of labor. The company is in charge of handling the trivial matters, and I'm in charge of acting my role well. After all, the fans rely on these roles to get to know me and like me. I should also bring good roles to everyone. That's how I repay everyone, right?" The reporters felt that Lin Che had really matured. When he answered the questions, he had the demeanor of a master. He was elegant and leisurely. Moreover, he gave them the feeling that he was more beautiful. His face seemed to be more open, but it wasn't the exquisite beauty after plastic surgery. It was just that his cheeks were rounder and his skin glowed. Chapter 692. But even though they knew that they wouldn't be able to get anything out of her, the reporters still followed her around, wanting her to answer more questions. The production crew hurriedly sent someone to fetch Lin Che and asked the reporters to make way for them. Yu Minmin watched as the press conference began. The introductory clip of the Witchcraft's Notes was being broadcasted on the screen. Those exquisite scenes were very exciting. It seemed that the publicity for the television series was not in vain. Now, it seemed that the effects were really good. And then, Lin Che finally appeared. In the film, every frown, every smile, every suave movement was like a blockbuster, making people feel that it was very attractive. But ordinary people probably wouldn't be able to tell much about this kind of character. So even though they felt that it was good, They didn't have any other comments. Yu Minmin sat in the VIP seats. She had just sat there for a while when she felt someone walk to her side, which made her feel strange. Turning around, she saw Feng Xiaoqing's face and was stunned. "Hey, why are you here?" Feng Xiaoqing smiled. "Is it the premiere? I was invited to attend. I saw the news of your return to City Beyond TV. Is Mr. President all right?" "Yeah, he's fine, but he can't meet the media for now." Feng Xiaoqing said, "This television series is not bad. I think Lin Che will become popular again." "I hope so," Yu Minmin said with a smile. Feng Xiaoqing smiled and said, "No problem. You've always had good taste." He looked at her gently with a hint of gentleness in his eyes. Yu Minmin quickly turned her head away, pretending that she didn't see it. Feng Xiaoqing also looked away and asked her, "What do you want to drink?" "Oh, anything is fine." "Then, how about a glass of vodka?" "It can't be, it's so strong." "I can drink a little. I took a look just now, and the vodka looks good." "Okay." Yu Minmin saw that the TV series was doing well, and that Lin Che was being chased by the reporters. He was acting like a big shot. Yu Minmin was also very happy. From the start, it wasn't easy for him to get to where he was today. Lin Che could be said to have walked step by step, which made people sigh. Yu Minmin received the slender wine glass and clinked it with Feng Xiaoqing's glass. She then returned to the main cast on the stage to answer questions from the reporters. Feng Xiaoqing took a sip of his wine and looked at her side profile. A glint flashed in his eyes. Not long after, the broadcast ceremony was about to end. Yu Minmin looked at the bustling stage and felt a little dizzy. Feng Xiaoqing came over. "What's the matter?" "Min Min, it's okay. I told you not to drink that wine, but..." She thought of going out to wash her face, but her body swayed. Feng Xiaoqing helped him up. Yu Minmin said, "Thank you." However, she couldn't stop feeling dizzy. Little by little, she leaned back and finally fell into Feng Xiaoqing's arms. "Hey, what's wrong with Sister Yu?" someone asked. Feng Xiaoqing smiled and said, "I'm fine, I just drank a little too much vodka." Because everyone saw the two of them talking and laughing just now, they knew that they knew each other, so they didn't say anything. Yu Minmin didn't faint right away. She just didn't have much strength left. She leaned on his body and was helped out. "Thank you. There are guards outside. Later, just hand me over to the president's guards." Yu Minmin was puzzled. Was the vodka so strong? However, not long after, she felt dizzy as she was supported, and soon she lost consciousness. When she woke up again, the bed was very soft, but the person in front of her looked a little unfamiliar. She woke up immediately. This wasn't Glass Palace, and the person who was looking at her immediately became obvious. It was Feng Xiaoqing. "You?" She sat up immediately. When she saw where she was even more surprised. This was a hotel. "Feng Xiaoqing, you brought me here. Didn't I tell you that there are guards at the door?" Her head was still dizzy, and her voice was weak. Feng Xiaoqing inched closer and closer to her. His gaze was very different from the gentle Feng Xiaoqing that he usually had. "Minmin, I know that you have liked me for a long time." Yu Minmin froze when she heard his words. Xiaoqing, I used to like you a lot, but that was only when I was young. I didn't like you that much." Feng Xiaoqing suddenly walked up to her evilly. "Minmin, don't lie to yourself. You know that you like me. I know that too, but I didn't have the chance to tell you until I met you in my family's company." Yu Minmin felt more and more uncomfortable, especially when she saw the different expression on Feng Xiaoqing's face. "Xiaoqing, you really misunderstood. I'm married now. It's not the right time for us to talk about these things, right? I know that we missed each other, but Minmin, you have to look at your heart. You still like me. Otherwise, you wouldn't want to help me or get close to me. Actually, we are fated to meet again. Since that's the case, why don't we go with the flow?" He suddenly lunged at her. Yu Minmin used what little strength he had left to jump away. "Feng Xiaoqing, what are you doing?" She fell to the ground, her body even weaker than before. Feng Xiaoqing said, "Minmin, I know you are afraid. Don't worry. Only you and I know about our relationship. It doesn't matter." "What do you mean by our relationship? There's nothing going on between us." Yu Minmin was furious. She looked at Feng Xiaoqing. She hadn't expected him to have such a dirty soul under his righteous exterior. Don't lie to yourself. I know you like me. Min, we won't be discovered. Look, you can have me now. You can have the past that you've always dreamed of. Don't you think it's amazing? He moved closer and stood in front of her. Min, I like you too. I don't want us to miss each other again. I've always regretted not confessing to you. Really, why don't we be together secretly? Even if we have to be together secretly, I still want to be with you. He looked at you, Min. He hadn't expected her figure to be so good, even though she looked like this. He didn't want to go this far, but his family's status was seriously threatened. He had to make a decision now. If Yu Min was willing to help him, he would definitely be able to keep his position as the heir. Hence, he needed Yu Min to be completely loyal to him. He was giving her courage now. He believed that she liked him, but she lacked the courage to be with him. Now that she had become his, she would have no other choice. Chapter 693. Therefore Feng Xiaoqing made up his mind. Thinking that his fate might be changed today, he threw himself on her and tore her clothes. He wanted to get close to her face to kiss her, but Yu Min dodged him. Let go of me, Feng Xiaoqing, let go. Let go. No, Min, look at me. Which part of you don't want me? You want me, you like me. He pried her hands away. She resisted with all her strength. I don't like you. How could I like you? Feng Xiaoqing, are you crazy? I have a man. I have a husband. I won't like you. I'm the president's wife. How dare you touch me? Do you want to die? These words were a little intimidating. He was a little scared when he thought of Gu Jingming. But then he thought about it. As long as she was his, he wouldn't think that way. He wouldn't tell Mr. President about this. It wouldn't be good for her to let Mr. President know that she was tainted. So he said boldly, Min, what are you afraid of? You're already married, so you don't have to be afraid. Look, Mr. President is so busy, you must be very empty. It's said that he's in a political marriage. You must be very sad usually. Come, I'll comfort you today. He finally released his true nature and stopped pretending. He caressed her face, and his voice was even more disgusting. Yu Min tilted her head to one side in disgust. You're shameless. If you dare to come closer, I promise I won't let you have it easy. You'll be captivated by my charm in a while, he said as he pressed his face against hers. Yu Min felt even more disgusted. She felt so disgusted that she wanted to spit it out. But when she stretched out her hands, she felt that they were soft. They pushed against his chest like cotton and didn't have any effect at all. At this moment that someone knocked on the door. Young Master Feng, bad news. There are people outside looking for someone. Feng Xiaoqing's body trembled. Yu Min's eyes moved. She seemed to feel hope and looked at Feng Xiaoqing without blinking. Who is it? I don't know. They look like bodyguards or something. Block it for me, Feng Xiaoqing said anxiously. He stood up and looked at Yu Min, not knowing what to do. He could only pace back and forth, muttering, Where should I go? Where should I go? At this moment, he suddenly thought of something and pulled Yu Min up. This is only the 5th floor. Let's climb out of the window. Yu Min's face turned pale with fright. No, Feng Xiaoqing, don't do anything rash. People will die if they fall from the 5th floor. How is that possible? He's blocking the way outside. I'll bring you out. We'll find another quiet place and continue our journey. He gazed at her face and said with a smile, Don't worry, don't be afraid. This is what they say, the road to happiness is strewn with setbacks. What's the point of waiting for good things? Yu Min was even more worried. She didn't want to die here. And outside, that the person who stopped them hesitated outside. Feng Xiaoqing had given him quite a bit of money to help keep a lookout. He had thought that it would be a good job, but he didn't expect that this woman whom Feng Xiaoqing had brought along was not a simple person. There were even bodyguards who came looking for them. Seeing a few bodyguards approaching, he hurried over and said, Hey, what are you doing? You're not allowed to wander around the hotel. Are you a guest here? The bodyguards were dressed in black suits and looked majestic. They looked tall and professional. The leader of the group pushed him aside, looked at the door inside, and walked in. Hey, you can't. Just as he was about to stop them again, he saw the bodyguard reveal his work ID. And this man looked at the logo of the president's bodyguards and was instantly speechless. He stood there as if someone had gagged his mouth. He had never imagined that these people weren't ordinary bodyguards. They were actually the president's bodyguards, the woman whom Feng Xiaoqing had brought along. Who was she? Seeing that the situation was not right, the bodyguards ignored the man at the door and rushed to the door. They eavesdropped on the inside and kicked the door open. Inside, Yu Minmin was tied to Feng Xiaoqing's back. He was sitting by the window and was about to go down. When he saw the people coming in, he was so shocked that his legs trembled and he almost fell down. You, don't come any closer. You, if you come any closer, I'll jump down. Feng Xiaoqing shouted as he pretended to jump down. Yu Minmin felt his heart tremble. He looked down. It didn't look too high, but if he fell down, he wouldn't die, but he would definitely suffer a terrible fate. The president's bodyguards weren't ordinary people. When they saw the situation, they quickly made a decision. Then, they looked at him and said, "Let go of madam. We could talk about anything else." "No, let me go. Pretend that nothing happened. Otherwise, I'll jump down." The few of them approached slowly. The well-trained bodyguard looked at Feng Xiaoqing and walked forward steadily. He advised him gently, "Of course, madam's safety is the first priority. I'll agree to any condition you have." "Really? Then let me go immediately, and I'll let go of Yu Minmin," Feng Xiaoqing shouted. His palms were already drenched in cold sweat. However, at this moment, the two bodyguards cooperated perfectly. One of them kicked Feng Xiaoqing down, while the other quickly pounced on him and pinned him to the ground. Feng Xiaoqing had forgotten that these people weren't ordinary people. They had a lot of skills. How could he withstand their attacks? Yu Minmin fell to the ground weakly. But when she turned her head and saw that Feng Xiaoqing was pinned to the ground, she finally heaved a sigh of relief. One of the president's bodyguards was about to help him up. However, a cold voice pierced through the room from behind. "Let me do it." Yu Minmin was stunned. She looked up and saw that Gu Jingming was already there. She wanted to say something, but she seemed to have run out of energy. She looked up at Gu Jingming weakly. The light shone on his cold figure. Gu Jingming's whole body emitted a charming and dangerous aura. He frowned and took a step to Yu Minmin's side. Looking at Yu Minmin's open and closed mouth, he lowered his head and hugged Yu Minmin. Yu Minmin snorted and weakly raised his head to look at his determined face from below. "Why are you here? Put me down. You're injured." "I'm fine. Don't worry." He carried her up and turned to look at Feng Xiaoqing. Feng Xiaoqing's face was pressed to the ground. He could only look up at Gu Jingming, who was right in front of him. Chapter 694. The silent Gu Jingming controlled the entire room with his gaze. Even when he was looking at Yu Minmin, his aura had already intimidated the entire room. He was carrying Yu Minmin so easily, as if Yu Minmin was just a doll. He was so light. Feng Xiaoqing was still looking at him, but the next moment, Gu Jingming's gaze landed on his face. Gu Jingming looked at him with narrowed, misty eyes. His gaze was hazy. Looking at him, he suddenly lifted his leg and stepped on his face. Feng Xiaoqing was once again pressed tightly against the floor. Gu Jingming looked at him from above, with the domineering aura of a king. "Mr. President, send him to the judicial office. Remember, send him properly," he said lightly and let go of Feng Xiaoqing. Feng Xiaoqing's heart sank. He looked at Yu Minmin, who was looking at him expressionlessly. He suddenly felt that what he had said just now, that she liked him, that she wanted him, was a complete joke. How could Yu Minmin be interested in any other man when she was with a king like Gu Jingming? Gu Jingming snorted and walked out with his men. As for Feng Xiaoqing, under the guard's watchful gaze, he started to twist. He was in excruciating pain, but he was still punched and kicked and pushed out of the room. He wanted to scream, but the guard covered his mouth with something and quietly brought him out of the room. When Yu Minmin was outside, she saw him holding her tightly, with his chest puffed up. She was worried about his body, which had not fully recovered, so she hurried to get off the bed. "All right, don't move." Gu Jingming held her so that she wouldn't fall. "It's okay, let me walk. Your injury." "I said it's okay. If you move, you'll hurt my injury." Gu Jingming walked out with her in his arms. When he raised his head, he saw Yin Suya looking at him from outside. Yu Minmin had her arms around Gu Jingming's neck. When she saw In Suya, she was slightly stunned. In Suya was the first to react. She said seriously, "What happened?" "Well, I'm fine now." "Suya, I'll ask someone to send you back," Gu Jing said. In Suya hurriedly said, "It's okay. I can walk by myself. But your injury hasn't healed yet. You should put me down first. I'll support you." Seeing Yu Minmin leaning weakly against Gu Jingming's chest and Gu Jingming hugging Yu Minmin, In Suya felt that it was an eyesore. However, Gu Jingming had already walked over with Yu Minmin in his arms. He bypassed In Suya and put Yu Minmin in the car. In Suya gritted her teeth. When Gu Jingming turned around to look at her, In Suya said gloomily, "Jingming, don't be too willful. It's not good for your health." "I know my body very well," Gu Jingming said. In Suya said directly, "I don't think you were very clear about it." Gu Jingming looked at In Suya deeply, but didn't answer her. He said directly, "I'll ask someone to send you back. I have to take you Minmin to see a doctor. Be careful on the road." "You?" In Suya saw Gu Jingming turn around decisively. She stood there angrily, trying to suppress her anger. Her expression became even more sorrowful. In the car, Yu Minmin turned around and looked in In Suya's direction. "Were you together just now?" Gu Jingming nodded. "Yes." Yu Minmin said, "Oh," and didn't say anything else. Gu Jingming looked at her and said, "Suya came to check on me. She knew something happened, so she followed me." "Ah. Oh." Yu Minmin listened to his explanation and looked at him in surprise. Gu Jingming said, "Are you injured?" Yu Minmin quickly came back to her senses. "No, you came just in time. If you came later, I might have fallen to the bottom of the building." "Oh yeah, how did you know?" "Lin Che found out that you were missing, so he went outside to ask the guards." "Oh, that's good. I drank some vodka. And next time, don't have such contact with other men." Gu Jingming pinched her chin and looked at her face. "Answer me. Do you hear me?" Yu Minmin said quickly, Okay. "I hear you. Let go of me." The chauffeur was still in front. He was still like this. Yu Minmin turned around and didn't want to talk to him anymore. However, she was still grateful to him for coming to save her. She knew that he was still injured. Moreover, the president had to go through a lot of procedures. Thinking of him coming to her so tirelessly, she felt a little warm in her heart. Just then, Gu Jingming passed his phone to her again. "Give Lin Che a call to inform him." "All right. I almost forgot." She quickly picked up the phone and called Lin Che. Lin Che seemed to take a while to answer the phone. "How is it, Minmin? Are you okay? The event just ended and you suddenly disappeared. I thought you went somewhere." Yu Minmin said, "I'm fine. It was a scare, but no danger. Now I just feel weak all over. I'll tell you the details tomorrow." "Oh, that's good." Fortunately, Mr. President rushed over in time. Lin Che put down the phone. She was still at the event. After the event ended, everyone had left one after another. However, Lin Che hadn't gone back yet because he was worried about Yu Minmin's safety. Abai asked, "Are you sure he's safe?" "Yeah, I'm sure. Let's go back too." Sigh. It's not easy to be a celebrity because too many people know. You're in the light and he's in the dark, so it's easier for something to happen. Lin Che heard this and nodded. "Yeah, you're right." The two of them walked out together. As they walked, they heard someone say in surprise, "Oh my God, I think I saw the president's bodyguard and the logo of the presidential palace just now." "Where? Where?" "He went out through the door." "Oh, what a pity. I didn't see him." Lin Che and Abai listened and shrugged. Lin Che said, "Looks like Min Min has already left." "Yeah." Lin Che returned home. Gu Jingzi said, "I heard something happened at the presidential palace." Lin Che nodded. "Yeah, something did happen. No wonder. Someone from the presidential palace twisted a man with a swollen face and sent him to the judicial office. Looks like it was Big Brother's doing." "Huh?" Lin Che said curiously. "Swollen face? Was he beaten by Big Brother?" "Silly." Gu Jingzi's lips curled up. Does Big Brother need to beat someone up himself? Lin Che realized that these rich heirs were actually worse than the other. Gu Jingzi tapped her nose. "Oh yeah, get ready. We're going back to the Gu family tomorrow." "What are we doing?" "Nothing. We're just going back for dinner tonight. Jing Yin seems to be pregnant, and wants the family to celebrate. Well, no way. She's pregnant so soon. I thought she wouldn't get pregnant so soon since she's been arguing with Liu Beichin. Gu Jingzi said, "It's easy to get pregnant." Easy? But she didn't think it was easy. But she suddenly remembered that she hadn't had her period for a while. Chapter 695. Now that so much time had passed, shouldn't she check it out? However, she didn't dare to try again because of the previous mistake. She was worried that she would be even more disappointed if there was nothing. Now that she hoped to have a child naturally, it put a lot of pressure on herself. The next day, Lin Che and Gu Jingzi came to the Gu family. Knowing that Gu Jingyan was pregnant, the whole family was in a jubilant mood. Lin Che and Gu Jingzi came in together, and Gu Jingzi symbolically brought a gift. There was no sign of pregnancy on Gu Jingyan's face. She looked the same as usual. She sat there and talked to Mu Wanqing. When she saw Gu Jingzi and Lin Che, she smiled and said, "Sister-in-law, you're here." Gu Jingzi put the gift at the side, and Gu Jingyan immediately said, "Oh, second brother gave me a gift. Let me see what it is." She opened it and saw that it was a child's clothes. Gu Jingyan deliberately said with a dark face, "Hey, are you serious? The great CEO Gu only gave you this? You're too stingy. How much did it cost?" Gu Jingzi said directly, "Do you still need this gift? I've received so many gifts." As he said that, he pointed to the side where there were many gifts. He knew that Gu Jingyan was pregnant not long after the marriage between the Gu family and the Liu family. The child she gave birth to would definitely grow up with a silver spoon in his mouth. The maternal family was the Gu family, and the paternal family was the Liu family. What would happen in the future? Therefore, the person who gave the gift was naturally in a hurry. Gu Jingyan snorted and twitched her nose. She said to Lin Che, "All right, sister-in-law, I heard that Mo Huiling's child is Li Mingyu's from a country. That's enough. She came to our house and made such a scene. In the end, she brought someone else's child to our house to make a scene." Mu Wanqing also said, "Forget it, let's not talk about this woman. I feel disgusted just thinking about her. How could there be such a person?" Gu Jingyan said, "It's okay. She brought this upon herself anyway. I don't know how she is now, right, sister-in-law?" The few of them sat down. Lin Che nodded. "It would be best if everything can be settled." Mu Wanqing said, "I've frightened Xiaoche recently. I'll have the chef make more delicious food later." "Thank you, Mom," Lin Che said. Mu Wanqing said, "All right, you guys are going to have a wedding soon. When the time comes, we have to invite our friends and relatives who can't go when we return home. At that time, we should use our old house as the new house. The house that Jingzi used to live in is still empty. We'll go clean it up later and see if we can fill in some things for your new house. Okay?" Lin Che knew that Mu Wanqing naturally had her reasons for making such an arrangement. The place where Lin Che and the others lived was where Gu Jingzi lived after he became an adult. However, the old mansion could be considered his old nest. Coming here to hold a wedding was a form of respecting the Gu family's tradition and allowing the family to be lively together. Lin Che and Gu Jingzi went to the room together. This place was cleaned every day, so it was very clean. Lin Che fell onto his big bed, leaned against it, and said, "This place is so big, and you still want to go out and get yourself such a big house to live in. You're really rich and willful. What? You want to live here?" Gu Jingzi also lay down and said. Lin Che said, "Of course not. I'm just saying." Gu Jingzi patted her face. "When you really live here for a few days, you'll know that this place isn't as comfortable as home. Why? This is also my own little bungalow. If I live in my own house, what's the difference between living there and living there? Of course it's different. For example, when I'm with you, the people outside can hear us." "How?" Before she could say anything, his lips had already descended. He bit her lips and teased them. First, he didn't go in, then he licked and bit them. She looked at him and was so tortured that she decided to take the initiative. She stuck out her little tongue, wanting to approach his mouth and ask for something. Gu Jingzi even dodged at this moment. Gu Jingzi smiled as he watched her narrow his eyes. He stuck out his tongue and slid it around in the air, but he didn't get anything. He frowned unhappily. He chuckled and looked at her and said softly, "Do you want it that much? What do you want?" She didn't know anything. "Okay, I'll satisfy you." As he said that, he scooped her into his arms first. Finally, he bit her tongue, put it between his lips, and sucked until a sound came out. Lin Che felt as if her brain was being struck by waves of electricity. Then her body began to tremble. She hugged him and let out a sound, forgetting herself. His hands teased her body. He reached in from below and held both sides of her chest, his fingertips teasing her wantonly. Lin Che's entire body tensed up. She felt her clothes being pushed up, and her exposed skin was instantly pressed against by his boiling hot chest. Through the friction of her shirt, she felt her body heat up even more. After a while, she went limp in his arms. She couldn't take it anymore and murmured, "No. Let go. Let go." Gu Jingzi didn't want to do anything with her here. He just liked to see her being doted on by him. He smiled and kissed her forehead before saying, "Okay, I'll satisfy you when we get back. Otherwise, everyone at home will know when we go out later." Ah! Lin Che suddenly remembered where they were. She instantly regretted it so much that her intestines turned green. "You're so annoying. Then why did you tease me? Hey, you were the one who took the initiative just now. It's you anyway." In broad daylight, Lin Che was about to hit him as she said that. Gu Jingzi dodged and smiled as he looked in Lin Che's direction. Lin Che got up and chased after him. Gu Jingzi smiled and said, "You dare to hit me? Okay, Lin Che, you're getting more and more daring." "Why wouldn't I dare to hit you? I think you're the one who's going to hit me for 3 days. Come here and take a beating from this lady," Lin Che said as she jumped over again, looking like she was going to hit him. Gu Jingzi jumped away immediately. Lin Che chased after him. "How dare you run? You'll be punished even more if you're caught." However, Gu Jingzi suddenly stopped. Lin Che couldn't stop in time and crashed right into his sturdy chest. She cried out in pain as she looked at him. Why was this man so muscular? He didn't have any excess fat on his body to cushion him. He was so hard that it made her feel helpless. She lifted her head and looked at him resentfully. "Why did you suddenly stop?" Gu Jingzi said, "Didn't you say that if I ran, I'd double the punishment? I was afraid that you'd double it." Chapter 696. Gu Jingzi said, "Didn't you say that if I run, I'll double the punishment? I'm afraid that you'll double it." He lowered his head and took her chin in his hand. "But if this is the punishment, I don't care how many times it is." With that said, he kissed her lips sweetly again. Lin Che really liked the feeling of kissing him. He didn't feel sick of it at all. Every time he kissed, it was as though he wanted to absorb more of his energy. He also enjoyed the way his tongue teased. He played with it, and after a while, he completely hugged her in his arms. He grabbed her legs and pulled her onto his body. Holding her legs, he lifted her up so that he could kiss her even more forcefully. As they walked out, the servants who saw them quickly avoided them as if they hadn't seen anything. However, looking at the husband and wife, they couldn't help but want to look back. Sigh, young master and young mistress are so happy. I'm so envious. The servant couldn't help but hold her cheeks, her tone full of love, especially when she saw the usually cold Gu Jingzi doting on Lin Che, as if he wanted to be conjoined twins all day. It was really magical. Moreover, their young master was so charming when he was gentle. Soon, the family started eating. It was rare for Gu Xinde to eat together. When he saw Lin Che and Gu Jingzi, he looked at them. Gu Jingzi called him grandfather, and Lin Che did the same. Gu Xinde looked at Lin Che and waved his hand. Okay, sit down and eat." This time, everyone had specially come back to celebrate Gu Jingyan's pregnancy. Naturally, there were many reminders for Gu Jingyan. "You're going to be a mother in the future. Don't throw a tantrum at Beichen anymore," Mu Wanqing said. Gu Jingyan said, "What tantrum? I'm not like that." Mu Wanqing said, "You've been with him for so many years, and it's not enough for you to quarrel. When you have a child in the future, the child will be watching. When that time comes, you don't want the child to laugh at you, right?" Got it. Mother, eat more." Gu Jingyan quickly put food into Mu Wanqing's bowl. Mu Wanqing knew that she was trying to shut her mouth. She didn't want her to say anything, so she could only shake her head and look at her. Unable to control his daughter, he could only turn his head and say to Lin Che, "Eat more, eat more. You must be exhausted too." "No, Mom. I'm not tired." Lin Che smiled. He ate the prawns that Mu Wanqing gave him and said, "Thank you, Mom." She began to peel the prawns herself. However, the shell of the prawn was a little hard. As she fiddled with it, her fingertips started to bleed. Mu Wanqing said, "Aya, what happened? Is it bleeding?" Lin Che hurriedly said embarrassedly, it's fine, little mouth." As she said that, she stuffed her finger in her mouth and sucked on it. Gu Jingza put down his chopsticks and said, "All right, stop it. You're so clumsy." He grabbed her hand and looked at the cut on her finger. He frowned and glared at the careless Lin Che again. However, he still carefully lowered his head and blew on it. Then he actually put her finger in his mouth and sucked on it. Lin Che instantly felt everyone's eyes on him. Lin Che's face was so embarrassed that it almost turned into stone. Did this Gu Jingza not notice that she had sucked on it just now? How dare he stuff it into his mouth? Gu Jingza lifted her hand again and looked at it. Seeing that there was nothing wrong, he said, "All right, put it here. I'll do it for you." Lin Che nodded. Gu Jingza took the rest of the prawns and began to peel them quietly. On the other side, Gu Jingyan's jaw almost dropped. She looked at Gu Jingza and said, "Second brother, you're really different." Gu Jingza frowned. "What?" Gu Jingyan looked at his gaze and quickly said, No, it's just that. Sister-in-law, I really envy you." Lin Che's face turned even redder. He said, "What?" Gu Jingyan said, "Say, when the girls outside see second brother like this, their hearts will jump out, right? But you enjoy second brother's gentleness every day." Gu Jing's eyes darkened again, and he glared at Gu Jingyan threateningly. Mu Wanqing sat there and watched. She smiled and said, "Child, this shows that your second brother has matured." Gu Jingyan said, No. It shows that sister-in-law is very charming. Look, second brother is still so fierce to me." Gu Jingza looked at her. "You're going to give birth to someone else's child. What's the use of me being nice to you? Someone else's child will be your nephew in the future. Do you dare to despise him? Do you dare to despise him?" Gu Jingza just didn't say anything. He put the peeled prawns into Lin Che's bowl. Mu Wanqing smiled and turned her head. She saw that Gu Xianda was also eating quietly. His gaze fell on Lin Che and Gu Jingza. He looked at them and said to Gu Jingyan, "After the child is born, ask your mother to send an experienced servant to help you." "There's no need for that. We're worried about the Liu family," Gu Xianda said. "After all, he's the first child of our generation in the Gu family. Even if his surname is Liu, we'll treat him like our own grandson." Gu Jingyan smiled and ate the food in front of her, feeling a little pressured. Lin Che also watched. He thought to himself that the children of the Gu family had been served by so many people since they were born. They must have grown up with a golden spoon in their mouths. Finally, after the meal, Gu Jingza went out to instruct them to decorate the new house. Lin Che followed Mu Wanqing and Gu Jingyan inside to chat. Gu Jingyan was still saying, "Mom, you didn't see the way second brother looked at sister-in-law just now. It's really killing me. Second brother is really. A dead man doesn't pay for it." Mu Wanqing said, "What? I really don't understand what you're talking about." Gu Jingyan said, "Anyway, it's the kind that gives people goosebumps." Sigh. No wonder so many women rushed forward one after another when they saw second brother and sister-in-law. When they saw how charming second brother was when he treated others well, they definitely didn't care anymore. "Sister-in-law, you have to keep an eye on second brother in the future." Lin Che said speechlessly, "I don't know how to do that." "If you don't know, I'll teach you." Secretly put a tracking device on him. You only know how to teach bad people." Just then, Gu Xianda's voice came from inside. Gu Jingyan looked up and saw Gu Xianda. She quickly stuck out her tongue and lowered her head. Gu Xianda looked at Lin Che. "Lil Che, come here. Grandpa has something for you." Lin Che paused and looked at Mu Wanqing. Mu Wanqing looked a little worried. She stood up and called out, "Father, this." Gu Xianda said, "It's okay. It's for the wedding." Only then did Mu Wanqing feel relieved. She said, "Go, little Che." Chapter 697. Lin Che nodded. He looked at Gu Xinda and followed him inside. Gu Xinda's study looked very grand. It was ancient in color, and the tall bookshelves were filled with all kinds of books. Gu Xinda sat down and waved for Lin Che to sit as well. He looked at Lin Che and said, "Don't be nervous. I called you here to give you this wedding present. Although you've been married for so long, a wedding is still a happy occasion, isn't it?" A box was handed to Lin Che. Lin Che was stunned. She took the box and opened it. There was a jade pendant inside. It looked like an ancient pendant, and it looked very grand at first glance. Coupled with Gu Xinda's identity, Lin Che was sure that this thing was very valuable. "Grandpa, this..." Lin Che wanted to ask what this was and whether it was very valuable. She was worried that it would be difficult for her to hold something too valuable since she was so careless. Gu Xinda said, "This is something left behind by Jingza's grandmother. Your mother-in-law has one, and now you have one too." "Ah?" Gu Xinda looked at her and said, "Little Che, I like you very much. You're such a sweet girl, and you're unrestrained. You bring a lot of fun to the family. I know you're a good girl, but..." Lin Che's heart sank for no reason. Looking at Gu Xinda made her feel uncomfortable. Gu Xinda said, "But you've seen what your mother-in-law is like. You're different from your mother-in-law. She grew up in this environment, so after she married Jingza's father, she naturally helped me take care of this family. Little Che, Grandpa wants to ask you, are you confident that you can take care of the entire Gu family with your mother-in-law?" Lin Che had never thought that she would have to do these things. Of course, she wasn't as capable as Mu Wanqing, and she wouldn't do these things. Gu Xinda looked at Lin Che and smiled at her. "Little Che, you're not suitable for Jingza." Lin Che's heart trembled. Gu Xinda shook his head and said, "If the Gu family was an ordinary family, or if Jingza was not Jingza, but Jingyu or Jingming, and you didn't care about anything and just did your best to be Mrs. Gu, that would have been fine. However, Jingza has the responsibility of the entire Gu family on his shoulders. I've taught him to be responsible for the entire Gu family since he was young. So for this purpose, he has to be absolutely rational and not be swayed by his emotions. Back then, I had already seen some signs of Mo Huiling, but fortunately, after fighting with me for a while, he understood his position, so he didn't stubbornly rebel to the end." Lin Che leaned back a little uneasily and looked at Gu Xinda. Gu Xinda then shook his mind. "When your mother-in-law came to tell me that you and Jingza had sex in secret, I only wanted to kill 2 birds with 1 stone, so I forced him to marry you. Little Che, you're a good girl, but you'll only drag him down." "Grandpa." Lin Che looked at Gu Xinda and said with slight disappointment, "I thought you were Gu Jingza's good grandfather, but now I'm really disappointed in you." Gu Xinda was stunned. She actually spoke to him like this? Lin Che said, "Killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Grandpa, did you want me to marry Gu Jingza, break up Gu Jingza and Mo Huiling, and find a woman for him that he couldn't possibly like, so that he could rationally become the Gu family's puppet?" Gu Xinda's eyes narrowed even more. Lin Che smiled. "Grandpa, you're right. I'm not worthy of Gu Jingza. I also feel that my identity, my background, my character, and my education are not worthy of him. However, you're not worthy of Gu Jingza either. He's a very good person, but you're a very bad grandfather. You," Lin Che said, "since Grandpa has already failed once, you still haven't learned your lesson, and you still don't understand that a person's fate can't be arranged. Arranging fate is God's job, not Grandpa's. So if Grandpa wants Gu Jingza's life to go according to your wishes, that's impossible. Without me, there's another woman who can make Gu Jingza feel warmth. So the one who's dragging him down isn't me, it's you. It's you who makes him feel that the world is very cold and cold, so he's easily attracted to warmer things, because that's something that doesn't exist in his life. I make him feel warmth, so he wants to be with me. All of this, I think, maybe it's not because I'm good, but because his life is too terrible. It's like a child who has never eaten candy, and when someone gives him a piece of candy, he thinks he's in heaven, but it's just a piece of candy. I'm terrible, but Grandpa, you should also reflect on yourself. You, Lin Che, get out." Lin Che took a deep breath and stood up. "Grandpa, don't be too angry. I'm not good enough for Gu Jingze, and I won't do anything. But at least at this time, I should stand up for our relationship so that I could be worthy of Gu Jingze's kindness to me. The corner of Gu Xianda's eyes trembled as he looked at Lin Che. He had always thought that she was a little girl who didn't know how to resist, but he was wrong. He said, get out now." Lin Che bowed, looked at Gu Xianda, and walked out. She might not be able to win against these experienced people, but she couldn't give up so easily, could she? Moreover, what she said was from the bottom of her heart. Grandpa had gone too far by saying that to Gu Jingze. What did he take Gu Jingze for? Was the Gu family important, but Gu Jingze himself wasn't important? He was a human after all, not a tool, who was born to be the head of a family, who couldn't have their own love life when they were born. But she did know that she was indeed dragging Gu Jingze down. In the room, Gu Xianda was a little confused by what he had said. He was in the wrong, he knew that, but that the Gu family had always been like this. He was old and couldn't go on. He knew that his health was getting worse and worse. And if something were to happen to Jingze at this time, that he wouldn't be able to die in peace. Subconsciously, he had a premonition that Lin Che would become Gu Jingze's weak spot. And as the head of the Gu family, he couldn't have a weak spot. He held onto the door and suddenly started coughing violently. Behind him, the doctor hurried in. "Old master, the wind from the window is too strong. It's not good for your health. Please come in." Gu Xianda waved his hand. "I know that my illness can't be cured. You don't have to waste your effort to let me recover." "Old master, what are you saying? But I can't die yet. No matter how much money I have to spend. Let me hang on. I'll live as long as I can." Chapter 698. Lin Che walked out. Gu Jingze hurried over. He looked at Lin Che and stopped for a moment. His eyes were filled with worry. He stared at Lin Che for a while before he walked to her side and held her hand. "Was grandfather looking for you?" Lin Che said, "It's okay. Grandfather just gave me this." She took out the jade and showed it to Gu Jingze. Gu Jingze took it and looked at it. He narrowed his eyes as if he didn't believe Lin Che. He held her shoulders and looked at her as he asked, "What did grandfather say to you?" Lin Che said, "This. Okay, it's nothing. He just said that he thinks I'm a burden to you." Gu Jingze's brows furrowed even more. She could clearly see that Gu Jingze's eyes were flashing, and the veins on his forehead were twitching. His teeth also moved slightly in his mouth, making a chattering sound. He went around Lin Che to look for Gu Xianda. Lin Che wrapped his arms around his waist one by one. Gu Jingze stopped there. Lin Che said, "Gu Jingze." He turned his head. Lin Che sighed and looked at him. "Actually, grandfather was right about one thing. I'm a burden to you. I don't know anything, and I've always been stupid. I can't be of any help to your career at all. Since you're my wife, there's no such thing as who's a burden to whom. Husband and wife are meant to live together. Do you think that just because one of you doesn't have enough IQ, the other has to find someone with enough IQ to spend the rest of her life with? That's not a marriage. That's a handover, isn't it?" Lin Che patted his side. "What do you mean I don't have enough IQ? My IQ is just a little lower than yours. A little, okay?" She stretched out her finger and deliberately compared that little bit. Gu Jingze chuckled. He looked at Lin Che and lowered his head to hug her. What are you doing?" He carried her and flew out. Her light body flew through the air like a dragonfly. She was so scared that she quickly wrapped the jade tightly around Gu Jingze's neck. He really wanted to tell her that he liked her stupidity, foolishness, and naivety. Moreover, if she was really as bad as she said, she wouldn't have the achievements and status she had today. There wouldn't be so many people who liked her and were willing to stand by her side. Because she was very nice, very real, and very kind, everyone liked to get close to her and make friends with her. Because of her sincerity towards her friends, she had more and more friends. These were all her strengths. Of course, these were only her strengths in the eyes of others. She was very important to him. What she didn't know was that she wasn't helpful to his career. On the contrary, a person would want to do things well because of his or her family. Because he or she wanted to share his or her life with another person, he or she would want to work hard to achieve his or her own achievements. Earning money to support a family naturally had its own joys. He kissed her again, attracting the envious gazes of the surrounding people. Lin Che's face was red. He hit him and left the room with him. The next day, Lin Che suddenly received an invitation from Mu Firen's studio. Yu Minmin showed it to Lin Che. Lin Che opened it and saw that it was a wedding invitation. Wow, are you serious? Mu Firen is going to hold a wedding? Yu Minmin also took the invitation and looked at it. Oh, her wedding with Mo Ding. Yu Minmin looked at Lin Che and explained. Some people in the entertainment circle know that Mo Ding is the president of Mu Firen's company. They have been together for many years. I'm not sure if they've already registered their marriage, but they've never announced it to the public. Mo Ding knows that Mu Firen's marriage will be a hindrance to the company's publicity, and it won't be good for Mu Firen's personal image. That's probably the reason why they've never announced it to the public. Now that Mu Firen has achieved what she deserves, it's time for her to get married. If that's the case, then, since the invitation card has arrived, should we make it public? I think so. Rumor has it that Mu Firen is going to get married and retire from the entertainment industry and will not act anymore. Oh, what a pity, Lin Che said. She's so good at acting. It would be a waste if she doesn't act. She must be tired of acting after so many years. She looked at the invitation and said to Lin Che, I'm afraid there will be a lot of people at Mu Firen's wedding. The reporters will also swarm there. You'd better prepare for it. The witchcraft notes are very popular right now, so you can get free publicity. Hey, she's getting married. Why should I go to the publicity? The main character is Sister Firen. Yeah, you were just going to freeload. I didn't expect that she would invite you to her wedding. Not bad, not bad. Okay, go and get ready. What are you looking at? Lin Che curled his lips. He looked at the invitation and thought of his own wedding. But she still had to keep it a secret. Otherwise, she wouldn't be the main character in her wedding. The main character would be Gu Jingze, that monster. Thinking of this, Lin Che suddenly felt like throwing up. She retched and held it in. She blinked her eyes and thought about the feeling just now. She was still thinking what she really felt like. She was pregnant. Although she had never been pregnant, that was how it was written in the script. She wanted to get something to test it, but she didn't dare to do it. It was too similar, which made her very timid. She was usually so bold. Why did she become so timid at this moment? She shook her head hurriedly. She still wanted to be a coward. Anyway, even if she had a child, it didn't matter. However, her hand still touched her lower abdomen involuntarily, that as expected. The news of Mu Firen's wedding was directly announced in the afternoon when she received the invitation. Mu Firen married Mo Ding, the boss of the company she had been with for 8 years. People had different opinions about it. Some people said that Mo Ding was not worthy of a goddess like Mu Firen. Although he was handsome, his family was not so rich. Besides, he was only the boss of an entertainment company. Mu Firen was the most powerful person in his company. It was outrageous that he made money with Mu Firen and married her. Some people thought that it was true love when they finally got married after being together for so many years. In this day and age, there were not many actresses who didn't marry rich people. Mu Firen was really a true person. Lin Che prepared the dress and thought about who he should attend the wedding with that day. He couldn't help but think of Gu Jingyu, so he asked him on WeChat, "Who are you going to the wedding with?" "What wedding?" "Your wedding?" Gu Jingyu replied in this way. Lin Che said helplessly, "Idiot, didn't Mu Firen invite you?" "Oh, hers. She can go by herself." "Oh, that's great. If no one cares about me, I'll rely on you. I don't care if they scold me for sucking up to you. Anyway, it'll be awkward for so many people in the industry to attend the wedding. I don't want to sit with them and force a smile." "Okay. It's rare that the big star Lin Che still thinks of me. I'll listen to you." Gu Jingyu teased him directly. Chapter 699. Get lost. Don't talk nonsense here. Mu Firen's wedding attracted a lot of attention because a lot of preparations had been made in secret. Now that it was announced, the wedding was approaching. On this day, all the major media outlets were naturally ready. The wedding was very grand, and it could be seen that the preparations were very good. Lin Che, Yu Minmin, and Abai came to have fun. Abai looked at the wedding scene and said, "Wow, Your wedding is so big. Yu Minmin said. Many stars' weddings are like this, especially Mu Firen, who is a movie queen. She is the most powerful star in Sea Country. Of course, she doesn't need to spend any money on her own wedding. She will be sponsored by a large sum of money, from jewelry to wedding dress to hotel. Is that so? Sai, it seems that being a celebrity is really great, Abai said. Yu Minmin smiled and said, You want to be? Sign it with me, and I'll definitely train you well. Really? Abai expressed her doubt. Yu Minmin said, Ask your dad to sponsor me 10 million yuan first. You'll definitely be the brightest newcomer next year. Abai looked at Yu Minmin disdainfully. Yu Minmin said, Am I telling the truth? All right, don't be greedy for money. Let's go out and have a look first. Mu Firen's wedding really invited half of the entertainment circle. As Lin Che thought, almost everyone he could think of came. Yu Minmin pulled Lin Che and said, She actually invited Qin Wanwan? It's not surprising. She just invited everyone who has worked with her before. Yu Minmin said, It's because they haven't worked together before that I find it strange. However, maybe it's just a symbolic invitation. After all, everyone has met before, so it wouldn't be good if she didn't invite her. Moreover, with Qin Wanwan's status in the entertainment industry, there's nothing wrong with her attending Mu Firen's wedding. The three of them walked in together. When they reached the door, they saw Yu Minmin, and the person who received the invitation immediately let her in. Some managers couldn't be let in, but everyone knew Yu Minmin's identity, so they naturally didn't dare to stop her. The people outside could only sigh and couldn't imitate her. Even Abai, who had no status in the country, was let in. Soon they arrived inside. The three of them took today's itinerary from the door to see what kind of wedding would be held today. The wedding was indeed very formal. There was a ceremony during the day and a party at night. Two heavyweight hosts were invited to be the MCs. Everything was done according to high standards. As he was reading, he heard Qin Wanwan call out, Lin Che, I heard you had another scandal recently. How strange. How did you find so many scandals to hype yourself up? Why didn't I think of these ideas? Qin Wanwan's mocking look was truly disgusting. He really didn't realize Qin Wanwan's words were so disgusting. Yu Minmin said, Seriously, when a person becomes famous, any small matter can become news. I'm sorry, but we don't want to be on the news. But, do you really need a scandal to create hype? We don't need to create hype anymore. A real movie star should be found by the news, not by you. You? Qin Wanwan glared at Yu Minmin. However, at this moment, Abai suddenly said, Oh, it's you. I thought it was a little strange when I saw you just now and didn't know who you were. Now that I hear you speak so harshly, I remember it's you. What? So you could be so arrogant in country C? Qin Wanwan was also taken aback. She took a closer look. Even if the little girl in front of her turned into ashes, she would still recognize her. It was actually the youngest daughter of the Wesley family. Why was she still in Country C and with Lin Che? Qin Wanwan thought about it and could clearly feel that she was at a complete disadvantage today. With the three of them together, she wouldn't have a good time. She didn't expect Lin Che to abduct Abigail back to the country. Qin Wanwan harumphed and said, Forget it. I still have things to do. You guys take your time. Qin Wanwan left hastily. Yu Minmin turned to Lin Che and said, Look at her. She's like a mouse seeing a cat when she sees Abai. Just how badly did she get abused in America? Lin Che said, It's probably because we have more people today and she's at a disadvantage. Yu Minmin said, But you've completely suppressed her recently, and there are fewer and fewer people comparing you guys. Because she was popular for a while, and because her acting skills aren't as good as yours, her reputation naturally dropped. After she went to Ling Dong, although Ling Dong racked their brains to support her, there's nothing they can do. You're in the limelight and have always suppressed her. She's always the second choice, and now she can't beat you. Lin Che shrugged. I feel guilty if I can beat anyone but her. If I can't even beat her, I've really lived in vain. At this moment, a long-lost voice came from behind. Hey, you asked me to come with you. Why didn't you wait for me and came in by yourself? It was Gu Jingyu. When the three of them turned around, Gu Jingyu was already standing behind them. Lin Che said, "No, I brought a friend with me, but there will be names on the table in front of us later. My friend probably won't be able to sit with me. They must have arranged the seats beforehand, and it's not convenient for us to change them. That's why I asked you to sit with me." Gu Jingyu said, "Yeah, the people sitting in front must be celebrities so that the cameras can capture them easily. In such an occasion, in order to meet the requirements of the media and the sponsors, they would do this. It's so cool to put the newsworthy ones together and capture them. If we don't sit together later, I'll take the sign and look for you. I don't believe that the people next to me won't change seats." Okay. Yeah, if the dignified Gu Jingyu asked to change seats, who would dare to refuse? Gu Jingyu was about to bring Lin Che in when he noticed that there was a young lady next to him who was staring at him with a blushing face. It was naturally Abai. She raised her eyebrows and looked at the handsome guy in front of her. She exclaimed, while Lin Che, "Why are there so many handsome guys around you?" Lin Che turned his head to look at Gu Jingyu. He could understand why he would show such an expression when it was his first time meeting someone like Gu Jingyu. Lin Che said, "Yeah, because he's Gu Jing's younger brother." Ah! After Abai understood, she muttered, "No wonder, no wonder." Gu Jingyu said, "This is the 1 second brother mentioned, the one who came back with you from Wesley's house?" "Yeah." Gu Jingyu said, "Your company isn't a nursery." Abai said speechlessly, "I'm very old. Okay? I'm going to be an adult soon." Gu Jingyu chuckled and said, "Let's go, Lin Che. Let's see where we're sitting first." Chapter 700. Hey, you guys. Seeing this, Yu Minmin smiled and took a bite of the back to find a place to sit. Some media and agents sat in the back, and there were also special seats. Lin Che followed Gu Jingyu and found that she was sitting at the same table as Gu Jingyu. This was better. It saved her the trouble of changing seats. Gu Jingyu sat down with Lin Che. Only then did Lin Che realize that the people at this table were all big directors and top actors. So as soon as she sat down, Lin Che only felt that the pressure suddenly increased. On the other hand, Gu Jingyu, who was on the side, looked at her and teased, "It seems that my worry just now was in vain. Now your status is completely on the same level as mine." Hey, Gu Jingyu, don't talk nonsense. I will be beaten to death by your fans, okay? That's how it is. Look, you've been arranged to be here. I don't know why. Lin Che could be sure that she definitely did not have that status, but at this time, she was also speechless. She didn't know what was wrong with the person who arranged the seats. Lin Che chatted with the people at the table for a while, but she was still not very good at chatting with strangers. Even if she had met them before, she would always feel awkward in her heart. So she simply stopped talking and sat there quietly, only talking with Gu Jingyu. Everyone felt that Lin Che was really a little cold, but they could only talk in private. She was now a big shot and didn't casually communicate with others. She only talked to people like Gu Jingyu. Lin Che had been in the limelight recently, and everyone had nothing to say. They could only look at her with envy and jealousy. The wedding soon began. When the bride appeared, she would definitely amaze the audience. Although Mu Firen had worn many wedding dresses and been a bride in many plays, this time, she was the bride herself. That kind of warm appearance was definitely not something she could act. Then, the groom finally appeared. Because it was rare to get a picture, the cameras of the reporters were frantically aimed at the groom. He was a good-looking man with fair skin. However, there were too many handsome men in the entertainment industry. Those who had worked with Mu Firen were much more handsome than this man. Therefore, in comparison, Mu Firen's husband in real life was indeed not very attractive. However, love wasn't a beauty pageant. It was normal for fans to feel pity. Lin Che, on the other hand, felt that as long as they truly loved each other, they should give their blessings. Gu Jingyu shook his head beside Lin Che and said, "It's a waste for Firen to marry such a man." Lin Che said, "How could that be? Sister Firen chose him herself. Besides, haven't they been together for many years? Didn't they say they were married in secret?" Gu Jingyu said, "But this man is so immoral. Anyway, you don't know him. There are a lot of rumors about him. I guess he treats Firen well, so she likes him. But from a business point of view, he's not a good man." Lin Che did not have a deep understanding of these things, and as an outsider, there was nothing much he could say. However, Mu Firen was a good person, and she also hoped that Mu Firen could get a good love. The wedding ceremony was warm and romantic. Mo Ding was the boss of the company, so he didn't often appear in front of the camera, so he was a little shy. Mu Firen looked very happy with a smile. It could be seen that she really liked this man. When the ceremony was over, Mu Firen came to thank everyone for their participation. It was said that the wedding cost a lot, but because it was sponsored, no one felt sorry for Mu Firen. Mu Firen naturally came to Lin Che's table first. She looked at Lin Che and Gu Jingyu and said, "Thank you for coming all the way here." "No, congratulations, Sister Firen." "The wedding was very romantic," Lin Che said. Mu Firen smiled and narrowed her eyes. "Really, everyone has their own work to do. My wedding was so sudden that you must be shocked." Gu Jingyu said, "Yes, I didn't expect that you would get married so suddenly. But will you really stop acting in the future?" "If possible, of course I hope to reduce my work and live a peaceful life. After working in this industry for a long time, it's quite tiring." Gu Jingyu stood up and hugged her. Mu Firen also hugged Lin Che. "I heard that you're going to Hollywood to shoot a movie. This movie should be very good. Congratulations. It's all because Sister Firen canceled the wedding that I had a chance. But my acting skills are really old-fashioned. The future belongs to you. Good luck." "Okay." Mu Firen expressed her gratitude before returning to the back of the hall. The reporters filmed along the way. On Weibo, Tieba, and all kinds of media outlets were covering this grand wedding, and they didn't miss any of the celebrities attending the wedding. Some people naturally noticed where Lin Che was sitting, and some people said in surprise that Mu Firen arranged for Lin Che to sit there intentionally or unintentionally. Was she hinting that Lin Che would become her successor and the new diva of the entertainment industry in the future? In comparison, although Qin Wanwan was also here, her seat was quite far away. People used to compare Qin Wanwan with Lin Che, but now it seemed that ever since Qin Wanwan went to Lingdong and squeezed Lin Che out, it seemed like Lin Che was squeezed out on the surface and she became the top actress. However, from then on, her acting career kept declining and was not as good as before. In comparison, Lin Che was the one who was rising step by step, and his future looked bright. However, recently, people kept questioning whether his acting skills were up to standard for the filming of Blood. Since Blood hadn't been filmed yet, no one knew whether his acting skills would be up to standard. Mu Firen had 3 different dresses today, and each one was sponsored by a big brand and looked very luxurious. Mu Firen looked at the bustling crowd outside and felt very annoyed, but her heart was as calm as still water. She wished that today's wedding could be over quickly. Tonight was her wedding night, and they would spend it on the highest floor of the hotel. Tomorrow, she would completely become Mrs. Mo and wouldn't think about anything else other than living a happy life with her man. At this moment, Mo Ding walked in and looked at Mu Firen in exasperation. "Firen, you were too hasty when you went to thank the big boss. You didn't even go to see the big boss and didn't answer the reporter's questions." Mu Firen fiddled with her ear stud. "I told you not to make it so big. Make it smaller. You didn't want to and even invited so many people that I don't know. Half of the entertainment industry has been alarmed by you. How am I supposed to thank so many people? It's the sponsor's request. Moreover, you're Mu Firen. If you hold a small wedding, everyone will say that I'm not good enough for you. If you hold a smaller wedding, people will say that I've treated you unfairly," Mu Firen said. Mu Firen's hands trembled. She knew that he was angry because of this recently, so she could only take a deep breath and say, "All right, don't listen to their nonsense. All right, don't listen to their nonsense. They don't know you, that's why they said that." Chapter 701. Mo Ding snorted and said, "Forget it, I don't want to talk about this anymore. Anyway, you have to thank the media and the bosses for me today." Mo Ding glanced at Mu Firen and told her to get changed. Then he went out. Mu Firen sat there, took a deep breath, and let out a heavy sigh. They had been together for a few years, so she knew what he was thinking. He was a man with high self-esteem, so he must have been angry every day these days. She was a public figure after all. Actually, this was also the reason why she wanted to retire. She felt that only when she was no longer the center of attention, her marriage would be smooth sailing. However, Ding didn't think so. He was a proud man, so he had never felt that he was not good enough for Firen. When he walked out, the staff outside were still busy. There were too many people, and the wedding was too messy, so they liked to walk around. When they saw Ding, they hurried over and said, "So, the hotel is ready. The media just asked if there was a scene in the bridal chamber tonight, and if we can take pictures." "What are you making a fuss about?" "No," he said impatiently. "No, you go and talk to the media nicely. Just say that we want to be alone. We can go in and take pictures of the bridal chamber now. The media are all big shots. If we don't serve them well, who knows what they will say about us. Let's talk nicely." "Fine, but if Sister Firen finds out about the bridal chamber, will she? What's the big deal? It's just a photo of a room that hasn't been used yet. Let's go and get close to the boss. If Firen doesn't want to work hard in the future, this is our best chance. If not, we won't have another chance." Actually, he wanted to hold this wedding because he wanted to make use of it. It was such a good opportunity to make money. It would be a waste if he didn't use it. Besides, Firen kept saying that she didn't want to film so many things in the future and that she wanted to retire behind the scenes. This opportunity was even harder to come by. It might not come by again in the future, so he had to cherish it. That night, the bride and groom were the focus of the evening party. The sponsors were also very funny. After a while, they invited some of the celebrities to join them. Because they knew that there would be a lot of media present, the celebrities were very good at variety shows. From the small celebrities at the back, slowly, the host began to aim at the big celebrities at the front. When the host saw Lin Che, he immediately said, "Lin Che, why are you sitting so quietly? Come here, come here." Lin Che hurriedly waved his hands. Seeing that the people in front of him had all gone to perform, telling jokes, singing, and being forced to make ugly expressions, she didn't know how to do any of those. The MC said, "Come on up. We're not asking you to sing. Don't worry, we don't dare to let you sing either. After you finish singing, the audience will probably all run away." Everyone laughed when they heard that. Lin Che knew that he had been ridiculed and looked at the host speechlessly. The host directly asked her to come up. Helpless, Lin Che could only jump up. Then, the host looked down at Gu Jingyu and boldly called him up. Gu Jingyu didn't like to participate in variety shows, so he rarely participated in them. Everyone thought that Gu Jingyu wouldn't jump on it, but Gu Jingyu shook his head helplessly and followed along. Everyone cheered even louder. The host himself was a little dumbfounded. Fortunately, Gu Jingyu went up, so the host didn't dare to make things difficult for him. As the commotion continued, Lin Che appeared on the news. Everyone thought that Firen really supported Lin Che and treated her so well at the wedding. Gu Jingyu still gave Firen face. Firen looked at him gratefully and thanked him. Gu Jingyu said, "Live in happiness." Then he looked at Ding and didn't say anything. The wedding would not be over until midnight. Firen went to the hotel room. Just as she was about to go in, she saw the media coming out in a hurry. Firen was stunned as she looked at the media and the cameras. She said, "You guys?" The media hurriedly laughed and said, "COMO said that we can take pictures of your wedding night." Firen was furious. What did this mean? Her wedding, the wedding that she had been looking forward to, had become a tool for him to put on a show. Even their only private moment had been taken by the media. Firen pushed open the door and walked in. Ding was reading the news on Weibo. Firen said directly, "How could you let them take pictures? It's our wedding night, and I haven't seen our room yet." "Oh, it's just a little." "The media asked us to take pictures, so we couldn't say no." "You, Ding, is it our wedding today? Do you want to marry me? Or is it because I said that I want to retire that you came up with the idea of using a wedding to get money? That's why you organized this wedding for me?" Firen. He looked up and said, "Don't throw a tantrum." Firen looked at him and said, "Throw a tantrum?" She slammed the door and said, "Stay here and count the money." She walked out and felt a lump in her throat. Everyone knew that they had been together for 8 years. Everyone thought that it must be true love. but she knew that she was sad. She had always wanted to live an ordinary life, but Mo Ding, he didn't know what she was thinking. She wrapped her arms around her shoulders and slowly walked out of the room, dragging her dress. However, at this moment, a man suddenly walked towards her. He was wearing a black trench coat and black boots with big toes. He looked very cold. Mu Firen felt that his walking posture was a little strange, as if he was going to fall at any time. She asked curiously, "Sir, what's wrong? Are you not feeling well?" None of the people who were asked looked up. The pitch-black eyes stared at Mu Firen. In the next moment, Mu Firen's body was suddenly restrained. Before she could react, she was dragged into one of the rooms. "Oh, who are you?" Her body was suddenly pressed down by someone, and then the man's cold body covered hers, that when Mu Firen realized what was going to happen, she couldn't resist anymore. She kicked her legs with all her might, but her body was forcefully torn apart. It was her first time that although she had been with Mo Ding for many years, she had always been well protected. She didn't know why Mo Ding didn't want to touch her. Therefore, today had become a very important day for her. It was a very meaningful day. That was why she had such a big reaction when she saw that someone had taken pictures of her wedding room. But she didn't expect that the body she had preserved for so many years would be done. When everything calmed down, the man looked at her in the dark. He took a glance at her, picked up something beside him, and jumped out of the window. This was the top floor, and Mu Firen didn't have time to think about anything else. She just cried, unable to imagine what she had just experienced. But she climbed out of the window and ran out in a daze. Chapter 702. After Yu Minmin left first, Lin Che also said goodbye to Gu Jingyu and prepared to leave the hotel with a bye. When they went out, it was already late at night. The two of them waited until the reporters were almost gone before leaving to avoid being surrounded by reporters again. Abai said, "I didn't expect a celebrity's wedding to be so grand and so many reporters." Lin Che said, "Of course. After all, Mu Firen's identity is different. She belongs to this era in our country. Marilyn Monroe. Do you know how important she is? Okay, so powerful, by the way." Just as Abai was about to speak, she heard a moan coming from the darkness. Lin Che was stunned for a moment. Then, he saw a hand leaning against the wall. She was startled. Then, she hurriedly ran over. "There's someone over there. Come and take a look." Abai also ran over, but she didn't expect that when she saw the person in the corner, Lin Che was even more stunned. It was Mu Firen. "Sister Firen, what happened to you? Wasn't she supposed to be in the bridal chamber? Why was she?" Mu Firen's appearance became clearer. Her clothes were messy, and there were scars on her face. It was obvious that she had experienced some unimaginable things. "How did her wedding night turn out like this?" Mu Firen said weakly. "Take me away. Leave. We can't be seen by the reporters." Being supported by Mu Firen, Lin Che was stunned for a moment. Then he reacted quickly and pulled Mu Firen to his car. After getting in her car, Abai asked, "Where should we go now?" Lin Che looked at Mu Firen, who was leaning against the wall with wounds all over her body. She looked very different from her usual glamorous appearance. Looking at it made one's heart ache. She knew that she couldn't go to the hospital. Otherwise, there would be countless speculations. After thinking for a while, he could only bring her back to the Gu family home first. After all, that was the safest place. There would definitely be no paparazzi or reporters, and there would be servants to take care of her. There would also be a reliable family doctor to take a look at her injuries. "Let's go to the Gu family." Mu Firen had been resting all along the way, and she seemed as if she had just lost half of her life. When they arrived, Lin Che patted her, afraid that he would wake her up. "We've arrived. Let's talk inside." Mu Firen raised her head in confusion. "You live here?" "Yeah, let's go." Mu Firen and Abai helped her to walk inside. Mu Firen looked over with a puzzled look on her face. When they entered, the servant saw this scene and asked Lin Che in surprise, "Madam, what's going on?" Mu Firen was surprised to hear Lin Che address her as Madam. She looked at Lin Che in confusion. However, what was even more shocking was that Gu Jingza walked out from inside. Lin Che looked at Gu Jingza and said, "Something happened here. Is the doctor still here?" Gu Jingza's gaze fell on Mu Firen. After taking a look, he nodded his head. Mu Firen said in surprise, This? Lin Che looked at Mu Firen in embarrassment and said embarrassedly, "This. I'll explain it later. But Sister Firen, please don't tell anyone, okay?" Mu Firen looked at Lin Che in surprise and then looked at the luxurious room. Then, she seemed to have understood something. "So that's how it is?" She nodded silently. "It's fine. How could I tell others about you helping me like this?" Lin Che smiled and helped her to sit down inside. Subsequently, the family doctor came very soon. He checked Mu Firen's wound and said, "It seems that there's blood below. Your pants are covered with blood." Mu Firen nodded with red eyes. Lin Che couldn't imagine it and said in surprise, "Did Mo Ding do this? That's too much. How could he be so rude to a woman? No wonder Gu Jingyu had such a bad impression of him." Mu Firen burst into tears. She shook her head and tried to hold back her tears, but she couldn't stop them from rolling down her cheeks. "It's not him." "What?" Lin Che was even more surprised. Mu Firen said, "I don't know who did it." The doctor said, "Then can I check you?" Mu Firen nodded. The doctor examined her and then collected some of the semen spots on it. She said, "If you need to call the police, this is the evidence." Mu Firen looked at it in humiliation and more tears came out of her eyes. In the end, she could only shake her head. She couldn't call the police. If she did, the news would only spread. She wasn't an ordinary person. The whole country knew who Mu Firen was. Moreover, there were so many violent netizens on the internet. Who knew what words would spread? She really felt that she couldn't bear it. She shook her head and said, "I'll keep the evidence, but I don't know who did it." Lin Che said, "I'll ask someone to check it out." Since the target was Mu Firen, there were many possibilities, including those fans who harbored evil intentions towards Mu Firen. Some fans might be a little extreme in their love for Mu Firen. Lin Che pitted Mu Firen even more. She said to Mu Firen carefully, "Rest first. Don't worry about anything else. Do you need me to inform someone?" Mu Firen thought of Mo Ding and shook her head in despair. "No, there's no one to inform. I'll rest for a while, and I'll be fine tomorrow." "Okay." Lin Che asked Mu Firen to rest first. When she went out and saw Gu Jingza, she said to him, "Sister Firen usually takes good care of me. Besides, she's so pitiful. I don't know who did it. What an animal. Who did such a thing to a woman and tortured such a beautiful woman like Mu Firen so miserably?" Lin Che felt very angry because they were both women. Gu Jingza understood what she was thinking. Hearing her words, he nodded and said, "I'll ask someone to check it out in the hotel." Lin Che nodded. When she saw Abai coming out, she said, "You'd better be careful when you go out. It seems that City B is also very dangerous. You're a girl. Don't run around by yourself." Abai said, "I'm fine. I know Taekwondo." Lin Che was speechless. "You're too weak." However, Lin Che thought that maybe she should learn some Taekwondo to protect herself. At least when she met bad people, she wouldn't be bullied all the time. When she saw the dignified Mu Firen in such a situation today, she really felt that it was unfair in her heart. Gu Jingza said, "Don't worry. I'll protect you. You'll be fine. By the way, I'll ask Chen Yuchen to come over later." "All right. He's a psychiatrist. He should know how to help Sister Firen better than we do." At night, Gu Jingza asked them to look after Mu Firen, but the night did not end peacefully. Gu Jingza got the news in the middle of the night and looked at Lin Che, who was sleeping soundly. Chapter 703. Recently, she was like a little pig who fell asleep easily. He knew that she had been very tired recently, so he didn't disturb her and walked out quietly. The staff said, "We checked the hotel surveillance cameras and found nothing unusual today. Only one person, Black Hawk, the boss of a gang in Country A, seemed to have checked into this hotel before, but he disappeared inexplicably at night." "Black Hawk?" Gu Jingza frowned. Why did this person suddenly come to Country C and was even allowed to enter the country? Black Hawk was the leader of a well-known killer organization. He had always been vicious and ruthless. His real name was unknown, but everyone called him Black Hawk. He had always wandered around in various countries, but was never allowed to enter Country C. How did he get in this time? How did he get in and stay in this hotel under their watch? What was more puzzling was why he came to Country C. In order to prevent trouble, Country C prohibited his gang from entering the country. Therefore, his business had never involved sea country. What kind of wind had blown him here this time? Gu Jingze knew that if he really did it, he couldn't let Lin Che know about it. The next day, after Mu Firen woke up, she felt much better. Lin Che had asked someone to prepare a change of clothes and necessities for her early in the morning. After washing up, she came out and saw Lin Che, smiling. Lin Che said, "Sister Firen, come and have some food." Mu Firen had been in the entertainment industry for many years, so she was very good at dealing with emergencies and dealing with her own worries. At this time, she had adjusted a lot. She looked at Lin Che, then looked around, sat down, and said to Lin Che, "It's your fault that you were so familiar with Gu Jingyu. No wonder you know so many rich second-generation heirs. It turns out that you are also a person with a high status, and your status is not simple." Lin Che felt even more embarrassed. It was a coincidence, but Gu Jingze is only my husband. He is helpful to my career, but I also hope that I can rely on my own hard work to achieve something of my own. Of course, I'm not saying that you're popular because of your identity and your capability. Of course, everyone knows about it, including me. I know that both your acting skills and your reputation in the circle are your own achievements. If it weren't for your capability, I wouldn't have liked you so much. Mu Firen sighed. I just didn't expect you to hide it so well. She looked around the room. Is this your and Gu Jingze's home? Yeah, Lin Che said. Mu Firen sighed with emotion. He's indeed extraordinary. Lin Che said, I hope Sister Firen won't tell others. Of course. At this time, Gu Jingze also came out from inside. Mu Firen hurriedly stood up. Hello, Mr. Gu. Thank you for yesterday. Gu Jingze looked at her and nodded. I know that Miss Mu takes good care of my Lin Che, so you don't have to thank me. I'm willing to do it. Those 4 words of his, my Lin Che, were truly meaningful to those who heard it. Lin Che pouted and looked at Gu Jingze. Gu Jingze raised his hand and ruffled her hair. Lin Che frowned and tidied up her messy hair with disgust. Mu Firen felt even sadder. This kind of life, that it looked simple and peaceful, which was exactly what she wanted. She had thought that as long as she retired and was no longer a superstar or the Mu Firen in everyone's eyes, she would have such a life. However, looking at Gu Jingze and Lin Che, she found that it was not true. It was as if her dream had been shattered. Gu Jingze was so famous, so powerful, and so superior, while Lin Che was also a public figure who was chased by paparazzi everywhere. Their lives should be a lot more chaotic. However, they still had an ordinary life, which was as sweet as sugar. Mu Firen felt that Gu Jingze was different from what she had imagined. Seeing his interaction with Lin Che, she really envied Lin Che. Although she had almost recovered, Mu Firen still didn't eat much. After breakfast, she didn't want to disturb Lin Che and Gu Jingze, so she said goodbye to them. Lin Che said, Sister Firen, I've hired a doctor to treat you. He'll contact you later. Well, thank you, Lin Che. She looked at him gratefully and felt that she was really lucky to have met Lin Che as soon as she went out. If she had met someone else, she would have been doomed. After sending her off, Lin Che sighed. He looked at Gu Jingze and said, I think she's already very impressive. She's really strong to be able to face it so calmly even after going through such a thing. Ordinary girls wouldn't be able to take it. Gu Jingze nodded and said, After all, she has been out there for so many years. Lin Che said, Have you checked the hotel? Gu Jingze shook his head. I can't find anything. Don't worry about it for the time being. Aren't you going to the U.S. to film? Yes, I may not be able to visit Sister Firen for the time being. The trip to the U.S. this time would be a long one. They couldn't always walk back and forth. Gu Jingze said, Okay, go to the U.S. and don't think too much. Just ask someone to take care of Mu Firen. Well, actually, it's okay to take care of her. With Dr. Chen taking care of her, she'll get better. But she looks so pitiful now, and she must be very sad when she thinks about it in the future. Besides, she just got married. Mu Firen returned home. Mo Ding asked sternly. Where did you go, Mu Firen? You didn't come back at night. I couldn't find you anywhere. Mu Firen said, I didn't go anywhere. I have work in the afternoon. You. Mu Firen, I trained you. No matter how good you are, I made you famous. You're not a big star in front of me. You're just a small artist who stood at my door on a rainy night and begged me to make you famous. Do you understand? Mu Firen leaned against the door, feeling more and more sad. At this moment, she didn't know why she had persevered for so many years. Lin Che left Sea-Land and soon embarked on the journey to Los Angeles. However, this flight was very unpleasant and she vomited several times on the plane. Abai went back with her and looked at Lin Che speechlessly on the plane. What's wrong with you? Why didn't you tell me earlier? Lin Che said, I don't usually get airsick, but this time it's really uncomfortable. You don't get airsick, but you vomit so much. Wow. Are you pregnant? Dot. Lin Che fiddled with her hands and said awkwardly, I don't know if I'm pregnant. What? Why didn't you know that you're pregnant? Have you had your period? Lin Che shook his head. Abai said, do you feel like vomiting all the time? Lin Che nodded. Do you and Gu Jingzi use protection? Lin Che blushed. I haven't done it for a while. Fuck, you're pregnant. Lin Che, what are you thinking about? Chapter 704. Abai really admired her. You're really good? Lin Che said, I've never been pregnant before. How would I know? Really? My 15-year-old classmate already knew that she was pregnant on the first day, yet you're still so stupid. Country C's education in this area is still relatively low. Abai said, I'll buy you a pregnancy test when we get there. No need. I'll go by myself. How could he ask her for help with this kind of thing? Since she really had to go for a test, she might as well go by herself. After more than 10 hours of flight, she was so tired that she collapsed after arriving. However, Abai still quickly urged Lin Che to buy a pregnancy test. When he returned to the hotel, Lin Che went in for a test. Lin Che didn't go out of the bathroom for a long time. He sat there and looked at the pregnancy test. If the pregnancy test turned into a cross, it meant that she was pregnant. If it turned into a straight line, it wouldn't mean that she was pregnant. She watched as a cross slowly appeared in the middle. Suppressing the joy in her heart, she covered her mouth and her excited heart pounded. It really was she touched her stomach and thought that there was finally a child inside. And it was Gu Jingzi who was with her. Actually, she had already thought about this before, but she was worried that she would rejoice for nothing this time. Therefore, she had always held the mentality that after a while, it would be obvious when she was pregnant. Anyway, if she was really pregnant, the child in her stomach wouldn't disappear all of a sudden. However, now that she had confirmed it, she was naturally very happy in her heart. When he went out, Abai was still waiting at the door. Lin Che was slightly shy as he looked at Abai and nodded. Abai then said, All right, I really admire you. I told you that you're definitely pregnant. You're pregnant now. What are you going to do when you're filming? Lin Che said, Since I've already taken on the role, I definitely have to continue acting. I'll tell the director. Fortunately, this is more sci-fi. Even if it's an action scene, it's all done in post-production. There's no need for fighting, and it's a male lead role. As the female lead, I don't even have as many scenes as a male supporting role. Don't worry. Abai said, then you'd better be careful. All right. Are you going to call Gu Jingzi? Lin Che said, sure. However, her face turned even redder. For a moment, she really didn't know what to say. Abai dialed the number for him first. The moment the call connected, Lin Che felt even more afraid. She wasn't ready yet when she heard Gu Jingzi's deep and magnetic voice. What's wrong? Lin Che glared at Abai angrily and could only say that. It's nothing. I just wanted to ask what you were doing. In the company? Why? It's dark at your place, but it's daytime here. Is it because you've been tortured by jet lag that your IQ can't keep up? Go to hell, that's not it. I just have some things to do. Lin Che stuttered, his tongue tied. Lin Che, what's wrong? Did something happen? No, it's not that. Lin Che was really shy, so she said directly, "Forget it, if there's nothing else, I'll hang up first." Then, she hung up the phone. Abai had a look of exasperation. Lin Che. However, Lin Che leaned there, no longer in the mood to do anything else. He just rubbed his stomach. She really had a feeling that she wanted him to know, but she was so shy that she didn't know how to say it. However, more than anything, she was happy, a joy that was hard to hide. She smiled and lay there, covering her face as she thought, seriously, pregnancy doesn't seem to be difficult. The next day, Lin Che quickly went to the set. Some people had already started filming. The filming was carried out in secret. There was no obvious opening ceremony here, but they were secretly filming. Lin Che followed a translator and an English teacher. When she had nothing to do, she would read some English, wanting to take the opportunity to learn English. Abai was also watching from the side, taking care of Lin Che as her assistant. She had been thinking about Lin Che's pregnancy, so when there was any dangerous action, she quickly went to interfere. The director repeatedly assured her that there would be no danger before she gave up. After filming for half a day, Lin Che's first day of filming was very surprising. She didn't expect an Asian actor from country C to be so good at acting. Actually, Lin Che was also learning while filming. Looking at the Hollywood acting skills, she slowly learned them in her heart. Then, under their inspiration, her acting skills exploded once again. She was constantly learning by herself, so naturally, her acting skills were developing rapidly. In the afternoon, Lin Che was talking to Steven about the script. Steven was talking about some of the main points of the scene, and Lin Che listened to the translator's narration, thinking about it. Just then, someone walked in from behind and said, "Lin, there's a very tall and handsome man outside. He said he's looking for you." "Man? How could there be a man?" Lin Che stood up curiously. The person who came was a staff member of the crew. He shrugged to show that he didn't know what was going on, but he still looked in the direction of the door and smiled like a love-struck fool. Lin Che said, "Oh, I'll go out and take a look." She handed the script to the translator and walked out. As soon as she went out, she saw Gu Jingzi standing there with his hands in his pockets. He was standing straight. Why is he here? It was no wonder that the staff member thought that he was tall and handsome. Actually, in this area, men were generally taller. It wasn't that there weren't any short men, but it was really easy to see those 189 meters tall men. However, even in such a place, Gu Jingzi's height was still very tall and straight. In addition, his legs were so long, so he was also a handsome man standing there. His charming eyes were irresistibly sexy. What's more, no matter where they went, the value of a luxury car would never change. They still recognized what kind of car was parked outside, and they also recognized how expensive the man's clothes, shoes, and wristwatch were. Hence, standing in this completely unfamiliar place, there were countless people looking at him. Lin Che walked over immediately. "Gu Jingzi, why are you here?" Gu Jingzi looked at her and said, "What did you want to talk to me about yesterday?" He grabbed her hand and looked down at her. His intimate look was very eye-catching. Some people pointed out that the two of them looked very interesting. Lin Che was speechless and looked at him. He came here because of the phone call yesterday, but that she blushed and lowered her head as low as it could go. Chapter 705. Seeing her like this, Gu Jingzi became even more anxious. He frowned and said in a hoarse voice, "Tell me what happened, Lin Che." Lin Che still didn't say anything and turned her head away. Gu Jingzi became even more anxious. He chased after Lin Che and asked, "Lin Che, are you going to tell me or not? Are you going to tell me or not?" When Lin Che felt him lower his head, his face contorted and his eyes dimmed. Lin Che looked at Gu Jingzi speechlessly. This man was a little too impatient. "Silly Gu Jingzi, I'm pregnant." Gu Jingzi's expression was calm at first. Like a frozen scene in a movie, he stared straight at Lin Che. "Pregnant? You?" His thin lips trembled. He had heard it clearly, but he still asked again. Lin Che nodded vigorously again. She looked into his eyes and couldn't look away. Then, Gu Jingzi picked her up. "Aya, Gu Jingzi, what are you doing? Let go of me." Lin Che only felt that her world was spinning. She was carried around by him, and when she stopped, he was still holding her body. He raised his head and looked at her face. Was she really pregnant? Lin Che hugged his head and looked down at him, but her face heated up when she saw his affectionate gaze. Seriously, she couldn't stand the way he looked at her. In particular, such a gaze seemed to be able to roast people thoroughly, heating them up from the inside out. She sighed. How could there be such a man in this world? His gaze could kill. It wasn't because it was sharp, but because it was too gentle. It was so gentle that people would be willing to do anything for him, including ending their own lives. She turned her head away. He then put her down and said to her, "Let's go. I'll take you out first." Lin Che said quickly, "I have to tell the crew first." "Okay, I'll wait for you outside." His gaze was still focused on her, and he smiled at her. Lin Che's heart was sweet. She was worried that she would be so tired of him that she wanted to hug him and not let go. She quickly looked away and ran in. The person who came and called out, "Hey Lin, is that your boyfriend?" Lin Che nodded sweetly. The man gave her a thumbs up, as if he was very envious. Lin Che felt that someone was praising him, so he felt even happier. Steven saw her coming back and couldn't help asking, "Is the man outside your boyfriend?" Lin Che nodded, "Yes, director." He looked outside, stroked his chin, and nodded. "Yeah, it's a good image. Has he ever considered becoming an actor? I think he's the closest man to our beauty standards among Asians, whether it's his height or his physique. He'll definitely be popular here." Lin Che pursed his lips into a smile and said straightforwardly, "No, he won't come to film." "Oh, really? How can you be so sure?" "Of course, I'm sure he doesn't want to be an actor. But I still want to thank the director for his recognition. It's really going to be a hit." The director still felt it was a pity. However, Lin Che only smiled. He wanted to say that it was impossible for him, the great CEO Gu, to come here to film. She walked out. Gu Jingze was already waiting in the car. Lin Che got into the car and saw that he was driving. She asked curiously, "Didn't you bring anyone with you?" Gu Jingze nodded. "There aren't many people who know me here. It's much safer than in China. Let's go. I'll take you to eat first." He held her hand with one hand and stared deeply into her eyes. It wasn't until she wanted to escape again that he curled his lips and turned his head away. Soon, they arrived at a restaurant by the sea. After getting out of the car, Gu Jingze didn't let Lin Che move. He opened the door himself and said to Lin Che, "Let me help you. Don't use too much force." Lin Che was speechless. "It's just opening the door. How can I use too much force?" Gu Jingze looked at Lin Che. He was still worried, so he simply carried Lin Che in his arms. Hey, what are you doing now?" Gu Jingze said, "It's rugged here. I'll carry you in." "No, I'm not disabled. I don't need you to carry me like this. Put me down." The people next to them couldn't help but look over when they saw the noisy man and woman entering the door. Seeing that someone was looking, Lin Che quickly patted Gu Jingze's head. Gu Jingze had never been patted on the head before. He looked up and glared at Lin Che. This woman was so bold now that she dared to stand on top of his head and shit. If anyone saw this scene, they would definitely think that Lin Che had gone crazy. However, Gu Jingze glared at her and didn't get angry. Putting her down, Lin Che quickly said, "Don't be like this. I'm not sick. I'm just pregnant." Gu Jingze just looked at Lin Che and said to her, "What if I fall?" "Gu Jingze, do I have to lie in bed for the next few days?" Gu Jingze looked at Lin Che with a sigh. Lin Che looked really worrisome. Previously, he wanted to have a child with her. He hoped that a child could inherit her beauty and everything she had. However, now that he really had a child, he felt a little worried. Such a small thing was too fragile that if anything happened, he felt that she wouldn't be able to bear it. He thought for a moment. "Tomorrow, I'll ask someone to prepare a personal doctor, as well as personal security guards and assistants to protect you." "What?" Lin Che looked at Gu Jingze speechlessly. "Why are you doing this?" "Just like the president's personal guards. I have a few outstanding girls like you Minmin. I'll send them to you tomorrow." No. I don't want them. I'm just pregnant." Lin Che really felt that it was too troublesome. Would there be a bunch of people following her wherever she went in the future? She already felt that it was already troublesome to have assistants and a large group of staff wherever she went. If there were more people, wouldn't the media and fans think that she was so famous and had personal security guards? Also, female security guards seemed to be rarer and more expensive than male security guards. She couldn't afford it. If she knew that this was burning money, her heart would definitely ache. Okay, it's not good for you to do this. My family will also think that I'm being unreasonable. It's just pregnancy. Why do you have to make it so scary? Don't worry. If my family finds out, they'll probably send all the security guards to protect you. Duh. This is the Gu family's first child after all. Lin Che couldn't help but think of Gu Jingyan's child. Chapter 706. Lin Che said, "Better than Jingyan? Of course. When you go back, you'll get so many gifts that your hands will get tired." Lin Che spread out her hands and said, "This. Oh yeah, but I've only tested myself. I haven't been to the hospital yet." Gu Jingzi said, "Then I'll take you to the hospital tomorrow. Come and eat first today." He pulled her to his side. Their chairs were facing each other, and the two of them were also facing each other. Soon, the waiter served their food. Lin Che stared at Gu Jingzi. She felt like she was going to melt under his smiling eyes. Why did he look at her like that? He made her feel so uncomfortable. However, knowing that he felt happy in his heart, she also felt very happy. Lin Che stopped looking at him and lowered her head to get something to eat. Gu Jingzi held her hand and said, "Let me help you." Gu Jingzi took the plate, picked up the spoon, and prepared to feed Lin Che with the steamed rice. Gu Jingzi looked at Lin Che. Lin Che looked around speechlessly. There were so many people in the restaurant. It was too boring. "No need. I'll do it myself. I said I'll do it. Sit still and don't move." Gu Jingzi didn't listen to her. Seeing that she was going to move away, he pulled the chair closer. Then, he put the spoon in front of her and said, "Open your mouth and eat." Lin Che could only look at him speechlessly and then at the people around them. Gu Jingzi said, "What are you looking at? They don't know you." Okay, he was right. Lin Che opened her mouth to eat. Seeing that she didn't resist, Gu Jingzi smiled in satisfaction and fed her mouthful by mouthful. It was so greasy that the people around them looked at him. The shop assistant was also looking at them. She smiled and walked over with a camera in her hand. She said to Gu Jingzi in English, "Sir, do you mind if we take a picture of you?" Gu Jingzi narrowed his eyes. "What for?" The shop assistant said, "We think that you two look so sweet, so we want to take a picture of you and put it on the wall as a memento." Gu Jingzi looked at Lin Che's rare happiness and relaxed a lot. He said to the shop assistant, "Okay, take it." The shop assistant smiled and said to him, "You two can do whatever you want. Just pretend that I'm not here." Gu Jingzi smiled and reached out to feed Lin Che another mouthful. Lin Che couldn't help but ask curiously, "What did she just say?" Gu Jingzi glanced at them and said, "They said they wanted to take pictures of us." Ah. While they were talking, the shop assistant had already snapped the photo. Lin Che said, Hey, that's too ugly." Gu Jingzi said, "What's wrong with that? Didn't I tell you that no one here knows you?" The shop assistant took a photo and showed it to Gu Jingzi and Lin Che. The shop assistant smiled and said, "They're really too beautiful. Look, they're very good looking. The two of them are really compatible and very beautiful." Gu Jingzi nodded and looked at the photo. The shop assistant thanked him, then said to Lin Che, "This young lady is very blessed." Lin Che was still confused, but the shop assistant had already left. Gu Jingzi continued, "All right, hurry up and eat. You're not hungry, but the one in your stomach is hungry." Lin Che blushed. She hadn't gotten used to the fact that she was pregnant with Gu Jingzi's child. She didn't know if this child would be as smart and beautiful as his father in the future. She was looking forward to the birth of the child and what the child would look like. The two of them continued to be lovey-dovey as they finished their meal. Even if the onlookers found it strange, they would definitely be envious of the two of them being so sweet. The next morning, Gu Jingzi had already prepared the car. He took Lin Che to make an appointment with a doctor. Gu Jingzi drove her to the hospital. The hospital that they had made an appointment with looked very classy. After the two of them entered, the doctor looked at the two of them happily. Oh, you guys made an appointment in the afternoon, right? You look really young. Gu Jingzi said, yes, my wife is young, and she's very thin. I think it will be hard for her first child. You have to take good care of her. Hearing this, Gu Jingzi couldn't help but pinch her hand and look at Lin Che worriedly. Will there be any danger, doctor? Gu Jingzi asked. Oh, no. Of course not. It's just that it will be hard for her first child. I can see that you're very worried about your wife, the doctor said with a smile. Gu Jingzi nodded. Yes, she's giving birth to my child at such a young age. It's only right that I'm worried about her. The doctor immediately said sweetly, oh, you're such a good husband. Quick, bring your wife over to have a look. Lin Che was held by Gu Jingzi's hand, and they walked in together. They drew her blood for a test, checked her temperature, and checked her abdomen. Finally, they went to do an ultrasound. The doctor looked at Lin Che and said, oh, madam, you're really beautiful. Your figure is well-proportioned, and your skin is so good during pregnancy. Lin Che smiled. Although he didn't understand, he could tell that she was praising him. Gu Jingzi looked at her flat abdomen. For a moment, he felt that Lin Che was too thin. Her body was perfect, fair, and translucent. In the future, it would be bloated by the child, and it might leave a permanent mark. Gu Jingzi couldn't bear to. He actually regretted letting her have a child, because a woman had to pay too much to give birth, especially when the doctor had just said that giving birth would be very difficult, and she was still so young. Gu Jingzi held her hand and lowered his head to look at her face. Lin Che raised her head and looked into his eyes. What's wrong? Gu Jingzi said, giving birth might be very dangerous. Even if it's not dangerous, it might leave a mark on your body. Lin Che was stunned for a moment. Then, she realized that he was worried about her. She slowly held his hand and looked at his starry eyes calmly. Silly, who doesn't give birth like this? The danger is only hidden, and I'm willing to do it. As she said this, Lin Che lowered her head even more. Gu Jingzi still felt sorry for her. Just then, the doctor smiled and said, look, this is your child. It was different from China. In China, pregnant women couldn't see the ultrasound machine. But here, the ultrasound screen was facing the pregnant woman so that she could see her child directly. There were some clear lines inside, which surprised Lin Che. He couldn't tell that it was a child, but he could see a small dot in the middle. Oh, it's about 7 weeks now. We'll continue to check for the specific date. Yes, it looks very healthy, and the uterus is also very healthy. I hope your child will grow up healthily in the future. Lin Che looked at the small dot and suddenly felt that it was very magical. She held Gu Jingzi's hand and said, is that a child? Gu Jingzi was also looking at it, but his mind was completely occupied by what had just happened. Although it looked magical, he was more worried about Lin Che's safety. Lin Che said, how is it? Gu Jingzi said, if I were to choose, I would hope that it would be thinner and smaller. That way, your body might be less damaged. Lin Che's heart skipped a beat. Chapter 707. The doctor told Lin Che what to take note of. Lin Che listened attentively, hoping that he would be able to remember every single word of it. This child was very precious to her. It was her and Gu Jingzi's first child. It was her first child in this life. She didn't know what it was like to have a child. When the two of them went out, Gu Jingzi held her hand and said, really, let the child be smaller. He shouldn't eat too much. Lin Che looked at Gu Jingzi helplessly. How can we do that? The child's health is the most important thing. Didn't you hear what the doctor said just now? He can absorb nutrients on his own. He doesn't need to eat too much. If he eats too much, he'll be too fat. It's not good for the child. So, don't deliberately eat too much. I hope he'll be slimmer. Seriously, how can you be a father? Lin Che looked at Gu Jingzi, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. Gu Jingzi said, I can feel that this child will be a boy. You can feel it? Yes, when you said you were pregnant, I had a feeling that this child will be a boy. Although I don't care if it's a boy or a girl. If it's a boy, he'll belong to my wife sooner or later. And you're the one who will be with me for the rest of my life. So of course, I'll lean towards you. Be with him for the rest of his life? This kind of word sounded even more touching coming from Gu Jingzi's mouth. Lin Che looked at Gu Jingze with a smile. He held her hand and kissed it. His eyes were full of pity. At this moment, an Asian couple at the side suddenly smiled and said to Lin Che in Mandarin, "Madam, your husband really treats you too well." Lin Che snapped out of her daze and turned to look at the couple. The wife's belly was already very big. The husband was holding her arm and looked very tired. Lin Che smiled embarrassedly. Gu Jingze put his arm around her shoulder and looked at her. "She's my wife. If I don't treat her well, who else should I treat well?" The wife pushed her husband. "Look at him. He's so worried because his wife is pregnant. Look at you. You're putting off coming to the pregnancy checkup with me." The man looked at Lin Che, then looked at Gu Jingze. His face was also a little embarrassed. He smiled embarrassedly and hurriedly pulled his complaining wife inside. Lin Che raised his head and looked at Gu Jingze. He felt that Gu Jingze seemed incomparably tall at this moment, taller than he had ever been. She was so lucky to have a husband who loved her dearly. He was such a perfect man. Lin Che, who had never been loved like this before, was even more moved. She leaned into his embrace and said softly, "Don't worry, I'll be fine. It's just giving birth. Besides, you're so powerful, you're so rich, and you're so rich, so you won't allow anything to happen to me. We'll find the best doctor and the best equipment, right?" Gu Jingze seemed to be comforted. He nodded at her and said, "You're right. I'll send someone to find the best doctor and the best hospital. If possible, where do you want to rest? I think Northern Europe is not bad. The environment there is more suitable and the air is better." Lin Che felt that she shouldn't have said those things, that she watched dumbfoundedly as Gu Jingze picked up the phone and prepared to buy a villa in a Nordic country to nurture the fetus. The people next to them seemed to have heard what he said. They all looked at him sideways, feeling a little strange. Wasn't this man crazy? Why did he start talking about buying a villa in the hospital to nurture the fetus? In short, they had only come to confirm if she was really pregnant. In the end, it evolved into Gu Jingze frantically arranging for follow-up doctors and began to worry about Lin Che's safety. Lin Che wanted to return to the set that day, but Gu Jingze was very reluctant. He even immediately asked the beautiful security guards he had transferred over to take up the post and follow Lin Che to the set. In the set, Stephen was a little stunned when she saw Lin Che come in with a few tall beauties behind her. She was about to talk to her about the show, but she didn't expect Lin Che to bring so many people. "You are?" Lin Che looked back. She felt that it was a little too grand, but she could only shrug and say, "This is the security guards. Wow, your company is so thoughtful for you." Lin Che said, "Yes, and it looks like your company is really rich. It's the first time I've seen such high-quality bodyguards." "Wow, I heard that you own your company." "Oh my God." Stephen looked at Lin Che, looking at her in a new light. "Are you actually a very rich person?" Stephen thought about how he felt about her before. Because he wasn't very familiar with Asian actors, he always felt that Lin Che's temperament was different, but he didn't think too much about it. Today, looking at the bodyguards behind her, he really felt that an ordinary person couldn't afford such a beautiful and neat female bodyguard. She was very expensive. Lin Che quickly said, "How is that possible? How is that possible? Let's go. Aren't we going to talk about the script? Let's go, director." After listening to the translator, Lin Che quickly pushed Stephen into the door. As for the beautiful bodyguard, she stayed outside the door and listened. Her appearance was indeed very shocking. Stephen said that an investor wanted to see Lin Che today. Lin Che didn't like to meet this kind of person, but Stephen said they always knew that I hired a new Asian face. They probably want to see what kind of lead actor he is. Lin Che knew that it was inevitable to be an actor. It was the same in China. Since the investor was the one paying, they had to give him some face. Thus, Lin Che agreed. Stephen said, "That's great. Anyway, you have your beautiful bodyguard, and they aren't Henry. They won't do anything to harm you. Don't worry." Stephen could sense that she wasn't an actress who would bow down to powerful people, and she didn't care about those rich investors at all. Of course, he didn't know that Lin Che followed a rich man every day. Ever since she started working for Gu Jingze, she had never met anyone who was more elegant and rich than Gu Jingze. So why would she be curious about other rich people? She agreed to meet the investor because she was giving the director face. Otherwise, Lin Che wouldn't have wanted to go there. Together with Stephen, the two of them arrived at the hotel that the investor mentioned in the afternoon. Stephen said, "This hotel seems to be run by a person from Country C. I've seen him once. He looks like you, but I can't really tell Asian faces apart. I think people from your countries look the same." Chapter 708. Lin Che smiled. "Yeah, just like how we'll be face blind if we look at your faces." The bodyguards followed them into the hotel. Looking at the decorations, she felt that this place didn't look like a country sea. After taking a few steps in, the phone rang. Lin Che picked it up and saw that it was Gu Jingza again. The speed at which he called almost every half an hour made Lin Che feel very helpless for the whole day. Lin Che picked up the phone and said, "I'm fine. I'm here, and everyone is here. Do you want to ask me anything?" Gu Jingza was silent for a while before smiling. "I can't help it. It's fine if it's someone else, but with your IQ and a child, it's worrying." "Screw you. I won't lose myself. It's fine. Have you arrived?" "Yeah. I'm at the hotel. I heard that it's a hotel run by a Country C. It's quite a big one. I didn't know that Country C has so many businesses." "Of course. The Gu family has a lot of businesses in Los Angeles." Yes. You're amazing." Lin Che rolled her eyes. Gu Jingza said, "Which hotel are you talking about?" "Oh, it's called Mailahua Hotel." Mailahua. Gu Jingza was flipping through the folder in his hand. He muttered the name, and then he suddenly stood up from the chair. His eyes shone with a sharp light, like a sword coming out of its scabbard. "Lin Che, get out of there right now." "What? That's not a hotel run by a Country C. Get out now." Lin Che was dumbfounded. She looked to the side. Although she didn't understand what Gu Jingza meant, she still listened to him subconsciously. She turned around and was about to leave. But at that moment, "Mrs. Gu, why are you in such a hurry? You didn't even say goodbye to me." A strange voice sounded from inside. Lin Che immediately turned his head and saw the man who came out from inside. It was Li Mingyu. Lin Che froze for a moment. Then she relaxed. It seemed that it was useless to say anything now. She might as well face it calmly. "Hello," she said. "I didn't see Mr. Li. Also, I don't think we know each other very well. Even if I saw you, I might not have said hello." Li Mingyu looked at her from head to toe. It had been a while since he had seen her for the first time, but the breathtaking feeling she gave him had never changed. No wonder Gu Jingza was fascinated by her. She was indeed an outstanding woman. He looked at Lin Che and said, "Mrs. Gu's words really hurt my heart. Am I really not worthy of you meeting me?" "That's not it. It's just that I'm a married woman after all. It's naturally not good for me to casually see a stranger. Furthermore, it's a stranger like Mr. Li, all right, Mr. Li. I still have something to do, so I'll leave first." "Hey, don't be like this. It's not easy for us to meet. Why don't we have a good chat?" Li Mingyu hurriedly stopped him. At this time, Lin Che also noticed a few people following behind Li Mingyu. One look, and he could tell that they were not easy to deal with. Stephen, on the other hand, was a little scared. Looking at the two teams, he seemed a little strange. He would look at Li Mingyu's side for a while, then look at Lin Che's side for a while. "Lin, these people are?" Lin Che heard that the translator was still speaking, but he wasn't in the mood to reply. She looked at the people in front of her and said to him, "I have nothing to talk to you about, but I've always been very interested in you, Mrs. Gu. I want to know about your acting skills, your show, and how you won Gu Jing's heart. Let's go, let's have a good chat." As he said this, he moved closer. The people following behind him also took 2 steps forward fiercely. The 4 beautiful bodyguards behind Lin Che also moved forward together. It was very obvious that they were confronting each other. At this moment, Li Mingyu said, "Mrs. Gu, the beauties behind you are not bad, right? I know that these beauties are all from the Falcon training camp. Every one of them is fierce and experienced." Gu Jingza is really ruthless towards you. It takes a lot of manpower and resources to train each of these people. Every one of them is very precious, and they are all so beautiful. TSK, Do you know how many bodyguards there are in this world? Lin Che really didn't know that these female bodyguards were so precious. She knew that they were very expensive, but she didn't know how expensive they were. Seeing that Lin Che didn't speak, Li Mingyu continued, "There are only 8 of them. There are already 4 behind you." "Duh. So precious?" Li Mingyu smiled and said, "But it's a pity." "What was a pity?" Lin Che looked at him and asked, "What exactly do you mean?" Li Mingyu said, "It's a pity that no matter how good they are not impenetrable. And this is my territory. If you don't want these 4 beauties to die here, let's go in and have a chat." Dot. Lin Che turned back to look at the beauties. They were already like arrows on a bowstring, but it wouldn't be good to go against them head-on. She looked at Li Mingyu and said, "All right, isn't it just a chat? Let's go. Let's have a chat." A wise man knew better than to fight when the odds were against him. Moreover, she was still pregnant, so she couldn't be careless. He was right. This was his territory. Even if she brought bodyguards with her, once she entered his territory, she wouldn't have a choice. Since that was the case, then let's have a chat. What's there to be afraid of? Different situations call for different actions. Li Mingyu clapped his hands and said, "I knew it. Mrs. Gu, a wise man submits to circumstances." The beauties behind him looked at him and could only follow him. Stephen immediately understood that the other party was not to be trifled with. Lin Che was indeed not an ordinary person. Looking at the men behind Li Mingyu and then at the women behind Lin Che, he could feel an unusual aura. These were all people he couldn't afford to offend. He spread his hands, but he didn't dare to ask them what he should do. He found an opportunity and quickly went out. Lin Che followed Li Mingyu and went inside. Li Mingyu said, "Come in. Let's have a good chat. Let the beauties rest outside." She said, "Just say what you want to say. Why do you have to beat around the bush?" Don't be so boring. What's the point of saying it directly? Life is only so long. It's more interesting to play around." Lin Che just rolled his eyes. Li Mingyu looked at Lin Che admiringly and said, "Beauties are indeed beauties. You look so good even when you roll your eyes. No wonder Gu Jingze is so infatuated with you." Lin Che almost vomited. "Hey, can you speak properly?" "I'm complimenting you, Mrs. Gu." "Forget it then. Your compliment makes me want to cry." Lin Che simply found a seat and sat down. Even if he was a prisoner, he couldn't treat himself badly. Chapter 709. When Li Mingyu saw that she actually pulled a chair and sat down, he felt very strange. He smiled and shrugged as he walked over and sat down. He looked at Lin Che and said, "I've always been curious. Gu Jingze and Mo Huiling have been together for such a long time. Why did Gu Jingze abandon Mo Huiling the moment you appeared?" Lin Che said, "How do you know that he doesn't want her anymore and that Mo Huiling didn't want her anymore?" Ha! She was still so arrogant at this moment. Did she really think that he wouldn't dare to do anything to her? Lin Che said, "Did you call me here just to ask me this question?" Li Mingyu crossed his legs and looked at her as if he was chatting with her. "Yes, I called you here to ask you. Unfortunately, you know that Gu Jingze has always been stubborn. If I asked him to invite you here, he wouldn't allow it. So I had to come up with this idea. I asked someone else to invite you here." As expected, he had planned for her to come here. Lin Che shook his head and said, "It's my honor that I'm worth President Li's effort." No, Mrs. Gu. You're so capable and you're so beautiful. You're worth it." Lin Che said, "Actually, I don't have anything to tell you. I can only say that Gu Jingze and I are not what you think. Mo Huiling is pregnant with your child now. You just have to treat her well, and you two can live together. Isn't it better for us to live together peacefully? Mr. Li and I really don't have anything to talk about, so why don't we?" Lin Che stood up and said, "Let me go back first." Li Mingyu chuckled. The smile lines at the corner of his eyes became more obvious. "You're looking down on me? You're leaving now?" Lin Che said awkwardly, "I've tried to talk to you, but we don't get along. Let's not talk. We have different interests. We can't talk about it." With that said, Lin Che was about to walk out. Li Mingyu didn't stop her and let her open the door. Lin Che was curious about what he was doing. The moment he opened the door, the blood on the floor was especially glaring. The 4 beautiful bodyguards were already lying on the floor. Lin Che only took one look, and his heart trembled. Then he silently closed the door. Lin Che turned around and glared at Li Mingyu. All right, let's continue chatting. I want to see what you want to talk about. Li Mingyu said, That's right. He looked at Lin Che and said, Mrs. Gu, please don't be angry. Although the 4 of them died, it doesn't mean that they were incapable. The main point is that there were only 4 of them. No matter how powerful they were, they couldn't have fought against so many people and so many guns. Fortunately, they had undergone professional training and had never thought of walking out of this place alive. So their deaths were nothing to them. If you really feel sorry for them, I can return you 4 more. Then I really have to thank you. Lin Che sat down, his heart pounding. It seemed like he really couldn't leave this place so easily. However, he didn't seem to want to be rough with her. It seemed like his target wasn't her, but that Gu Jingze. Li Mingyu smiled and clapped his hands. Then, for beautiful women came in. Li Mingyu said, I'll return these 4 to you. As an apology, I'd like to invite you to stay with me for a few days. You'll be my honored guest for the next few days. Don't worry, you'll be more comfortable here than at Gu Jingze's place. If you want to stay here for the rest of your life, I'll definitely welcome you. Lin Che raised his head and looked at the 4 of them. Had she been placed under house arrest by these 4 people? Looking at them, they definitely wouldn't be easy to deal with. She sighed. She thought that she was still involved in these rich people's game, but she was worried that Gu Jingze would be anxious. Fortunately, the fact that she was pregnant hadn't been announced yet, so no one knew about it yet. Otherwise, if they knew that she was pregnant with the flesh and blood of the Gu family, who knew what kind of trouble would occur? Lin Che said, Then about Gu Jingze, Li Mingyu said, Don't worry, I will definitely inform him on your behalf. However, whether he will come to pick you up depends on how deep his feelings for you are. Lin Che glared at Li Mingyu. This man was really evil. It was the first time she had met such an evil man. However, since she was already here, she would take things as they came. She spread her hands and said, All right then, help me apply for leave from the production crew. Hearing this, Li Mingyu looked at Lin Che, who was leaning against the wall. He narrowed his eyes as if he was examining her. He was also very surprised. He didn't expect that she didn't show any signs of fear and even cooperated with him to put on an act. This woman was really interesting. He was becoming more and more interested in her. Perhaps Mo Huiling losing to her wasn't a surprise. Thinking of Mo Huiling at this moment, Lin Che also thought of Mo Huiling. He raised his head and said, Oh yes, Miss Mo is still with you, right? How is she now? Li Mingyu froze. Looking ahead, he said quietly, Yes, she's fine. Li Mingyu quickly asked his men to prepare the plane. After all, it wasn't convenient to stay in America. It was better to return to Country A. Thus, he asked his men to inform Gu Jingze and went to the back. In a warehouse in the backyard, his men opened the door for him. Inside, the stench was disgusting, and the screams that followed made him even more irritated. Let me out, let me out. Jingze, how could you do this to me? Sob. The person inside was none other than Mo Huiling. Her hair was unkempt, and her clothes were dirty. She hadn't bathed in a long time, and her body stank. Li Mingyu brought her to America to see a doctor. But after seeing her, the doctor said that she couldn't take medicine now and that it wasn't good for the child. If she wanted a child, it would be better for her to take the medicine after she was born. When Li Mingyu took her away, he wanted to treat her well. Who knew that this woman would become more and more irritating? She kept crying and it was annoying. He couldn't help but hit her and she started crying. His mood worsened and he treated her worse and worse. There was no filial son in front of a sick bed, not to mention that she was just a woman. He really loved her, but no matter how much he loved her, he couldn't stand her like this. Moreover, the more he loved her, the more his heart ached for her. He couldn't help but lose his temper when she became like this. He squatted down and said to her, Huiling, I found Lin Che, but I know that he's not the one at fault. It's that man. He abandoned you and treated you so badly. That's why you're sick. I'll take revenge for you. Get well soon, okay? Chapter 710. Mo Huiling glared at him. While he was still in a daze, she bit the back of his hand. Fuck, you're asking for it. Li Mingyu kicked her away angrily. Looking at the wound on the back of his hand, he was even more furious. He kicked Mo Huiling a few more times. The people behind him stopped him. Sir, the child is important. Thinking of the child, he stopped and snorted. He couldn't be bothered to look at her anymore. So he said, get someone to watch her. Then he went out. On Gu Jing's side, he tore the photo that was sent to him. In the photo, the 4 bodyguards that he had entrusted to Lin Che were already dead. Lin Che was fine, but now that he was trapped by Li Mingyu, how could he not be worried? Looking at the dark night, the sky of Los Angeles was like black satin, completely dark, and his eyes were only a little darker than the sky. After a while, he slowly clasped his hands together, bent his fingers, and clenched them tightly. He knew that even with the 4 excellent bodyguards, they wouldn't be a match for Li Mingyu. If it were an ordinary person, they wouldn't have done anything wrong. But it was Li Mingyu that not only was he quick and ruthless, but he was also a tycoon in country A who had made his fortune for many years. So it was expected that he would die there. Killing the chicken to warn the monkey? No matter what, he had to be ruthless. Qin Hao looked at the silent Gu Jingzi from behind. On the other side, Abai was still watching worriedly. After coming, she saw that Gu Jingzi had been silent, which made her even more worried. But when she wanted to speak, Qin Hao kept signaling her not to speak, so she could only hold it in. After a long time, Gu Jingzi said, Li Mingyu must want something. Since he wants to play, we'll play with him. Hearing that he finally spoke, Abai quickly said, then Lin Che won't be in danger? Gu Jingzi said, no, my people have already gone to check. Lin Che has been settled in the hotel's presidential suite. If he really wanted to do something to her, he should have taken her to the basement instead of wasting a spot in the presidential suite. Abai said strangely, then why is he doing this? Gu Jingzi said, he wants to tell me that he's not interested in Lin Che. The person he wants to deal with is me. He wants me to behave and not act rashly. If I behave, not only will Lin Che not be in danger, but he will also live a comfortable life. Just like now, if I dare to act rashly, Lin Che will be miserable. He threw the photo on the table, just like these 4. Looking at the bloody photo, Abai quickly turned her head and said angrily, this person. Why is he so bad, so rude to girls, so bad? These people are so pitiful. You must compensate their families. Gu Jingzi said, that's not necessary. Why? Although they didn't complete the mission, they still sacrificed their lives. No, they're all orphans. They're picked from the orphans and raised from the orphans. That way, they won't have to worry about their future. That's why they're all alone and aren't afraid of death. They've been trained like this since they were young. Such a person can still die at the hands of this man. Is that man very powerful? Abai knew that bodyguards trained like this were definitely top-notch bodyguards, and they were in the form of a suicide squad. Gu Jingzi said, Li Mingyu is not simple, but I'm afraid this time, he won't be the only one doing it. If he wants to deal with me, he won't dare to do it himself. He will only find helpers. Abai thought for a moment. Then you should find helpers too. I'll ask my father to help too. Gu Jingzi shook his head. Although your father is fine in the United States, I believe he will bring Lin Che back to the country immediately. After leaving the United States and going to country A, your father can't do anything about it. All right, I know what I'm doing. You don't have to worry too much. I'll make sure Lin Che is safe. Okay, you promise? Abai said again. I swear, even if I die, I won't let anything happen to Lin Che. Abai was suddenly shaken by the firmness in his eyes, her body, and mind. She believed that what he said was true. Abai was finally relieved. She felt that since he promised, he would definitely think of a way. On the other side, Li Mingyu had indeed set up the plane. He looked at Lin Che and saw that she was sitting obediently in the living room of the presidential suite watching TV. She seemed to be in no hurry. He smiled as he walked in and said, You're not afraid at all. Lin Che said, You let me live so comfortably. Why should I be busy? Of course. I've always been very good to women, much better than Gu Jingze. You will soon know that I'm a good man, unlike Gu Jingze, who is so cold-blooded and heartless. He throws away his old lover just like that. He likes the new and hates the old to the extreme. When it comes to women, we should have tender and protective feelings for the fairer sex. Lin Che said speechlessly, then don't take me as a hostage. Are you being tender and protective towards the fairer sex? Isn't this a guest? A guest. What hostage? Lin Che patted his clothes. Look at this. I haven't changed my clothes for a day. I don't even have pajamas or a change of clothes. I'm not happy staying here. I want to go home. Li Mingyu slapped his forehead. Look at me. I was so busy that I forgot about these. I'll take you out to buy them right away. Go out to buy them? Lin Che's eyes lit up. Li Mingyu smiled. Don't worry. I just sent Gu Jingze a photo of the four beauties. If he didn't want you to become like that, he would never come to save you easily. So, you don't have to expect to meet him on the way. Lin Che pouted. All right, let's go buy clothes then. She thought that Li Mingyu must have thought it through. Otherwise, he wouldn't have let her go out so easily. But what if there was another opportunity after they went out? She always thought that she should at least let Gu Jingze feel at ease and know that she was fine. Li Mingyu didn't want to deal with her for the time being. He was just a pervert who wanted to continue playing the guess game with her. Li Mingyu really brought Lin Che out to buy clothes. There were people everywhere in the shopping mall. Li Mingyu and his entourage were mighty, but he didn't avoid them at all. He entered a shop and bought everything in a flashy manner. He didn't say much and just swiped his card. Seeing that he was so generous, Lin Che thought that since it wasn't her or Gu Jingze's money, it was better to spend more. So, she took the initiative to bring him to the expensive shops. I'll take these bags. She pointed at a pile of bags. She would take whichever bag was more expensive. The shop assistant was naturally happy. She was surprised to see these people sweeping over. She had never seen such a mighty group of shoppers. They even purposely picked bags that were worth 100 or 200,000 yuan. They didn't hesitate at all and bought them without hesitation. Chapter 7:11. When Lin Che left, he had spent quite a lot of money. Li Mingyu said, "You're spending so much money, but Gu Jingze doesn't care about you." Lin Che said, "Nonsense. I don't spend money at Gu Jingze's place. He's my husband, so his money is mine. It hurts me to spend it. Your money is different. You earned it for free, so it's a waste not to spend it. Oh yeah, there's a clothes store over there. Can I try it?" Li Mingyu found her honesty very interesting. He looked at her and said, "It's rare for you to be so honest. Of course, I don't expect you to like me, so of course I'm more honest." Li Mingyu laughed. This little girl looked weak and skinny. She was the kind of girl that people couldn't help but dote on. However, when it came to him, she was not afraid of being put under house arrest. She was very calm even when she saw a dead person, which made people feel even more surprised. Soon, they arrived at the clothes store. After Lin Che entered, he saw people putting the clothes in front of him to try them on. Lin Che took the ones that he thought looked good and tried them on. The loose skirt could completely cover her body. The short skirt of a pretty girl from a humble family could also look very beautiful on her. Li Mingyu was amazed. He applauded her and said, "You're indeed a woman that Gu Jingze likes. You're so beautiful." "Of course. Gu Jingze has better taste than you," she said. Because she was talking about Whirlwind, Li Mingyu's eyes narrowed and his expression turned ugly. Looking at Lin Che, he said, "You're quite daring. I'm already under house arrest. What else can I do? You're a guest. You're always saying you're in house arrest. That's not nice." Lin Che said, Yes. I'm a guest. All right, I was just joking." The two of them were really like friends. They walked out together with a large group of people following behind them. They were carrying bags of all sizes, and it was quite a sight to behold. Sometimes Li Mingyu couldn't help but feel a little strange. He felt as if he were really her friend. He had already booked a plane in the afternoon. After returning from the mall, he asked his people to board the private plane that had been prepared. Lin Che had no choice but to follow them. The four beauties behind him said that they were here to take care of him, but apart from taking care of him, they were also here to watch over him. Sitting on the plane with Li Mingyu, Lin Che ate the food made by the chef on the plane. He said to Li Mingyu, "This is terrible. Your chef is not as good as the chef of the Gu family." Li Mingyu looked at her with a smile. "You're really picky. You're not afraid that I'll harm you when you're here, and you're even eating and drinking so much. Tell me, what's wrong with your heart?" Lin Che said, "That's not it. I just feel that I've basically enjoyed everything that I should have. I wanted to be a celebrity, and I've become one. I have the best husband in the world. He's been good to me for so long, and he's made me feel happiness that I've never felt before. A villa, a hotel, a trip abroad, I've experienced all of these. My only regret is that I can't be with him for a little longer. So what's there to be afraid of?" "Ha, your way of thinking doesn't match your identity at all." Lin Che said, "Of course. I lost my mother when I was 10, and it's the same for my father. I've never felt the warmth of a family. My only fortune is that I met Gu Jingze. I'm already very satisfied to be able to meet such a perfect man like him." Li Mingyu said, "Look at you praising him as if he's in the sky. Of course, he's better than you anyway." "You?" Lin Che looked at him and said, "What about you? Are you also the kind of man who grew up with a silver spoon in his mouth because his family was rich since young?" Li Mingyu harumphed. "I'm different from Gu Jingze. I started from scratch. Relying on my family is nothing. When I started working in the underworld, he was still peeing and muddy at home." "Come on," Lin Che said. "Even though Gu Jingze was born into such a powerful family, he knows a lot of things. Ever since I met him, I felt that there was nothing he couldn't do. I think it's really hard for him. He probably hasn't stopped learning all kinds of skills since he was born. That's why he's able to achieve what he has today. So you're wrong to think that you're better than him just because you started from scratch." "You?" Li Mingyu was really a little angry. However, after listening to Lin Che's words, she felt that it made sense. He glared at her and leaned against the wall as he sat down. When the stewardess came to deliver a drink, he pushed it aside and said, "Scram." The stewardess was so frightened that she quickly took a few steps back. Lin Che shrugged and walked over to take the drink. The stewardess wanted to persuade Lin Che not to provoke him. They knew Li Mingyu's temper the best. He wasn't someone to be trifled with. However, Lin Che had already taken the drink. Without waiting for the stewardess to speak, he pressed it on the table and said to Li Mingyu, "You don't have a noble family like him. Your personality is much more noble than Gu Jingze's." "You?" "That's right. Why are you angry? Drink it. Take it that I'm apologizing to you. He's my husband. Of course I'll speak up for him. Actually, you're not bad, really." Li Mingyu felt that her lie was too fake. However, for some reason, he found it interesting and didn't feel so angry anymore. He snorted and said, "As if I'll believe you." However, as he said that, he still picked up the drink and started drinking. The stewardess stared at him in shock. She couldn't tell that Lin Che was quite good at dealing with him. Soon, they arrived in Country A. Lin Che got off the plane and followed Li Mingyu to a mansion in Country A. It turned out that Li Mingyu was really a top tycoon in Country A. No wonder he had the confidence to challenge Gu Jingze. Lin Che couldn't tell who was more powerful. However, they were two completely different types of people, so there was nothing to compare. Lin Che only felt that his morning sickness was a little uncomfortable, but he had to bear with it. He couldn't let anyone see it. Hence, when he arrived, he said that he was airsick and needed to get rid of the jet lag. He went back to the room that Li Mingyu had arranged for him to rest. Gu Jingze immediately returned to Country C. When he entered the study room, he heard Qin Hao walking over. "Sir, Li Mingyu sent you an email." "Let me see." Gu Jingze sat down and saw Qin Hao placing the laptop in front of him. Li Mingyu sent him a video. In the video, he was smoking a cigarette with a smug look on his face. He looked at Gu Jingze and blew a smoke ring evilly. "Don't worry, Mrs. Gu is fine with me. I'll serve her well. Because I'm not you, Gu Jingze. I respect women very much, unlike you who will hurt women. Moreover, you know that my target isn't her. She's just an innocent person who was implicated by you. What I want is you. But Is Lin Che really that important to you? I have my doubts. If it's true, come to Country A and prove your sincerity. Chapter 7:12. Gu Jingzi sat there, and a strong, dark aura seemed to rush out from between his eyebrows. His arms were moving faintly. He clenched his fists, but in the end he still stood up and looked at the window. His eyes turned even darker, making it hard for others to guess what he was thinking. Qin Hao was a little worried. Based on Gu Jingzi's feelings for Lin Che, he might really go to Country A out of impulse. That was not a joke. However, the calmer Gu Jingzi looked, the more frightening he was. They knew that Gu Jingzi did not show his emotions, especially when the situation was getting more urgent. Hence, Qin Hao looked at him anxiously from behind. He had no idea what Gu Jingzi would do. After that, Gu Jingzi quickly walked out. He suddenly turned around. His determined expression made people's hearts sink. Qin Hao sensed that something was wrong and quickly followed him. Gu Jingzi pushed open the door and walked out. The people outside saw Gu Jingzi's terrifying appearance and couldn't help but retreat. However, Gu Jingzi's hostility and darkness still rushed out of his body and filled the entire office, causing people to feel a chill all over their bodies. They subconsciously thought, is the sky going to change? However, as soon as he walked out of the door, he saw the old man standing there coldly. He held a walking stick in his hand and looked at Gu Jingzi. Gu Xinda stopped the walking stick and said in a low voice, "Where are you going?" Gu Jingzi's dark eyes looked outside. "Grandfather, don't interfere in this matter. Let me make the decision myself. Is that okay?" Gu Xinda was so angry that he almost blew his beard and glared at him. "Let you make the decision yourself? You might as well ask for your own death. I definitely won't let you go to Country A to die for a woman." Gu Jingzi knew that he could not hide Lin Che's matter from his family. It was such a big matter. How could it be hidden? However, he was still a little surprised that Gu Xinda came so quickly. It seemed that Gu Xinda had not relaxed his attention on Gu Jingzi and Lin Che these days. He must have secretly found someone to keep an eye on them. Gu Jingzi looked at Gu Xinda helplessly. He could only tell him that Lin Che was pregnant. "Grandfather, Lin Che is pregnant with my child. It's only been 2 months. I have to go." Gu Xinda also didn't expect this. His body trembled slightly, and his expression changed. He seemed to be considering and accepting this information, thinking about what it meant. After a long while, his expression changed from one of doubt to one of lamentation, and finally, silence. He pursed his dry lips and looked at Gu Jingzi. "That won't do. Grandfather, that's your great-grandson. He's the flesh and blood of the Gu family." Gu Jingzi frowned. "He's the real son of the Gu family." Gu Xinda gritted his teeth. "I can have more children, Jingzi, but you only have one. You can't go. We'll fight him to the death and save Lin Che, but you absolutely cannot go." "Grandfather, how could he dare to risk it? Normally, any mishap in Lin Che's life would be immeasurable. Furthermore, there was a fragile little life in Lin Che's stomach right now. The slightest mistake could cause the child to disappear. How could Lin Che bear that? How could he bear that? He couldn't bear to see Lin Che's first child disappear just like that. He couldn't bear to see Lin Che get hurt like that. Moreover, the person Li Mingyu wanted to deal with was him. The person he wanted to take revenge on was also him. Lin Che had been implicated by him. Gu Xinda was very clear. Which was more important, a grandson or a great-grandson? Although he couldn't bear to part with that child, it was still in his stomach. He didn't know how it was doing. However, he had spent so many years raising a person like Gu Jingzi. He was also old. He couldn't place his hopes on a little life whose future was uncertain. In comparison, Gu Jingzi was more important. Hence, Gu Xinda looked at Gu Jingzi and said, "You can't go." Gu Jingzi looked at Gu Xinda's determined expression. He already knew that Gu Xinda had made up his mind. There was no point in saying anything else. Gu Jingzi sighed. He stood there and narrowed his eyes. "What if I say that I'll definitely go?" Gu Xinda was trembling with anger. "Gu Jingzi, are you talking to me? You'll definitely go? Are you not going to listen to me? I said that you can't go, so you can't go. Do you still want the Gu family? Do you want the position of the head of the family? Gu Jingzi sneered. In your eyes, I'm just a puppet that can be the head of the family. But in Lin Che's eyes, I'm her husband. So, I'll listen to her. You. Gu Xinda was completely mad. Gu Jingzi's smile became colder. Why, grandfather? You wanted me to marry Lin Che back then. You probably didn't expect this day to come. But this is all your fault. You can't blame anyone else. Gu Xinda's face became even paler. Seeing that Gu Jingzi was about to walk out, he waved his walking stick and shouted, "Stop him." The bodyguards behind him were Gu Xinda's people. They only listened to Gu Xinda's words. After hearing Gu Xinda's order, they naturally came forward. One on each side, the four of them grabbed Gu Jingzi's shoulders. However, Gu Jingzi's expression became stern. Before anyone could see how he did it, he had already thrown one of the bodyguards to the ground. He reached out and grabbed the other one. Then he strangled the other and threw him to the ground. The other two bodyguards immediately stood up and continued to surround him. Gu Jingzi did not show any mercy. With a ruthless roundhouse kick, he kicked one of the bodyguards to the ground. The four bodyguards were beaten to the ground and wailed in pain. Those bodyguards were all professionally trained, but they were no match for Gu Jingzi. Gu Xinda looked at them in surprise and then looked at Gu Jingzi. He had said long ago that he was the most suitable person to be the head of the Gu family. It was not only because of his ability in the business world, but also because of his ability in other aspects. He had already surpassed ordinary people. It was all because of Lin Che. Because of Lin Che, Gu Jingzi started to walk a path that deviated from his original life. Now, he still wanted to throw his life away for Lin Che. This matter was simply unreasonable. Gu Xinda couldn't accept it. He looked at Gu Jingzi and said, "Jingzi, I know they can't stop you, but if you dare to walk out of here today, don't come back." Everyone in the company sucked in a breath of cold air. Although they often saw Gu Jingzi at the headquarters, Gu Xinda was almost a legendary figure. They could not see him even once in a few years. Today, he came and even confronted Gu Jingzi like this. Although no one dared to come closer to watch, they were already listening attentively. It was the first time they saw Gu Jingzi fight. They didn't expect Gu Jingzi to be so powerful that he could easily defeat four bodyguards. However, Gu Xinda was famous and not someone to be trifled with. Everyone watched the grandfather and grandson fight. It was almost earth-shattering. They didn't know how things would develop in the future. Chapter 7:13. Gu Jingzi also stopped in his tracks. Gu Xinda looked at Gu Jingzi's back. He stood there with a sharp expression on his face. The wrinkles on his angry face were even deeper, and his sculpted face looked very scary. Gu Jingzi's gaze was fixed on the outside. It could be seen that his deterrence was dissipating bit by bit, and the bodyguards outside didn't dare to move for a while. Gu Jingzi tilted his head. In the end, he still clenched his fingers and walked out without looking back. You, Jingzi. Jingzi. Gu Xinda's walking stick was crooked on the ground. He wanted to take a step forward, but he staggered. Fortunately, he was holding the walking stick, or he would have really fallen there. The people on the side helped him up. Old master, look at second young master. The people on the side asked worriedly. Gu Xinda was so angry that he glared at them with a hint of deep disappointment. He looked outside and his eyes darkened. Forget it. Let's go back and let him go. If he dies outside, let him die outside. Gu Xinda was helped back to the car by a few people. As soon as he got in the car, he covered his handkerchief and coughed hard. When he took the handkerchief off, there was indeed a bright red blood stain on it. It was dazzling to the eyes, and it was paralyzed on the white handkerchief. He pinched the handkerchief and looked outside. Xiaoche, don't blame me for being ruthless, but I'm afraid I don't have much time left. But this Jingzi, for a woman, was actually going to give up everything in the Gu family and go against him. It was really Gu Xinda felt that he had taught Gu Jingzi all these years for nothing. However, the most hateful person was Li Mingyu, who dared to go against the Gu family. It was a pity that this person had started from scratch and had no other foundation, So he was not afraid of anything and actually dared to go against the Gu family head-on. This matter was probably not going to be easy to handle in Lin Che's studio. Yu Minmin looked at Ah Bai. So that's how it is. So you came back with Gu Jingze? Yeah, Gu Jingze has gone to deal with it. But now that Lin Che has been taken to Country A, Gu Jingze said that we can't act rashly. Otherwise, no matter how fast his men are, they might not be as fast as Li Mingyu. He doesn't want Lin Che to be in danger. Yu Minmin said, this Mo Huiling is digging her own grave, and she even dragged others down with her. Now that Lin Che is pregnant, I'm afraid it'll be even more dangerous. What should we do? Abai said, I also asked my dad to help and let someone take care of Lin Che over there. If there's any problem, let us know immediately. That's good. I'll go back and ask Gu Jingming about the situation in the Gu family. The two of them split up. However, as soon as Yu Minmin stepped out of the door, she was protected by several guards. Yu Minmin asked curiously, did something happen? The personal guard said directly, Mr. President has ordered that it's not peaceful recently and to strengthen security. Yu Minmin nodded and followed the car back to Glass Palace. In the Glass Palace, Gu Jingming had just met the premier of the inner pavilion and was strolling in. Yu Minmin walked over and asked, did something happen? Why did they strengthen security? Gu Jingming glanced at her. Yes, the Gu family has enemies. I don't want you to be implicated. Enemies? Li Mingyu. Yu Minmin was stunned. Hearing Gu Jingming say that, she quickly said, then, what did the Gu family say about Lin Che? Gu Jingming turned around and said, don't get involved in this. Yu Minmin asked anxiously, how is that possible? Tell me quickly what's going on. Gu Jingming said, the family will naturally take care of this. No, I'm very worried about Lin Che. Is it serious so? She's fine. Gu Jingming interrupted her. It's Jingze who's serious. Yu Minmin was stunned again. Gu Jingming looked at Yu Minmin and said, all right, don't think about anything else. Don't go out these few days. Yu Minmin said, no, I still have to go to the company to take care of things. Don't worry about the company for now. You have to go overseas with me for a visit. Another visit? Then I'll go and take care of my things first. At least I'll tell them. She still wanted to ask how Lin Che was, but she thought that if he didn't tell her, she could ask someone else, like Gu Jingyu. However, her thoughts were quickly seen through by Gu Jingming. Gu Jingming grabbed her hand and said, tell them what? I'll go with you. Let's go and make the preparations. Yu Minmin looked at him angrily. He really spared no effort in order to stop her from taking care of these things. But she really couldn't rest assured. She said, I'll go home and tell my parents, right? I'm leaving just like that. I was going to attend a relative's wedding. I'll go with you, Gu Jingming said straightforwardly. What? You? Gu Jingming was a man of his word. He accompanied Yu Minmin to her house. Yu Minmin entered the house and turned to look at Gu Jingming. She hurriedly said to Mama Mo, I have to go out these few days. I can't attend second aunt's child's wedding with you. Mama, you said, forget it then. You go and do what you need to do. I have nothing to do anyway. I can go by myself. Papa was naturally unhappy. Seriously, you said that Madam President would give a speech. You can't go now. What's the matter? Yu Minmin said, why are you still talking about this at a time like this? She quickly called her younger brother. Don't leak Gu Jingyu's phone number. Call him and ask him to call me. Tell him about Lin Che. Do you hear me? Her younger brother shouted, wow, it can't be. Gu Jingyu's phone number. Shoo, don't leak it. Do you hear me? Okay. He sighed regretfully. He quickly shut his mouth when he saw Gu Jingming coming in from behind. Mr. President. Mr. President, you're here. Minmin, you're really something. Why didn't you tell me earlier that Mr. President is here? Gu Jingming looked at the two elders. I'm here to send her off. We'll be going for a visit soon. Yu Minmin said, my dad said that I haven't attended the wedding yet. It's not a small matter. They're all relatives. Why don't you go and visit them yourself? She didn't want to be controlled by him at all and be taken away by force. But Papa, you said, what nonsense are you talking about? So what if it's a relative's wedding? Her marriage is her own matter. This is a national matter. Don't go if you don't want to. Just go and visit them. She won't blame you. She's not a big shot. She won't blame you. Yu Minmin glared at her father. Gu Jingming grabbed her and said, "All right, I've explained it clearly. Let's go now." This man was really dead. Even so, Gu Jingming's family still bowed to Gu Jingming and sent him off respectfully. When they got on the plane, Yu Minmin saw that the song and dance troupe was going for a visit. What surprised her even more was that there was a list of designers on the list, including the chief designer, In Suya. No way. Together with her, that how did Gu Jingming arrange it? Chapter 714. This was the president's private plane, but he had chosen a big one to bring the dance troupe along. The 60 members of the dance troupe were in the passenger cabin at the back, while Gu Jingming and Yu Minmin were in front with the bodyguards. It looked like the itinerary had been planned long ago and not added at the last minute. Yu Minmin thought that perhaps Gu Jingming had brought her along at the last minute to prevent her from meddling in other people's business. Yu Minmin looked at In Suya on the list. But before she came, Gu Jingming had already wanted to bring In Suya along. Perhaps she would be a hindrance if she came. Just then, a staff member knocked on the door and came in. He looked at Gu Jingming and Yu Minmin and said, "The plane has taken off safely. The staff in the passenger cabin are ready and waiting for Mr. President's arrival." Gu Jingming looked at Yu Minmin and said, "Let's go together." Yu Minmin said, "What are we doing?" The staff member smiled and explained, "Madam, we're going to greet the dance troupe that came with us." Yu Minmin nodded and followed the arrangement, walking over with Gu Jingming. Outside, the members of the dance troupe were already seated. It was an honor to be able to sit on the president's private plane. This time, they were the military's dance troupe. They were going to represent country, see to perform a classic song, and dance with other countries. "Mr. President is here." Everyone stood up and looked at the young president. He walked in with tall and straight steps, followed by Yu Minmin and the other staff members. The huge aura made everyone in the cabin very excited as they looked at the scene excitedly. "Hello, everyone. Thank you for your hard work this time," Gu Jingming said with a smile. His gaze fell on In Suya, who was behind him. In Suya stood behind and looked at Gu Jingming. She was about to smile when she saw Yu Minmin standing beside him. Why was she here? As mentioned before, Gu Jingming was traveling alone this time. That was why she had come along. In Suya glanced at Yu Minmin and could only smile back at him. Yu Minmin was stunned. When she saw In Suya smile at her, she quickly smiled back. At this time, Yu Minmin saw the other two people, Fang Zhongmo and Sui. They hadn't seen each other in a long time. Sui Shin saw Yu Minmin and greeted him with a smile. However, he was pulled away by Fang Zhongmo. Yu Minmin could only smile. Looking at In Suya's smile, he also smiled. After Gu Jingming finished his speech, Gu Jingming smiled and said, "If anyone needs anything, you can tell the staff." Then, he turned around and saw Yu Minmin flirting with Sui. Frowning, he grabbed Yu Minmin's hand and whispered into her ear, "Keep looking. If you keep looking, your eyes will fall out." She was really bold to fall in love with another man in front of her husband, especially when there were so many people watching. Yu Minmin said, "I'm just saying hello." However, she was immediately pulled out. Yu Minmin thought to herself that he was too overbearing. She had been dragged overseas by him, and now she couldn't even greet him. Everyone watched Gu Jingming and Yu Minmin leave together. After hearing the leader's words, they all sat down. "I didn't expect Mr. President to bring his wife along. I thought he came out by himself. Didn't they say that his relationship with his wife isn't very good? They were just holding hands. It seems like they have a good relationship. Yeah, they even talk face to face. They look so domineering and gentle. It's such a blessing to be the president's wife." Yeah, it said that he was nothing in the past, just an ordinary person. Now he's sitting in the presidential room in the front of the plane. It's said that there's a bed in the front and a dining room. Although it's not big, it's very luxurious. I don't know if it's true. That's enough. They're already living in Glass Palace. "What's a plane?" another person said. That person sighed. "Isn't that why I said I was going to sit in the presidential plane? My parents went crazy and said it everywhere. That's why I sighed." In Suya smiled and leaned there. She couldn't help but snort coldly in her heart. A bunch of ignorant people. Just then, In Suya stood up. Everyone looked at In Suya strangely. In Suya walked over to Fong Zhongmo and Sui. Aren't you going to the front to take a look? What are you doing sitting here? She said. Fong Zhongmo stood up and said, Do you want to go and take a look? Because Yu Minmin is here. In Suya laughed. What are you thinking? We're good friends now. Why can't we see each other? Hearing this, Fong Zhongmo said, All right then. Let's go. Sui. Let's go together. Sui said, I'm not going. There are so many beauties here. Why should I go to the front to see them lovey-dovey? His words made In Suya's heart sink. Those who knew that Sui didn't mean it, but those who didn't know would think that it was some kind of warning. Fong Zhongmo glared at him and said to In Suya, Let's go, Suya. I'll go with you. In Suya looked at Sui. The latter was sitting with his legs crossed, reading the newspaper. She said, It's fine if he doesn't go. Let's go. The members of the song and dance troupe had just been sitting with In Suya, but now they saw that she was walking forward with Fong Zhongmo and Sui. Under Fong Zhongmo's lead, they passed by the president's personal guards and walked forward. Everyone looked at each other. Someone said, You don't know what In Suya's relationship with the president is. What relationship? It said that the two of them used to be in love, but now Mr. President is married to someone else. Wow, that's so exciting. It looks like she's really good. She's still going over when the president's wife is here. The president's wife's position is in jeopardy. She's already here. Everyone couldn't help but discuss. But in front, after Gu Jingming brought Yu Minmin back, he looked at Yu Minmin and said, Stay away from Sui. Yu Minmin said, I don't even know why he's here. Besides, isn't he your friend? You brought him here. Why are you warning me? It's as if I brought him here. Gu Jingming frowned. Isn't it because of your past misdeeds? Don't forget that you were almost used by the man you like. If it wasn't for me... Hey! Yu Minmin's heart tightened at the mention of this matter. She also felt disgusted. Yu Minmin cried out, That was just an accident. Besides, I don't like him at all. It was just that when I was young, I had some feelings for him. Besides, don't think everyone is a descendant of the Gu family. Since birth, there have been so many admirers. When I was young, I didn't have much choice. There were only so many people I could like, and there were only so many men by my side. Chapter 715. If she hadn't met Gu Jingming by accident, would she have been single for the rest of her life? Because she would have had no time for romance or love. Or maybe she would have spent the rest of her life with a hypocritical man like Feng Xiaoqing. Gu Jingming looked at her and suddenly said, So, if you had met me at that time, you would have fallen in love with me? Duh. Yu Minmin looked at Gu Jingming in surprise. Like, it was possible that she would have fallen in love with a man like him. After all, he was so handsome, but it couldn't have been that kind of love. He was such a high and mighty person. How could he have fallen in love with someone else, even though he knew it was impossible? However, Yu Minmin's surprised look, hesitation, and disdain were interpreted as dislike in Gu Jingming's eyes. She didn't like him? Gu Jingming's teeth clenched together in his mouth, making an obvious sound. She didn't like him? Gu Jingming put down the book in his hand and pulled Yu Minmin over. Hey, what are you doing? Gu Jingming, we're on a plane? Yu Minmin pushed Gu Jingming away. However, when the people behind saw this, they had already tactfully retreated. Gu Jingming pinned Yu Minmin down and licked her lips. When he felt that she was avoiding him, he let go of her. He reached out his hand to touch her lips. He looked at them, smiled, and moved his lips to hers again. She didn't want to. She forced her lips to stop him from entering. Thus, he made a prompt decision to enter. She gasped for air, and he slowly let go of her. Looking at her blushing face that was filled with lust, he smiled and said, You call this not liking me? Yu Minmin looked at Gu Jingming, who was smiling smugly. This was dislike? He was teasing her on purpose. Outside, Fong Zhongmo saw that everyone was standing outside. He asked curiously, Why don't you greet them inside? Why are you standing outside? Stand guard. The staff hurriedly pointed inside with an obvious, ambiguous expression. After pointing at it, she covered her mouth and snickered. Fang Zhongmo was stunned and suddenly understood. He turned to look at Yin Suya. Yin Suya's face darkened, especially when she heard Yu Minmin's angry shout. Gu Jingming! Fang Zhongmo didn't expect Yu Minmin to be so bold as to call Gu Jingming by his name. At this moment, a voice came from inside. Who's outside? Gu Jingming asked. Oh, it's me, Jingming. I'm with Suya, Fang Zhongmo said. Come in. Fang Zhongmo looked back at Yin Suya and pulled her in. Yin Suya paused for a moment before stepping through the door. The two of them had already sat down normally, but Fang Zhongmo and Yin Suya noticed that Yu Minmin's lips were suspiciously red and swollen. It was obvious that he had just been ravaged. As for those who were ravaged, that needless to say, it must be Gu Jingming who was sitting there. Yin Suya's hand tightened. She looked at Yu Minmin and walked over. She smiled. Madam, I didn't expect you to come together. I didn't have time to greet you. Yu Minmin also smiled. He was the one who dragged me here. I wasn't on the itinerary anyway. Gu Jingming narrowed his eyes and looked at her lazily. When he looked at her, there was a hint of a smile in his eyes that made her feel inexplicably safe. Yin Suya's heart tightened as she watched. In Country A, after Lin Che moved into Li Mingyu's house, she couldn't help but feel a little disgusted when she saw that Li Mingyu had so many beauties living in the same house. The servant was taking care of Lin Che. At first, she thought that Lin Che was one of them, but she was told to take good care of Lin Che and not let him suffer any grievances. The servant felt even more strange. She looked at Lin Che and remembered that she was a superstar in Country C. Many people in Country A knew her name, but she was not as popular as she was in Country C. The servant thought that maybe she was also a special person. She was asked to take good care of her because she was more pampered. Lin Che leaned against the wall, eating and watching TV. The four women were watching outside. She couldn't access any cell phone or internet. She felt that she was really going to be moldy. She only saw the news of Gu Jingming's overseas visit and thought of Yu Minmin. She didn't know how Yu Minmin was doing now that he knew she was here. This wasn't a normal kidnapping. It was more like house arrest. It made her anxious but helpless. She wanted to be fierce, but she was still pregnant. For the sake of the child, she didn't dare to make any big moves. She was worried that there were surveillance cameras in the room, so even when there was no one around, Lin Che kept telling herself that she couldn't show that she was pregnant. Luckily, the child was still young. At this moment, she couldn't see anything different. Lin Che saw the servant come in and heard the chatter outside. She couldn't help but ask, "What's going on outside?" The servant said, "Oh, Miss Lin, there are a few ladies outside. They just came back from shopping and are chatting." Lin Che looked at the servant in confusion. "What are these people doing here?" The servant said, "Miss, Sir is very generous. As long as they are Sir's women, they can stay here if they don't want to move out. They are all willing to live here. When they want to leave, they can leave." Huh, this is called generous. Don't they care? Why would they care? Sir is so nice. There are so many women who have had a man, but they don't care. The servant looked at Lin Che in surprise. She came back with Li Mingyu and still dared to ask this question. She even dared to care that Li Mingyu had many women. She was really bold. Of course, it's really rare to see such a good person like our Sir. They're already lucky to be able to follow Sir. Which rich man doesn't have so many women? Our Sir is so universal in love and treats every woman so well. At first, Lin Che thought that Li Mingyu was a good man because he loved Mo Huiling so much. But he was a little disgusting. Now all that was left was disgust. Lin Che didn't leave the room for a day and didn't see Li Mingyu. She wanted to ask Li Mingyu how he was doing. At least there was some news. It would be good to see how Gu Jingza was doing. So she jumped out of bed and prepared to go out to look for him. The servant didn't dare to stop her. Outside, 4 beautiful bodyguards followed her out. Chapter 716. They were very respectful when they saw her. It was impossible to tell that they were the ones who imprisoned her. On the other side, the people who heard the noise came out in advance. When he saw Lin Che walking out with 4 women by his side, he was stunned. Ever since Lin Che had moved in, they had known that he was here. However, They had never known who the newcomer was. Now that Lin Che had finally come out, they all turned to look at him. Hey, I think I've seen her somewhere. Is she a star? A star from Country C? Of course you've seen her before. Ah, she doesn't look like that. Why is he so nice to her and has so many servants for her? They thought that the people following Lin Che were servants. Lin Che glanced at them and was too lazy to care about them. It seemed that the women who could be raised here by Li Mingyu without any qualms were not people who were on the same path as her. She wanted to consider asking them for help, but looking at it now, it was probably not enough. It was better to look for Li Mingyu first. However, when they saw that Lin Che didn't even spare them a glance, they became even angrier. They all thought in their hearts, is this new woman arrogant enough? She doesn't even spare us a glance. Lin Che ran outside and looked around. He realized that this place was quite big. He couldn't tell that Li Mingyu was quite wealthy in Country A. No wonder he didn't feel pressured taking care of so many beauties. Hey, where did your master go? A few beauties behind Lin Che asked. The beautiful women behind Lin Che looked like they could not speak. They just lowered their heads and said nothing. Lin Che kicked a stool away angrily. I want to look for Li Mingyu. Hurry up and find him for me. She was the first woman to lose her temper in public. No one dared to say anything. They were stunned and looked at her. Some people hurried to report to Li Mingyu, while others thought that she was crazy. After all, Li Mingyu had brought a lunatic back. Maybe their master's taste had changed recently. However, Lin Che did not look at them anymore. She went deeper into the house. Soon, she arrived at a deserted place. Because she had been with Gu Jingze for a long time, she knew more about the preferences of rich people. Seeing that there was no one here, she subconsciously thought that this was the place that Li Mingyu didn't allow others to come. She was about to go in, but was stopped by the people at the door. Lin Che glared at them. He lifted his head and glared at them. You dare to stop me? I'm Li Mingyu's guest, right? I want to see him now. I want to go in. Aren't you afraid that I'll complain to Li Mingyu later? The few of them were unmoved and looked at her. Lin Che snorted and asked the four beauties behind him, Tell me, what are you guys here for? To protect me, right? The four beauties nodded. Although he was looking after Lin Che, Li Mingyu had said that he would protect her and not allow anything to go wrong. Lin Che smiled, watch carefully. If these people dare to do anything to me, you don't have to be polite. The beauties were stunned. They did not expect Lin Che to use his own people against his own people. After saying that, Lin Che continued to walk forward, but a few people blocked his way. The beauties behind him hurried forward. These people glanced at them, but they didn't dare to touch these beauties. They had heard rumors that these beauties were bought with a huge sum of money, and each of them was extraordinary. But to give them to this woman, it seemed that this woman was also extraordinary. They hesitated for a while and let Lin Che in. Lin Che snorted. As he walked in, the deeper he went, the more he heard some strange noises. It seemed to be Li Mingyu's angry voice and a woman's crying. If she doesn't want to eat, then force her down my throat. What do I need you guys for? Lin Che walked in curiously and saw Mo Huiling was lying on the ground crying. Li Mingyu was sitting beside her. When the few people saw Mo Huiling crying, they grabbed her hair and forced her to drink. Mo Huiling's stomach was already big. She looked so ugly lying there that people almost could not recognize her. This is Li Mingyu. What are you doing? Li Mingyu heard the noise and turned to see Lin Che. He was surprised and frowned. What are you doing here? He walked over to Lin Che in a few steps and led Lin Che outside. Let's go. Lin Che was speechless. Didn't he love Mo Huiling? Didn't he want to take revenge for her? What was going on? She had thought that Mo Huiling was lucky that Li Mingyu had brought her here for treatment. Hey, you haven't told me what happened to her. What are you doing? She's a pregnant woman. How can you treat her like this? Li Mingyu looked at him. She's not your enemy. Shouldn't you be happy to see her like this? Lin Che said, Don't. I've never treated anyone as an enemy. Although I hate her, and it has nothing to do with me whether she lives or dies, I still feel a little emotional when I see someone like this. Moreover, what enemy? It's all an illusion. She's the one who asked for it. It has nothing to do with me. Li Mingyu said, It's also Gu Jing's fault that she became like this. Now she's crazy. I treated her because I wanted to feed her. It's all Gu Jing's fault. Do you understand? He's the hypocrite. Lin Che said, he's just clear about what he likes and dislikes. He's not like what you think. Huh. He's clear about what he likes and dislikes. But he's evil to me? Of course. At least Gu Jingza wouldn't keep so many women at home to enjoy his harem. Li Mingyu laughed. This is called benevolence. Look, all the women who have been with me are eating and drinking well now. Look at Gu Jingza, the only woman who has been with him, and now she's like this. You're the next one, and you're so proud. Lin Che felt that it was impossible to reason with him. She shook her head. No matter what happens in the future, treating each other sincerely when you're together is the most important thing. You've been with so many women, and they all remember how good you are. But they all say that it's because you're rich. Without money, you're nothing. This is why Mo Huiling still wants Gu Jingza even in this state. It's not only because he's rich, but also because when he was with Mo Huiling, they were sincere. So, no matter what happens to me in the future, I remember that he's good to me, only good to me, and sincere to me. That's enough. You. Li Mingyu chuckled and shook his head. You're so naive. Suddenly, someone came in and said, Sir Gu Jingza just. Chapter 717. Hearing Gu Jingza's name, Lin Che was stunned. He immediately pulled the man over. What happened to Gu Jingza? Li Mingyu directly slapped the man. The man lowered his head and took a step back, not daring to say a word. Li Mingyu snorted, then turned to Lin Che and said, All right, what are you so excited about? Go back to your room and rest first. Whether or not he'll come looking for you depends on whether or not he truly cares about you. So, there's no point in being anxious. It's better to rest here for a while and enjoy a peaceful life, isn't it? Hey, can you tell me what happened to him? Li Mingyu. I'm here anyway. It won't matter even if I know. Lin Che was really anxious. Hearing Gu Jing's name, he couldn't stay any longer. But Li Mingyu still pushed him out. You'll be even more anxious if you know. Why don't you stop thinking about it? Come, you guys take Miss Lin back. Lin Che was pushed out and the door was closed in front of him. You. Li Mingyu, just you wait. Lin Che was locked outside. Li Mingyu took a deep breath and adjusted his clothes. Then, he looked inside the room where Mo Huiling was staying and said to his subordinate, Come in and talk. They went inside. The subordinate said, Sir, Gu Jingza has left country C. We don't know where he went. Li Mingyu said, He left? When? According to reliable sources, Gu Jingza had a falling out with Gu Xinda and left. No one knows where he went after that. Li Mingyu paused. This Gu Jingza was very cunning. He didn't know where he had gone. Who knew if he had really come here directly to save Lin Che without anyone noticing? If that was the case, he had made the wrong move. Outside, Lin Che was cursing. Damn you, Li Mingyu. I hope you don't make any instant noodles in the future. Sigh, but he doesn't seem to eat instant noodles. I hope you die a horrible death. Humph. The people at the back broke out in cold sweat when they heard this. Just then, a woman suddenly stood in front of her. Lin Che paused. That person looked at Lin Che and sized him up. Hey, did you go to look for young Master Yu? Lin Che looked at her. It's none of your business. Since he was in a bad mood, Lin Che couldn't be bothered to deal with this woman. The woman said directly, You. What did you say? Shut me up. Yeah, that's right. You're relying on Li Mingyu's doting on you to even dare to scold young Master Yu. Do you still care about us? But let me tell you, don't be arrogant here. Young Master Yu has only doted on you for a few days. Do you think you're going to become the young mistress here? Humph. Why don't you look at yourself in the mirror first? Lin Che sneered and changed his stance. You like to be someone's mistress, but I don't want to. Don't think that everyone is like you, loving your young Master Yu. Scram. If you don't scram, I'll teach you a lesson. Huh. How arrogant. Do you think that you can get young Master Yu's attention with this kind of trick? Did you just barge into young Master Yu's territory and get chased out? Heh. There are a lot of rules here. You're still too young. Lin Che didn't say anything and returned a slap to her face. The woman's face was slapped like that. She raised her head and looked at Lin Che, who had retracted his hand and brushed it off. She was so angry that her expression turned fierce. "You dare to hit me, you?" She was about to step forward, but before Lin Che could do anything, one of the bodyguards behind Lin Che stepped forward and threw the woman back, causing her to fall to the ground. There were other women who came to watch the show. They wanted to cheer for this woman. When they saw this, they couldn't help but exclaim, "Ah, she's hitting someone. Who is this woman? How dare she hit someone here? She's such a rude woman, but young Master Yu treats her so well. He even gave her a bodyguard." Get someone to inform young Master Yu and get rid of this woman who's behaving atrociously." The woman wailed as she was thrown onto the ground. Then someone called out, "Who's causing trouble here?" Li Mingyu came out. When he saw the scene, his face, which was already dark, became even darker. It was as if a heavy dark cloud was pressing down on him. The woman crawled up from the ground and pounced on Li Mingyu without a word. "Young Master Yu, she's bullying people the moment she comes. This is outrageous." She wanted to use this opportunity to get closer to Li Mingyu. If she could make use of this opportunity to make him notice her, that would be even better. She looked even more alluring as she thought about this. But unexpectedly, Li Mingyu wasn't angry because Lin Che hit her, but because he turned around and gave the woman another slap on the face. Compared to Lin Che's earlier slap, this one was much more powerful and forceful. The woman fell onto the ground, and her face turned purple. The scene suddenly froze. Everyone seemed to hold their breath, not daring to make a sound. Li Mingyu harumphed. "A bunch of vulgar women. Who do you think you are? How dare you compare yourself to Lin Che and act like a fool in front of him?" Everyone's hearts were about to shatter at this moment. How did they end up as ordinary women? But that was exactly what Li Mingyu thought. He came to Lin Che's side and looked at him. "Are you okay?" Lin Che said, "I was scared. She didn't like these people anyway, so she didn't stand on ceremony." She said directly, "That's why I said, what's the use of keeping so many people? Are you just adding to your troubles?" Hearing her words, everyone's expressions became even more ferocious. What did this woman mean? Was she going to chase them away as soon as she arrived? But they didn't expect Li Mingyu to really bully the women around him. He used to find it interesting, but the more he looked at it, the more he felt disgusted and bored. He glanced at them in annoyance and said, "You're right. Someone clear everyone out. I don't want to see a single woman here today." He looked at Lin Che and smirked. "Of course, except for you. Hey, don't. I'm not your woman. Yes, I don't have that many. But you're Gu Jing's woman. Are you my guest?" He looked at her with a smile, but the women behind him were wailing. They shouted, "Young Master Yu, don't abandon us like this. Young Master Yu, we're all loyal to you. Young Master Yu, I can't bear to leave you. Young Master Yu, this woman is obviously a scheming bitch. Don't be biased by her. She's just a celebrity. We can do everything she can. We won't let you down, really." Li Mingyu harumphed and turned around. He said coldly, "Compare yourself to her? You have to be qualified." Chapter 718. These women were so vulgar, useless, and ignorant. He sneered. "Do you think she's like you, short-sighted and greedy for small gains? Yeah, what's there to talk to her? You don't even know who she is, and you think she's just a star? She's worth more than all of you standing here. Scram, if you don't, you'll." As he spoke, he kicked the woman on the ground in the face. The woman's face was already swollen from the slap. She screamed and fell to the ground. Blood flowed from the corners of her mouth and eyes. Everyone was so scared that they quickly rushed out together. No one dared to look back. Lin Che looked at the people who came and went like the tide. He shrugged his shoulders and felt that the room was a lot less crowded, which made it a lot more refreshing. Li Mingyu felt much more relaxed. He took a deep breath and said to Lin Che, "All right, let's go. I'll take you somewhere else to recuperate." Lin Che was shocked. "What are you doing? Where are you taking me?" Li Mingyu said, "I'm taking you somewhere fun." "Hey, what happened to Gu Jing's? Why do you want to take me away?" Lin Che, Are you going to follow me obediently, or do I have to force you to follow me obediently? You. Lin Che looked at him angrily, but there was nothing she could do. She could only grit her teeth and curse in her heart. This pervert will die a horrible death. Humph. But she had no choice but to follow Li Mingyu. Seeing Lin Che stomp his feet and walk away angrily, Li Mingyu caught up with him and said with a smile, "Don't run. Why are you angry? I'm just worried that you'll be bored here." But Li Mingyu did want to take Lin Che away from his usual place. He asked someone to prepare a car, and they were about to leave. The car slowly drove away. Behind them, the beauties in the door were sobbing as they packed up their things. Their mouths were also cursing Lin Che, saying that he deserved to die. "She's so arrogant. Sob. She's chasing us away. I don't want to leave here. Young master, you must have been bewitched by her. He'll remember us sooner or later. That's outrageous. She even said that we can't compare to Lin Che." But then that suddenly, a voice came from the ceiling. The few of them were stunned and raised their heads. "What's that sound?" As soon as he finished speaking, the ceiling suddenly shattered. A black shadow jumped down from above. He nimbly landed on the ground, landed on one knee, and then stood up in one piece. All the women in the room were instantly attracted by the breathtaking appearance, and their eyes were glued there. This godlike man, where did he come from? How could he be so tall and handsome? He was wearing tight linen pants and a simple gray denim jacket. There was a black scabbard on his boots, and he was holding a thick black gun in his hand. His entire person was as cold as the emissary of the night, bringing with him the aura of hell. Murderous intent emanated from his deep and serene eyes. It was pitch black and cold enough to make people shiver, as if they were in a cold cave. He suddenly looked at one of the women. "Just now, what did you say about Lin Che?" The women were startled. They immediately stood together and encouraged each other. Only then did they have the courage to look at the man in front of them. Such a beautiful man actually gave off such an unapproachable feeling. One look at him made them subconsciously afraid. Moreover, he had jumped down from the sky with a gun in his hand. They were extremely afraid. "No, nothing. We said that she was brought here by young Master Yu." "Where is she?" the man asked impatiently. "She, just now." Before the woman could finish her sentence, the door was kicked open. Li Mingyu's men heard the commotion inside and saw the scene as soon as they entered. Someone immediately recognized the man inside. "Gu Jingze, hurry!" Gu Jingze broke in. Everyone rushed in at once. However, as soon as they finished speaking, there was a series of gunshots. The man in front didn't expect Gu Jingze to shoot so quickly without any hesitation. The men fell to the ground. Then a black shadow dashed out. "Hurry! Don't let Gu Jingze escape." Gu Jingze jumped onto the table and did a backflip, kicking the man behind him to the ground. Then the man behind him fell to the ground. Although he was alone, it was obvious that he was difficult to deal with. More and more people rushed in and started shooting in Gu Jingze's direction. However, Gu Jingze dodged all the shots. Everyone could only watch as Gu Jingze jumped onto a window and pulled a rope down. In the blink of an eye, he jumped down from the third floor. "Hurry up!" Gunshots, footsteps, and the sounds of fighting could be heard all at once. Soon, Gu Jingze's shadow disappeared again. Everyone looked around the room, but they couldn't find Gu Jingze. Did he turn into a fly and fly away? The few of them continued to take turns to search. They had almost searched the entire manor, but they still couldn't find a trace of it. Damn it, this Gu Jingze is so difficult to deal with. A man was walking with a gun, watching, cursing as he searched. If he was easy to deal with, he wouldn't be Gu Jingze. Even young Master Yu was so cautious and left early. Damn it, I almost died under his gun. I thought he was shooting me, but it turned out that he was shooting the person next to me. He didn't want to shoot you in the first place. Otherwise, you wouldn't be alive. His marksmanship is very accurate. Didn't you see that he killed all the people who died with one shot? He doesn't even want to waste his bullets on you. He snorted and was about to say something when he suddenly felt a dark, ice-cold object pressing against his back. He trembled in fear and raised his hands hurriedly. However, his comrade immediately raised his gun. However, before he could raise his gun, Gu Jing's gun had already been fired. Seeing his companion die in front of him, the man became even more afraid. He said hurriedly, "Don't shoot, don't. Tell me, where did Li Mingyu take Lin Che?" Gu Jing's cold voice was like a robot without any warmth. It made people who heard it feel scared and uncomfortable. It was extremely cruel. "We really don't know. Really, there are many places with few islands. A cunning rabbit has 3 burrows. He probably has dozens of burrows. We can't possibly know where he went." Gu Jingzi sneered. "Looks like there's no need to keep anyone here. Since you don't know, it's useless to keep them." Gunshots were heard again. Gu Jingzi lowered his head and looked for something to wipe the blood off his gun. Then he picked up the gun on the ground. Behind him, the people who heard the gunshots had already rushed over. Gu Jingzi jumped out of the window again. Black Hawk chuckled on the other side, but even his laughter sounded extremely gloomy. "Don't worry, I have my ways." On the other side, the people in the house were still chasing after Gu Jingzi, but they couldn't find him. Only their numbers were decreasing bit by bit, and Gu Jingzi was still unharmed. This Gu Jingzi, he's really amazing. He's so elusive. He's really going to wipe us out. Are we going to die here? All right, this is a warning to master you. So it's going to be a disaster this time. All right, hurry up and find him. As the number of people decreased, they became more and more discouraged. They also felt that they were in a precarious situation. The whole house was filled with the cold aura of the Grim Reaper. Suddenly, there was another gunshot. The people in the house instantly fell to the ground. Gu Jingzi jumped down from the roof. His footsteps touched the person lying on the ground. Seeing that he was dead, he moved on to the next one. As he walked, he looked at the people in the house and picked up the extra gun on the ground. At this moment, the door inside suddenly opened. The Li family security guards, who had originally given up on looking for him, suddenly surrounded him. Gu Jingzi sneered and looked at the people around him. "Do you think you can catch me like this?" He glanced at the people beside him. "If you don't want to die, you'd better back off. Otherwise, don't say that I didn't give you a chance to live." Gu Jingzi had already loaded his gun. His fingers moved agilely. Just as he was about to raise the gun, he heard the door inside open. From afar, he saw a person dragging a woman's body. He couldn't tell if the person was dead or alive. She was dragged there, and there was a pool of blood on the ground. He had never seen the clothes she was wearing before, but that figured that it was very similar to Lin Che. Gu Jingzi was stunned. The person inside stood tall and looked at Gu Jingzi with a bloodthirsty smile in his eyes. "Continue, I know they can't stop you. But if you shoot, I'll shoot her." That voice was cold as if it came from an iceberg, piercing through thousands of years of ice. As he said this, the exquisite gun in his hand was already pointed at the woman's body. Gu Jingzi looked at him. "Haiying, when did you become Li Mingyu's lackey?" Haiying was stunned. He looked at Gu Jingzi. His pale face was expressionless. He looked weak after recovering from a serious illness, but he looked cold. "How do you know it's me?" Gu Jingzi had never seen Haiying before. Actually, there were very few people who had seen Haiying before. Chapter 720. Gu Jingzi smiled and said, "Previously, you went to Country C because you had nothing to do. I sent someone to check the place you stayed at. It was a hotel owned by Li Mingyu. I know. I was wondering how you could go to Country C. You were blacklisted by Country C and couldn't enter the country through normal channels. But now that I think about it, Li Mingyu helped you, right?" Black Eagle smiled and looked at Gu Jingzi. "Even so, you couldn't have guessed my identity. How did you know who I was the moment you saw me?" Gu Jingzi looked at the gun in his hand. "The special 3-inch gun in your hand should be the only one in the world. It can fire 7 bullets and has almost 0 recoil. It's light and compact, especially suitable for assassinations." Black Eagle looked at it and raised his eyebrows. "Indeed, it's my gun. You know a lot and you're observant. No wonder Li Mingyu treats you as his strongest enemy." Black Eagle said, "Then, I guess this trick won't work on you. Since you're still interested in discussing guns with me, you must know that she isn't Lin Che." Haing pushed the woman aside and walked over calmly. He looked at Gu Jingza and said, "You know how I am. I like to be ruthless and leave no leeway. This time, Li Mingyu didn't want me to touch Lin Che, so I didn't bring him here. However, if you really force me, I will consider it. Whether Li Mingyu agrees or not, I will make Lin Che turn into what he was just now. Moreover, I don't want her to die. It won't do me any good if she dies. However, you should know better than me how painful it is to watch someone bleed without letting him die. It hurts a lot. I don't know if you can bear to do it." Looking at Black Eagle, Gu Jingza knew that he was a man of his word. He said, "What do you want?" Black Eagle said, "Surrender. I'm just hired by someone. My mission is to capture you alive. As long as I do it, I'll have nothing to do with it. It seems like Li Mingyu really doesn't want to hurt Lin Che, so you can rest assured." Gu Jingza tightened his grip on the gun. Black Eagle looked at him with a smile. Gu Jingza narrowed his eyes. "Okay, I agree." Gu Jingza glanced at the woman covered in blood. He didn't want Lin Che to bleed. Gu Jingza slowly loosened his grip. The gun fell to the ground with a clatter. The people at the side heaved a sigh of relief. They rushed forward and surrounded Gu Jingza, tying him up. After wasting a day, the man was finally caught by them. They had lost more than half of their men. It wasn't worth it. Thinking of this, they had already punched him twice in the stomach. "Motherfucker, I'll let you run again. I nearly died in your hands. But let's see if you still dare to be so arrogant now." However, the man's hand was grabbed by Black Eagle. Haing looked at him. "You dare to hit Gu Jingza?" He snorted, his black eyes flashing with a dark light. In the next moment, the man who had just attacked let out a wail. His hand was as weak as a wooden stick in Black Hawk's hand. It was broken in an instant. He shouted. The others looked on, not daring to say another word. They just looked at Black Hawk and Gu Jingza. Black Eagle looked at Gu Jingza and said, "Please." Gu Jingza gave Black Eagle a deep look and nodded. Li Mingyu heaved a sigh of relief when he heard Black Eagle's words. Gu Jingza was hard to deal with. However, Black Hawk relied on his reputation over the years to make Gu Jingza compromise. This was Black Eagle. Even though he could do anything now, he could still achieve his goal, because his reputation had been proven over the years. Gu Jingza had probably compromised because he was a Black Hawk. Li Mingyu snorted and said, "Keep an eye on Lin Che, but don't scare her. I'm going to meet Gu Jingza first." He smiled and muttered, "Hui Ling, did you see that? I promised to avenge you. In a while, I'll make Gu Jingza pay the price he deserves." Meanwhile, in Country M, after Gu Jingming's plane arrived, he went to attend an event. When they got off the plane, Fang Zhongmo and Yin Suya followed Yu Minmin to their place. Yin Suya looked at Yu Minmin and asked, "Have you been busy with work lately?" Yu Minmin smiled and said, "Not bad. I've been quite free lately." "Oh, I thought you wouldn't be so busy if you could come out and accompany Jingming." "No, Gu Jingming forced me to come. Otherwise, I wouldn't have come," she said nonchalantly, because she was telling the truth. She really didn't want to come, but Gu Jingming forced her to. Of course, it was because he didn't want her to meddle in Lin Che's business. But in Yin Suya's eyes, she was showing off on purpose. Yin Suya looked at her and didn't say anything. After they entered the hotel, Yu Minmin went to rest. But she was told that she would be attending the welcome party with them. Because it was the West, the political system was more active and the people in the political circle were less serious. So, they were looking forward to the party. Yu Minmin had never attended such a party before. She didn't expect that her first time would be with Gu Jingming. Gu Jingming came and went in a hurry. It seemed that he was really busy. He looked at Yu Minmin and said, "Go by yourself tonight. I might be busy." Yu Minmin looked at him speechlessly and said, "Then you should have let me stay in Country C. Why did you force me to come?" Gu Jingming looked at her and said, "Something happened to Lin Che, but you can't do anything about it." Yu Minmin calmed down and said, "She hasn't been found, right? What about Gu Jingza? Has he found a way?" Gu Jingming took a deep breath and said, "Jingza is missing. He might have gone to look for her." "What?" Yu Minmin was even more shocked. Gu Jingming fiddled with the button on his wrist and said, "I've sent people to ask for Lin Che through political means. But Li Mingyu has always been fearless. I'm afraid it won't work, but I'm still working on it. I'm also looking for Gu Jing's whereabouts. So, don't get involved. Just go to your party. Yu Minmin watched Gu Jingming stride out. She stood there and thought that there was nothing she could do. But Lin Che hadn't come back yet, which made her even more worried. The dinner party was held outdoors in a 5-star hotel. The sparkling water reflected the lights of the night. The members of the song and dance troupe were walking leisurely in the party, enjoying the scenery of the national party excitedly. Yin Xia wasn't among them. She was standing with Fang Zhongmo, holding a glass of wine and looking around. Fang Zhongmo said, "All right, stop looking. Jingming isn't here yet. He'll only be here at 8:30. He's still talking about the economic lifeline with the president." Chapter 7:21. Yin Xia turned around. "I'm not looking at him. I'm just wondering why he's not here yet." Fang Zhongmo only shook his head at Yin Xia. Just then, Gu Jingming finally arrived. Amidst the starlight, he walked over and stood on the high platform. Seeing that everyone had come together, he smiled and said, "Thank you, Country M, for your warm hospitality, and thank you, everyone, for coming with me to Country M." Everyone raised their glasses and looked at Gu Jingming, sighing. The power of his few words was even better than the countless speeches of those who spoke too much. They didn't know why, but although this president didn't speak much, he made people feel very safe. Naturally, Gu Jingming's usual policies had benefited the people. So far, other than some small problems, there hadn't been any major incidents that caused people to criticize him. Therefore, Gu Jingming could be considered the president that most people liked. Yu Minmin appeared alone at the back. She appeared low-key and looked ahead. She didn't see anyone she knew, so she continued to wander around, not knowing what to do. Gu Jingming probably didn't even ask her to come, so she wasn't included in the itinerary. Therefore, she had nothing to do here. "Hey, why are you wandering around here alone?" Fortunately, at this moment, Su Yi's voice came. She turned around and saw Su Yi. She heaved a sigh of relief. "I don't have anywhere to go." "Oh, right. I haven't asked you why you're here." Su Yi said, "Oh, we had nothing better to do at home. Jingming said he was coming to Country M, so we came to see him along the way. If he had nothing better to do, we wouldn't have to suffer with him. As for Country M, we could still play together." Yu Minmin shook her head. "You only know how to join in the fun. What's wrong? Do you dislike us for disturbing your world with Jingming?" Shoo, of course not. I didn't want to come at all? Okay." On the other side, someone called out, "The president's wife is here." Yin Xia turned around and saw Yu Minmin chatting with Su Yi. The two of them were very familiar with each other, which was very eye-catching. She looked over and heard Gu Jingming's voice. She took a fruit platter and walked over. "Jingming?" She called his name. Gu Jingming turned around and asked, "Xia, what's wrong?" Yin Xia smiled and took the fruit platter over. "Have some fruits?" Gu Jingming said, "Okay, thank you. You don't have to be so polite with me. If you want to get rid of the jet lag, fruits are the best." "Yes." He took the fruit and put it in his mouth. Yin Xia smiled and looked up at him with a gentle gaze. This scene was naturally seen by the people below. Everyone couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. Looking over there, they whispered, "Look, Mr. President and Yin Xia. This is too open and above board." Yin Xia is amazing. Even if Mr. President already has a wife, she is not behind at all. She is still so good to Mr. President. In front of her, she is still so close to Mr. President. Yeah, I didn't expect Yin Xia to be so powerful. While everyone was still discussing, Yu Minmin had already heard what they were saying. However, she also raised her head and looked ahead. Sure enough, she found the two of them chatting together. No wonder everyone said that. They looked very intimate. Su Yi looked over and pulled Yu Minmin over. "All right, why are you looking at them? There's nothing going on between Jingming and Suya. Don't listen to these people's nonsense." "I'm not." "Not yet. Your face has changed. I know Jingming. He won't go out and hook up with others. Not to mention anything else, his identity as the president doesn't allow him to do so. Don't worry. If he does something outside, The whole world will help you keep an eye on him. He won't dare to do it. Yu Minmin licked the sugar on the cup and shrugged at Sui. You're right. For status and power, Gu Jingming wouldn't do anything that would ruin his reputation. Thus, the closer he was to Yin Suya, the more anxious he would be. He could only watch, but he couldn't get. The heavens really pity him. As Yu Minmin sighed, Sui pulled her out again. All right, let's not care about them. There's a river over there. Let's go take a look. Although it was lively here, it was really boring. Yu Minmin followed Sui outside. They sat by the river and watched the splashes. Yu Minmin said, Do you know that something happened to the Gu family in Country C? Sui said, You're talking about Lin Che? Yu Minmin nodded vigorously. Yeah, do you know what happened? Sui said quietly, I know about this, but I'm afraid Jingming didn't want you to know, so he didn't tell you. You'd better not worry about it. Yu Minmin couldn't sit still when she heard that he knew. Tell me what happened. What happened to Gu Jingze? Did they go to look for Lin Che? Sui shook his head. It's true. Don't ask me. I really can't tell you. You can't tell me? No, you have to tell me. Gu Jingming is too overbearing. He didn't want me to know and kidnapped me to Country M. Now you're actually helping him and not telling me. Yu Minmin sat up from the ground and walked to the side. Hurry up and tell me. Otherwise, I'll jump into the water right now. Do you believe me? I really can't tell you. That's why I didn't say anything. Come here, I don't know how deep this water is, and it looks pretty urgent. If you jump in and don't come back up, wouldn't I be a sinner of Country C? Sui was shocked and hurriedly got up. Don't mess around. Yu Minmin pointed at the rock. She was about to put her feet into the water. She raised her head and stared at Sui. Hurry up and tell me what happened. Otherwise, I'll really go down. Yu Minmin's feet had already stepped into the water. The pebbles under her feet looked very slippery. Sui was really afraid of an accident. He scratched his head and looked at Yu Minmin helplessly. All right. I'll tell you. Hurry up and come down. I'll tell you, all right? Yu Minmin raised her eyebrows. If she didn't do something, they would really think she was a sick cat. But at this moment, that Yu Minmin suddenly felt a flash of light. She was quick-witted. She immediately thought of something and couldn't help but dodge to the side. Reality proved that her intuition was right. A muffled gunshot rang out. Yu Minmin felt something brush past her arm and a burst of pain. However, this was not a big deal. The crucial thing was that her body tilted and she really fell into the ice-cold river water with a plop. Chapter 722. Before Yu Minmin could react, she was surrounded by ice-cold water. She felt a stinging pain in her arm. It was obviously broken. She wanted to find a pillar to support herself, but she was still washed away by the torrential water. She could only raise her hand and shout, Help! Below, someone exclaimed, Oh my God! Who fell into the water? Everyone realized it too. Many people ran out from inside to see who was so unlucky as to fall into the water. Sui ran in frantically from the outside. Yu Minmin fell into the water. Who's going to save him? Hearing this, Feng Zhongmo grabbed Sui. Stop shouting. Go down and save him. I don't know how to swim. Have you forgotten? Feng Zhongmo looked at him angrily. He had no choice but to shake off Sui's arm and run out. However, at this moment, a person leaped out with vigorous strides. Wow! It's Mr. President. Gu Jingming squinted his dark eyes and looked inside. Then, he quickly took off his coat. His shoes were kicked to the side, and he jumped into the water. Everyone exclaimed, Wow, Mr. President is going to save him. Gu Jingming swam in the water like a fish. He swam toward Yu Minmin. The president's bodyguards rushed over and hurriedly jumped into the water to save him. If they let Gu Jingming save him personally, they would definitely be punished when they returned. The people on the surface looked inside worriedly. Seeing that Gu Jingming had gone down and disappeared, the sound of discussion drowned out their voices. Why can't I see him? Could something have happened to him? Oh my God, where is he? Where did he go? It's so scary, Mr. President. What should we do? Yin Suya rushed out and looked at the river worriedly. She couldn't help but clench her fists. He'll be fine. Jingming. Hearing her call Jingming, The people from the song and dance troupe looked at In Suya again. She actually called Gu Jingming by his name. Everyone looked at In Suya's back and whispered, "Look at her. It's as if the one who fell was her husband." Several people who were discussing shrugged their shoulders. They felt that they couldn't comment on the affairs of these big shots. However, they naturally admired In Suya for being so shameless. There was no movement on the surface of the water. It seemed that there was only the sound of water whistling. There was no light in the pitch-black distance. Even the sky seemed to darken in an instant. Everyone's hearts were in their throats. Just as he was panicking and thinking that something had really happened, he saw a figure on the surface of the water suddenly break through the dark water. He poked his head out and shook off the water. Someone couldn't help but shout, "Heavens, it's Mr. President coming up." Everyone looked at the water and saw that Gu Jingming was indeed getting closer and closer to the surface of the water. Where's the First Lady? Has she been rescued? While some people were confused, they saw Gu Jingming stand up from the water. He was holding a woman in his arms. Her hands were hanging down. It was Yu Minmin. Gu Jingming carried Yu Minmin in his arms. Water droplets dripped from his body and splashed on the surface of the water. Two drenched people walked out of the water with a chill in their bodies. Gu Jingming's footsteps were steady. He carried the woman in his arms, and each step was more steady than the previous one. Looking at Gu Jingming's demeanor, the woman on the shore was intoxicated. So handsome. He looked like a mermaid who had just walked out of the water with a wild nature. When the others saw Gu Jingming carrying Yu Minmin up, they all came up to them. "Mr. President, how is Mr. President?" Gu Jingming suddenly frowned and pushed away the people who were walking towards him. Then he nimbly turned around, knelt on the ground, and slowly placed Yu Minmin on the ground. Yu Minmin's face was pale, and she seemed to have lost consciousness. Fang Zhongmo and In Suya stood behind. Seeing this scene, In Suya covered her mouth and said, "Heavens, what's going on? Jingming, hurry up and call the doctor." Fang Zhongmo said, "Hurry up and give her a massage." "Jingming, let me?" Because Gu Jingming was the president, Fang Zhongmo still wanted to do it on his behalf. After all, it was not good for Mr. President to do it himself. However, Gu Jingming waved his hand and said coldly, "Nobody move. Make some space. I'll do it." His calm words were absolute and unquestionable. It made the surrounding people tremble unconsciously. Subconsciously, they did not dare to disobey him and quickly made some space to let the air flow better. Then, they saw Gu Jingming kneel on the ground. Looking at Yu Minmin's face, he pinched her cheeks, gritted his teeth, and said in a muffled voice, "Yu Minmin, wake up. Wake up." Yu Minmin did not move. It was as if her body had lost all warmth. Gu Jingming turned his head and said to Su Yi, "Bring me my clothes." Su Yi said, "Use mine." He was just about to take off his clothes when Gu Jingming stopped him. "Take mine." Why did he have to take his? However, Fang Zhongmo suddenly understood. He looked at Gu Jingming and said, "Look at the situation. You're still concerned about this." He turned his head and said, "That's enough, Su Yi. My wife doesn't want to be tainted by another man's scent. Hurry up and get the clothes." He was even like this that although he despised Gu Jingming's perverted overbearingness, he still hurriedly brought the clothes over. He covered Yu Minmin with the clothes and then started to apply pressure on her chest. After applying pressure twice, there was no movement. He pinched her lips and started to give her mouth-to-mouth resuscitation. The people at the back all looked at Gu Jingming's professional movements. He was kneeling there, but his side profile looked very straight. His clothes were completely wet and clung to his body sexily. The outline of his muscles was very clear in the dark. The temptation of being wet was completely revealed on Gu Jingming's body. Seeing him sparing no effort in performing mouth-to-mouth resuscitation on Yu Minmin, they all wished that they were the ones who fell into the water. Yu Minmin was really too lucky to have Gu Jingming by her side to help her. Finally, after a few minutes of help, Yu Minmin suddenly spat out a mouthful of water. She coughed and finally opened her eyes. Gu Jingming scooped up her body. "How is it?" Yu Minmin shook her head and took deep breaths. Fang Zhongmo hurriedly said, "Hurry, hurry up and send her in to get the doctor. Gu Jingming nodded solemnly. In Suya said from behind, Zhongmo, go and carry her. Jingming, you must be very tired. Here? No need, I'll do it. He once again blocked the people who wanted to go over and carried Yu Minmin with his own hands. Chapter 7:23. Make way, make way. The people at the side shouted as they watched Gu Jingming carry Yu Minmin and walk in with a determined look on his face. In Suya was stunned. She looked at Gu Jingming's back, and her whole body seemed desolate. At this time, the people next to them sighed in an unsuitable manner. Wow, Mr. President is so manly. Yeah, I want to faint in his arms. Yes, CPR. Everyone thought about how Gu Jingming had performed CPR on Yu Minmin in front of everyone. Although it was just CPR, their lips were touching, which made people feel very intimate. Although the person being saved was Yu Minmin, they still felt emotional. They knew that they were husband and wife, but kissing in front of everyone was a different feeling. Everyone wanted to follow them, but Gu Jingming was the president after all. The best doctor had already rushed over, and the way to the lounge was quickly blocked by the president's personal guards. Yu Minmin was brought back to the hotel. The doctor checked and found that her arm was bruised and bleeding a lot. Needless to say, she was weak. Gu Jingming looked at Yu Minmin and frowned. Are you crazy? You actually went to the river. Yu Minmin had just come back from the Grim Reaper. When she saw Gu Jingming's expression, she felt wronged. I was fine at first, but someone was sniping me. I saw the mirror and someone opened fire. That's why I fell into the water. Gu Jingming paused. He pulled Yu Minmin's arm and looked at it. He seemed to think for a moment before saying, Who asked you to go to the river with Su Yi? I. Yu Minmin was speechless. She could only look at Gu Jingming and mumble. Who asked you to force me to come to Country M? What did you say? Gu Jingming's voice was heavier with each word. Yu Minmin quickly said, Oh, nothing, nothing. I didn't say anything. Gu Jingming only glared at her coldly. Lin Che sneezed in the room. She rubbed her nose and looked outside. She couldn't help but think, is someone thinking of me? Is it Gu Jingza? However, Lin Che could only look at the people in military uniforms outside, speechless. This place was decorated very well. Li Mingyu was really a person who knew how to enjoy life. Wherever he went, it would definitely be comfortable. Lin Che looked outside, but for a moment, he heard many people walking to the side together. Lin Che hurriedly jumped down and walked outside. He pulled someone over and asked, What happened? Why are you in such a hurry? That person looked at Lin Che and was about to say something, but he was interrupted by Li Mingyu, who rushed over from behind. All right, you're curious again. I've already said it. It's useless even if you know. You'd better be obedient and go back to your room. Be good. When I have time, I'll go out with you to play. Wait for me. I have something urgent to deal with right now, so you should know your place for now. Lin Che noticed that there was a bit of desire in the urgency on his face. For a moment, Lin Che reacted. What's wrong? Is it Gu Jingza? What did you do to him? Li Mingyu frowned and said to the beautiful bodyguard behind Lin Che, Take Miss Lin in. It's so chaotic outside. How can you let her go? Hey you. Lin Che felt even more uneasy. However, he was still respectfully escorted back to his room by a few beautiful women. But in her heart, she was even more certain of one thing. Li Mingyu did not say anything, so it must have something to do with Gu Jingza. Had he been caught? Li Mingyu really felt very happy. He opened the door and saw that Gu Jingming's hands were hanging on the roof. A rope was connected to this side. If he pulled the rope, Gu Jingming would instantly be hung higher. Li Mingyu pulled the rope, narrowed his eyes, and looked at the man inside. His tall stature did not seem to be affected by the rope at all. Even at this moment, his face was still filled with indifference. That pair of eyes were dyed with hot flames, as sharp as a cheetah's. When he stared at them, there was a bone-chilling coldness in his eyes. Even though he had fallen into such a state, he did not seem to be in dire straits at all. Instead, he seemed to have the nobility of a god. When Gu Jingza heard the voice, he slowly turned his head. His sharp gaze was like an icy knife, slicing through the air coldly. Li Mingyu chuckled and played with the rope in his hand. It feels good to have your life in my hands. The 300 million was not spent in vain. The Black Hawk indeed has the ability to make you obediently compromise. Gu Jingzi sneered and said, "No, he doesn't have the ability. The one who has the ability is someone else." Li Mingyu was stunned. Then, as if he had discovered a new continent, he looked at Gu Jingzi in surprise. "Are you talking about Lin Che?" Actually, he did not have to ask to know that there could be anyone else other than Lin Che. Li Mingyu clicked his tongue. "I didn't expect you to have such deep feelings for Lin Che. This makes me even more curious. I don't know what Lin Che has that makes him worthy of you treating him like this." Gu Jingzi snorted, as if he was too lazy to speak. Li Mingyu just could not stand his expression. He was indifferent, as if he did not care about the whole world. Li Mingyu's expression became fierce. He directly punched Gu Jingzi's stomach. Gu Jingzi did not make a sound. He did not even frown. Even though he hit him very hard, it was as if he had hit cotton. Li Mingyu did not get any response. Li Mingyu chuckled and said, "Gu Jingzi, you are now my prisoner. How dare you put on an act in front of me?" Li Mingyu circled around and looked at Gu Jingzi. He felt really proud of himself. "So what if you're strong? You're still tied up here obediently, waiting to be slaughtered by me. Tell me, if I cut off a piece of your flesh and gave it to Lin Che, how would she feel?" Gu Jingzi's eyes flashed. In the darkness, there was a strong sense of warning. "If you dare to scare Lin Che like this, then don't regret it." "Ha ha!" Li Mingyu looked at Gu Jingzi. He lowered his head and grabbed the dagger beside Gu Jingzi's boots. He took out the sharp blade and looked at it with admiration. As expected, Gu Jingzi's things were all good stuff. This thing was good to look at. He picked up the blade and patted Gu Jingzi's face before saying to him, "I know you won't dare. Lin Che is still in my hands. Even if you have the chance to escape, you won't dare to. You're not worried about me. You're worried about Black Hawk. That's right. I gave him 300 million to capture you. He has a notorious reputation. For money, he will do anything. He is not as gentle as I am. In his eyes, there is no difference between men and women. If Lin Che falls into his hands, he will die. Not only will he die, but he will also die." Chapter 7:24. Gu Jingzi continued to stare at him quietly. "So, don't worry. I treat Lin Che very well, unlike you, who are so heartless to women." Gu Jingzi. He suddenly punched Gu Jingzi's stomach again. This time, although Gu Jingzi did not make a sound, his face turned pale. It was obvious that Li Mingyu had used a lot of strength. "This time, I hit you on behalf of Huiling. Do you know what Huiling has become because of you? If you loved her, you wouldn't have the heart to let her become like this. But you hurt her so badly." The more Li Mingyu spoke, the more ruthless he became. Gu Jingzi looked ahead expressionlessly. "I've said it before, I don't have feelings for her anymore. It's her own wishful thinking. She made her own choice, and I didn't want her to become like this." Li Mingyu found it even more unbelievable. "You've been with her for so many years, and it's gone just like that? Gu Jingzi, you're too heartless." Gu Jingzi looked at Li Mingyu and said, "At first, I thought I had feelings for her. But later on, I realized that my feelings for her were not what I thought they were. I advise you to think about it. Do you really like her? Is it worth it to do something wrong for her?" Gu Jingzi thought about it carefully. He had never cared about Mo Huiling so much. Although he had thought about being with her for the rest of his life, that feeling was different. Li Mingyu laughed and looked at Gu Jingzi. "So you have feelings for Lin Che? Huh, but that's not feelings. You're just a hypocrite. You like her looks and body. You like your vanity, not Lin Che." Gu Jingzi shook his head and said quietly, "When I think about being with Mo Huiling, I never have any expectations for the future, but..." He slowly raised his head with a gentle expression on his face. "When I'm with Lin Che, I always think of the words, spending the rest of my life together. And I'm looking forward to it, really looking forward to it." Li Mingyu was stunned. Gu Jingzi said, "What about you? Do you have such feelings for Mo Huiling?" Li Mingyu looked at him. He really hadn't expected this. It seemed that he was serious. Li Mingyu also felt that when he was with Lin Che, he felt very comfortable. Lin Che was not hateful, and she gave people a very natural feeling. Although they had only known each other for a short time, it was easy to feel a sense of familiarity when looking at her. However, he still couldn't understand why the great Gu Jingze would be so infatuated with Lin Che. Was it just because it was comfortable to be together? At this moment, someone came to look for Li Mingyu. Li Mingyu let go of Gu Jingze. There's still a lot of time. Let's take it slow. As he walked out, his subordinate said to him, Miss Lin said she wanted to eat hot pot. Li Mingyu took a deep breath, looked back at Gu Jingze, and said to his subordinates, keep an eye on him. If he dares to do anything, teach him a lesson. With that, he left the place. A few subordinates looked at the man inside. They had seen Gu Jingze before, but they had been very far away at that time. After all, they could only hear about such a high and mighty person from the rumors. They could only look at him from afar, but they could never touch him. They had always thought that Gu Jingze was very powerful, extraordinary, and mysterious. Especially this time, when he barged into the Li family's manor alone and killed so many of their brothers. This person's supernatural abilities amazed them even more. Such a person was actually tied up right in front of him. He walked in alone and looked at Gu Jingze. At first, he didn't dare to look at him. Then, he thought that even though Gu Jingze was powerful, he was still tied up. What was there to be afraid of? Thus, he walked over with a cold smile, looked at Gu Jingze, and said, come and see who this is. Io, isn't this Gu Jingze? Why are you tied up here? The others saw that he was going to touch Gu Jingze, so they also walked over boldly. After all, Gu Jingze was really a rare person. Thus, everyone looked at him with a smile and said, Gu Jingze is alive. TSK, TSK. I thought he was so powerful, but he's still tied up by us. Am I right? As soon as he said that, he saw Gu Jingze's pitch-black eyes slowly move towards them. In an instant, it made people think of hell. That person couldn't help but swallow his saliva. But he immediately realized that he was still tied up. What was there to be afraid of? Thus, he went forward and punched Gu Jingze. What are you looking at? Our chiefly said that if you dare to resist, we'll teach you a lesson. That punch made the back of his hand hurt. He cursed, damn, who is this person? Why is his body so hard? Seeing this, the other man scolded, useless. Then, he punched Gu Jingze's body hard. Without exception, he also felt that this man was really unyielding. Whether it was his body or his gaze, he was so arrogant that it made people feel even more inferior. Even though he was the one who was tied up, and they were the ones who were beating him up, the look in his eyes made them feel that Gu Jingze was still a high and mighty king, and they were just ants. He couldn't help but feel guilty, but this made him even angrier. He continued to hit Gu Jingze. Damn, look at me again. The others also joined in and hit Gu Jingze together. Call me daddy and we'll stop. Damn, you're really unyielding. You don't want to call me that? How dare you fucking look at me like that? Close your eyes. The angrier they were, the more they wanted to scold him. But the more they scolded, the lower they felt. Gu Jingze still didn't move. His lips were tightly pursed. The darkness in his eyes and the expression on his face were all filled with disdain. This made the others even angrier. After a while, they were all tired and Gu Jingze's body was full of injuries. However, Gu Jingze's face didn't look the slightest bit bad. On the contrary, a few people's hands were red from beating him up. They looked at Gu Jingze and cursed, "You've got guts. But I'm still your daddy." Gu Jingze narrowed his eyes and turned his face away. Although he was already very weak, his eyes didn't show any signs of weakness. The innate aura of a king still made him look incomparably noble. Finally, a few people couldn't take it anymore. They walked over and started beating Gu Jingze again. On the other side, Lin Che saw Li Mingyu come in. She looked at him and said, "The food here is terrible." Li Mingyu said, "How is that possible? It's not like our country, see. There's too much sweet food here. I'm sick of it every day." Li Mingyu looked speechlessly at the untouched food she had placed at the side. He said, "Seriously, you're so troublesome. How can Gu Jingze tolerate you? Lin Che said. Hey, you're the one who invited me here as a distinguished guest. Is this how you treat distinguished guests now? I want to eat hot pot. Li Mingyu looked at her helplessly. Okay. I'll get someone to prepare it for you later. Hey, hot pot is for everyone to eat together. You're just letting me eat alone. You? Li Mingyu said. Are you thinking of something again? Chapter 7:25. Lin Che said, How is that possible? What tricks can I play? Isn't everything under your control? Besides, are you afraid that I'll play tricks? Li Mingyu raised his eyebrows and looked at her. Don't play tricks on me just because I treat you well. Ha! I really want to play tricks on you. Are you afraid of my tricks? She raised her eyebrows and looked at him. Li Mingyu looked at her sparkling eyes and laughed. Okay, I'll eat hot pot with you. Li Mingyu suddenly asked someone to prepare hot pot. It was a little strange, but Li Mingyu had always been casual, so everyone was used to it. Soon, he got someone to prepare everything. Lin Che's appetite was whetted when he saw the hot pot. He immediately asked someone to prepare it. Looking at the bubbling food, he immediately said, Come and try it. It's really delicious. Li Mingyu shook his head. I'm already sick of this kind of food that kids like to eat. Lin Che looked at him and asked, Why? You've eaten hot pot before? Of course. I've told you before. Don't think that I'm like your husband, who grew up with a silver spoon in his mouth. I started from scratch and lived a hard life. I used to eat hot pot before, unlike your husband, who has always been a noble person. Lin Che glared at him. He felt that he was quite petty, constantly criticizing Gu Jingze. Li Mingyu still walked over and started eating with Lin Che. Lin Che said, Then what did you do in the past? Everything. I sold shoes, worked in the mines. Lin Che said, You don't look old. Why are you bragging? Li Mingyu said, I started working when I was 15, and I've been working hard for almost 20 years. Lin Che said, I see. Then it must have been hard on you. Of course. You were still wearing open crotch pants at home. Puffed. I started working with a nanny when I was 10. I started delivering newspapers to make ends meet when I was 12. I started working to pay for my own school fees when I was 15. These are just experiences for you. It is said that your family is not the mayor of B City. But I'm an illegitimate child. I was bullied by my 2 older sisters at home, and the money I received for school was deducted by them. When they saw me earning money outside, they even said that I stole their pocket money. In the end, they robbed me of my money, and I was locked in a dark room by my father. In the end, the nanny couldn't stand it anymore and secretly let me go. She even lent me money for school. Otherwise, I wouldn't be the person I am now. Li Mingyu looked at her. That's nothing. I've lived in a tree hole and a pigsty before. At least I'm living by myself, but I'm always being bullied by my 2 sisters. No matter what I do, they'll always stop me. They've always taken pleasure in attacking me and destroying me. Li Mingyu looked at her indifferently. For a moment, no one knew what he was thinking. The 2 of them were comparing how miserable they were. They talked about the desolation of the past. Gradually, Li Mingyu also drank a lot of wine. Lin Che didn't drink a single mouthful. She soaked the wine with a wet towel. Although the glass was dry, she didn't drink a single mouthful. On the other hand, Li Mingyu didn't move at all. He lay there and said these words, but his head was already drooping. He mumbled, I really don't know why you all say that Gu Jingze is good. In the end, you just like him because he's good-looking, rich, and powerful, and he's from an ancient family. So, what if he's ancient? I don't have anything. Now, I can just stomp my feet and shake a country. Yes. You're amazing. She walked over. Where is Gu Jingze? Can I go and see him? Li Mingyu said, He's right here. Why are you looking at him? I've asked people to serve him well. Of course, they're not as good as you, but I didn't mistreat him. I don't believe you. Take me to see him. Lin Che could only support him. To prevent the people outside from blocking the way, she carried him, almost putting his weight on her body, and helped him out with difficulty. When the people outside saw them coming out like this, they couldn't help but be suspicious. They walked over and said, "Sir." "Sir?" Lin Che smiled. "He's drunk, so he said he would take me to see Gu Jingzi. I'm afraid that's not possible. He promised me." "Why not? Why don't you wake him up and ask him? He's coming with us anyway. I can't save Gu Jingzi by myself. Are you afraid of me? If I really wanted to do something, I would have used him as a hostage to force you to let me in since he's so drunk." They were still hesitating when Lin Che suddenly shouted, "What do you mean? Are you suspecting me of something? If you continue to waste my time, believe it or not, when Li Mingyu wakes up, I'll let him deal with you one by one. Do you think I don't have that ability? Haven't you learned your lesson from what happened before?" Li Mingyu was like this. He was too casual, so the people around him were afraid of him. If he was unhappy, he would change people. It wasn't unheard of. Previously, because of what Lin Che said, he chased away so many women in the manor. It was obvious that Lin Che was not a simple man in his eyes. They hesitated for a moment. It was not worth offending Lin Che. They might as well watch him strictly. If Lin Che didn't do anything to Gu Jingzi, Li Mingyu wouldn't say anything when he woke up. So, they led Lin Che forward. The people on the side helped to support Li Mingyu. Finally, Lin Che's weight was reduced. "Miss Lin, this way, please." He led the group through corridors after corridors and finally arrived at a heavy iron door. The door had not opened yet, but Lin Che's heart was already in a mess. The door opened slowly with a rumbling sound. The person inside slowly appeared in front of them. When Lin Che saw Gu Jingzi hanging there with messy clothes and bloodstains all over him, she felt as if all the blood in her body had flowed backward. In an instant, she ran in a panic. "Gu Jingzi!" She didn't know how she ran to Gu Jingzi's side, but she hugged his body. She only felt that his clothes were blood-stained and torn. She could see the marks inside. Every hit felt like she was hitting herself. She was in excruciating pain. "Gu Jingzi, how are you? Wake up, you!" She saw Gu Jingzi's head hanging low. He looked lifeless. She reached her trembling hand to his mouth. When she felt his weak breathing, she felt relieved. He wasn't dead. Thank goodness he wasn't dead. She looked at his bound hands and quickly raised her hand to untie them. "No, Miss Lin, you can't." Chapter 7:26. The people at the back saw this and hurried over to hold Lin Che back, not letting him move. Of course, Lin Che was unwilling. She struggled and shouted, "Let me go! Let me go! Gu Jingzi, wake up, don't die!" The people at the side tried to persuade her. "Miss Lin, look, don't be like this. If you continue like this, we'll have to take Miss Lin away." Lin Che was stunned. She looked in Gu Jingzi's direction and paused. After calming down, she turned back to look at Li Mingyu and then at the people behind. "You said you would treat him well." The few people looked at Gu Jingzi's state. The knife and whip marks on his body were very obvious. His drooping head was stained with sweat. His handsome face was stained with blood, which made people shudder with fear. That expression and that cold face, at this time, was still extremely shocking. Looking at it, people also felt strange. Who was the one who did it? "Miss Lin, sir really didn't tell us to treat him like this. We don't know why he has become like this now." Lin Che bit her lip and glared at the few people. She knew that it was useless to talk to them, so she turned around and hugged Gu Jingzi. She looked up at Gu Jingzi's face and tears welled up in her eyes. "Gu Jingzi, wake up! Wake up!" Her hand slowly touched his hand. His hand was as cold as ice, and it was as scary as a block of ice. She trembled as she held his hand. "Gu Jingzi, can you hear me?" She felt that he was still not moving, so she hugged his body even more tightly. But at this moment, she felt him suddenly move. Lin Che immediately looked up. She saw his dark eyes. Although they were a little murky, they still slowly opened. Although she had always thought that Gu Jingzi's eyes were beautiful, they had never been more beautiful than now. She hugged him even more tightly and looked into his eyes. She kept calling, "Gu Jingzi, Gu Jingzi, look at me, look at me." Gu Jingzi's thin lips moved. His sweaty hair stuck to his forehead. His eyes were shining as he looked at her and moved his thin lips. "What did you say?" Lin Che felt that he was talking, but he couldn't hear him clearly. She moved closer to him, tiptoed, and said, "What are you talking about, Gu Jingza? Go ahead. I'm listening." Lin Che. "Yes, it's me. I love—" "What? What did you say?" "I love you." "What?" Lin Che thought she heard the words, "I love you," but she couldn't be sure. All of a sudden, her heart felt as if it had received a huge shock, and it continued to tremble. She quickly moved in front of him and looked at him. "What did you say? What did you say?" However, Gu Jingza fainted again and lost consciousness. His eyes were closed, and his long eyelashes were still stained with blood. Lin Che's heart ached, and he almost burst into tears again. She held his cheeks with both hands and didn't want him to wake up. She murmured, I know. Gu Jingza, I know." Lin Che stood protectively in front of him. Seeing them, he said, "Miss Lin, we should go." "Go? I'm not going." She hugged Gu Jingza. "You guys go. I want to wait here for Li Mingyu to wake up." "No, Miss Lin, we've already made an exception by letting you in. Let go." "I'm not going. If you dare to let me go, I won't be polite anymore." Lin Che suddenly took out a fruit knife from her pocket. Pointing at the people opposite her, she said, "Get out of the way." The people's eyes sharpened. "Miss Lin, you're forcing us to use extreme measures." Lin Che looked at them. "I don't want you to let Gu Jingza go. It's impossible for me to let him go just like that. I just want to stay here." The people looked at each other again, but they really didn't dare to let her stay here. Lin Che held the knife handle. "Just let me stay here. I won't do anything. I just want to watch over him, okay?" Just then, Li Mingyu, who was in a deep sleep, suddenly stood up. Lin Che was shocked, and she stared at him. Li Mingyu narrowed his eyes and sneered. The corners of his lips curled up a little. On this side, several of his subordinates were stunned. They looked at him, lowered their heads respectfully, and took 2 steps back. Lin Che looked at him in surprise. You're awake." Li Mingyu sneered. "I didn't actually want to get drunk just now. Did you think that I would get drunk just because you drank so little?" Lin Che didn't expect that. She just wanted to give it a try. She had to take things one step at a time. She was under someone else's roof, and all her plans were futile. At this moment, she looked at Li Mingyu and said, "Let me stay here. If I see him, I won't be able to stay here peacefully." She let Gu Jingza stick to her back and looked at Li Mingyu. Li Mingyu said, "I just wanted to see what tricks you were playing. As expected, you still want to look for Gu Jingza." Lin Che said, "I know he's here, so of course I want to look for him. You said that you didn't do anything to him, but look at how he was tortured by you. You lied to me." Li Mingyu frowned and turned to look at Gu Jingza, who was behind her. He looked like he had just been tortured. Li Mingyu frowned and looked at the people standing behind him. "Who did it?" he asked coldly. The few people who had just beaten up Gu Jingza to their heart's content suddenly felt their legs turn to jelly, and they knelt on the ground. We don't know." They thought that they finally got to see Gu Jingza. They felt really good to see the dignified Gu Jingza being tortured by them. But they didn't expect that Li Mingyu didn't want them to do that. Li Mingyu looked at them coldly and suddenly said, "Take them out." "How dare they touch Gu Jingza? Don't you know what kind of people they are? Don't you think you're worthy?" They didn't know what Li Mingyu meant by "take them out," but when they heard it, they were so scared that their faces turned ashen. The few people were taken away just like that. The rest of them looked at Gu Jingza with lingering fear. Then, Li Mingyu looked at Lin Che and said, "I didn't do this. The few people who made the decision on their own will naturally be punished. But you have to leave with me now." Lin Che was still hugging Gu Jingza. "No, I'm not leaving. Li Mingyu, I don't believe you. They don't know how to torture Gu Jingza. I want to stay here." Li Mingyu's expression became even more severe. "Lin Che, don't fight me head on. If I tell you to leave, then leave." Lin Che shook his head furiously. "No, I'm not leaving. Either you drag me away, or I want to be with Gu Jingza." Li Mingyu laughed. "What's so good about Gu Jingza? You all seem to have gone crazy because of him." You're tuning into the Romance Rendezvous YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.